Chapter 44. A young girl's thoughts. What perplexity! What sleepless nights! Great God! Am I going to make myself contemptible? He will despise me himself. But he is leaving, he is going away. Alfred de Musset. Mathilde had not written without a struggle. Whatever might have been the beginning of her interest in Julien, it soon dominated that pride which had reigned unchallenged in her heart since she had begun to know herself. This cold and haughty soul was swept away for the first time by a sentiment of passion, but if this passion dominated her pride, it still kept faithfully to the habits of that pride. 2 months of struggles and new sensations had transformed, so to speak, her whole moral life. Mathilde thought she was in sight of happiness. This vista, irresistible as it is for those who combine a superior intellect with a courageous soul, had to struggle for a long time against her self-respect and all her vulgar duties. One day she went into her mother's room at 7 o'clock in the morning and asked permission to take refuge in Villequier. The marquise did not even deign to answer her, and advised her to go back to bed. This was the last effort of vulgar prudence and respect for tradition. The fear of doing wrong and of offending those ideas which the Caylesses, the Deluzes, the Croisenois held for sacred had little power over her soul. She considered such creatures incapable of understanding her. She would have consulted them, if it had been a matter of buying a carriage or an estate. Her real fear was that Julien was displeased with her. Perhaps he, too, has only the appearance of a superior man. She abhorred lack of character. That was her one objection to the handsome young men who surrounded her. The more they made elegant fun of everything which deviated from the prevailing mode, or which conformed to it but indifferently, the lower they fell in her eyes. They were brave and that was all. And after all, in what way were they brave? She said to herself. In duels, but the duel is nothing more than a formality. The whole thing is mapped out beforehand, even the correct thing to say when you fall. Stretched on the turf, and with your hand on your heart, you must vouchsafe a generous forgiveness to the adversary, and a few words for a fair lady, who is often imaginary, or if she does exist, will go to a ball on the day of your death for fear of arousing suspicion. One braves danger at the head of a squadron brilliant with steel, but how about that danger which is solitary, strange, unforeseen and really ugly? Alas, said Mathilde to herself, it was at the court of Henri III. That men who were great both by character and by birth were to be found. Yes. If Julien had served at Jarnac or Moncontour, I should no longer doubt. In those days of strength and vigor Frenchmen were not dolls. The day of the battle was almost the one which presented the fewest problems. Their life was not imprisoned, like an Egyptian mummy in a covering which was common to all, and always the same. Yes, she added, there was more real courage in going home alone at 11 o'clock in the evening when one came out of the Hôtel de Soissons where Catherine de Medici lived than there is nowadays in running over to Algiers. A man's life was then a series of hazards. Nowadays civilization has banished hazard. There are no more surprises. If anything new appears in any idea there are not sufficient epigrams to immortalize it, but if anything new appears in actual life, our panic reaches the lowest depth of cowardice. Whatever folly panic makes us commit is excused. What a degenerate and boring age! What would Boniface de la Mole have said if, lifting his cut-off head out of the tomb, he had seen 17 of his descendants allow themselves to be caught like sheep in 1793 in order to be guillotined 2 days afterwards? Death was certain, but it would have been bad form to have defended themselves and to have killed at least 1 or 2 Jacobins. Yes. In the heroic days of France, in the age of Boniface de la Mole, Julien would have been the chief of a squadron, while my brother would have been the young priest with decorous manners, with wisdom in his eyes and reason on his lips. Some months previously Mathilde had given up all hope of meeting any being who was a little different from the common pattern. She had found some happiness in allowing herself to write to some young society men. This rash procedure, which was so unbecoming and so imprudent in a young girl, might have disgraced her in the eyes of M. de Croisenois, the Duc de Chaulnes, his father, and the whole Hôtel de Chaulnes, who on seeing the projected marriage broken off would have wanted to know the reason. At that time Mathilde had been unable to sleep on those days when she had written one of her letters. But those letters were only answers. But now she ventured to declare her own love. She wrote first, what a terrible word. To a man of the lowest social grade. This circumstance rendered her eternal disgrace quite inevitable in the event of detection. Who of the women who visited her mother would have dared to take her part? What official excuse could be evolved which could successfully cope with the awful contempt of society? Besides, speaking was awful enough, but writing. There are some things which are not written. Napoleon had exclaimed on learning of the capitulation of Bailén. And it was Julien who had told her that epigram, as though giving her a lesson that was to come in useful subsequently. But all this was comparatively unimportant. Mathilde's anguish had other causes. Forgetting the terrible effect it would produce on society, and the ineffable blot on her scutcheon that would follow such an outrage on her own caste, Mathilde was going to write to a person of a very different character to the Croisenois. The Deluzes, the Caylesses. She would have been frightened at the depth and mystery in Julien's character, even if she had merely entered into a conventional acquaintance with him. And she was going to make him her lover, perhaps her master. What will his pretensions not be, if he is ever in a position to do everything with me? Well, I shall say, like Medea, au milieu de tant de perils il me reste moi. She believed that Julien had no respect for nobility of blood. What was more, he probably did not love her. In these last moments of awful doubt her feminine pride suggested to her certain ideas. Everything is bound to be extraordinary in the life of a girl like me, exclaimed Mathilde impatiently. The pride, which had been drilled into her since her cradle, began to struggle with her virtue. It was at this moment that Julien's departure precipitated everything. Such characters are luckily very rare. Very late in the evening, Julien was malicious enough to have a very heavy trunk taken down to the porter's lodge. He called the valet, who was courting Mademoiselle de la Mole's chambermaid, to move it. This maneuver cannot result in anything, he said to himself, but if it does succeed, she will think that I have gone. Very tickled by this humorous thought, he fell asleep. Mathilde did not sleep a wink. Julien left the hotel very early the next morning without being seen, but he came back before 8 o'clock. He had scarcely entered the library before M. de la Mole appeared on the threshold. He handed her his answer. He thought that it was his duty to speak to her, it was certainly perfectly feasible, but Mademoiselle de la Mole would not listen to him and disappeared. Julien was delighted. He did not know what to say. If all this is not a put-up job with Comte Norbert, it is clear that it is my cold looks which have kindled the strange love which this aristocratic girl chooses to entertain for me. I should be really too much of a fool if I ever allowed myself to take a fancy to that big blonde doll. This train of reasoning left him colder and more calculating than he had ever been. In the battle for which we are preparing, he added, pride of birth will be like a high hill which constitutes a military position between her and me. That must be the field of the maneuvers. I made a great mistake in staying in Paris. This postponing of my departure cheapens and exposes me, if all this is simply a trick. What danger was there in leaving? If they were making fun of me, I was making fun of them. If her interest for me was in any way real, I was making that interest 100 times more intense. Mademoiselle de la Mole's letter had given Julien's vanity so keen a pleasure, that wreathed as he was in smiles at his good fortune he had forgotten to think seriously about the propriety of leaving. It was one of the fatal elements of his character to be extremely sensitive to his own weaknesses. He was extremely upset by this one, and had almost forgotten the incredible victory which had preceded this slight check, when about 9 o'clock Mademoiselle de la Mole appeared on the threshold of the library, flung him a letter and ran away. So this is going to be the romance by letters, he said as he picked it up. The enemy makes a false move, I will reply by coldness and virtue. He was asked with a poignancy which merely increased his inner gaiety to give a definite answer. He indulged in the pleasure of mystifying those persons who he thought wanted to make fun of him for 2 pages, and it was out of humor again that he announced towards the end of his answer his definite departure on the following morning. The garden will be a useful place to hand her the letter, he thought after he had finished it, and he went there. He looked at the window of Mademoiselle de la Mole's room. It was on the first story, next to her mother's apartment, but there was a large ground floor. This ladder was so high that, as Julien walked under the avenue of pines with his letter in his hands, he could not be seen from Mademoiselle de la Mole's window. The dome formed by the well-clipped pines intercepted the view. "What?" said Julien to himself angrily, "another indiscretion. If they have really begun making fun of me, showing myself with a letter is playing into my enemy's hands." Norbert's room was exactly above his sister's, and if Julien came out from under the dome formed by the clipped branches of the pine, the Comte and his friend could follow all his movements. Mademoiselle de la Mole appeared behind her window. He half showed his letter, she lowered her head, then Julien ran up to his own room and met accidentally on the main staircase the fair Mathilde, who seized the letter with complete self-possession and smiling eyes. "What passion there was in the eyes of that poor Madame de Rênal," said Julien to himself, "when she ventured to receive a letter from me, even after 6 months of intimate relationship. I don't think she ever looked at me with smiling eyes in her whole life." He did not formulate so precisely the rest of his answer. Was he perhaps ashamed of the triviality of the motive which were actuating him? But how different too, he went on to think, are her elegant morning dress and her distinguished appearance. A man of taste on seeing Mademoiselle de la Mole 30 yards off would infer the position which she occupies in society. That is what can be called a specific merit. In spite of all this humorousness, Julien was not yet quite honest with himself. Madame de Rênal had no Marquis de Croisenois to sacrifice to him. His only rival was that grotesque sub-prefect, M. Charcot, who assumed the name of Maugiron, because there were no Maugirons left in France. At 5 o'clock Julien received a third letter. It was thrown to him from the library door. Mademoiselle de la Mole ran away again. "What a mania for writing," he said to himself with a laugh, "when one can talk so easily. The enemy wants my letters, that is clear, and many of them." He did not hurry to open this one. More elegant phrases, he thought. But he paled as he read it. There were only 8 lines. "I need to speak to you, I must speak to you this evening. Be in the garden at the moment when 1 o'clock is striking. Take the big gardener's ladder near the well. Place it against my window, and climb up to my room. It is moonlight, never mind." Chapter 45. Is it a plot? Oh, how cruel is the interval between the conception and the execution of a great project. What vain fears! What fits of irresolution! It is a matter of life and death, even more is at stake. Honor, Schiller. This is getting serious, thought Julien, and a little too clear, he added after thinking a little. Why, to be sure. This fine young lady can talk to me in the library with a freedom which, thank heaven, is absolutely complete. The Marquis, frightened as he is that I show him accounts, never sets foot in it. Why? M. de la Mole and the Comte Norbert, the only persons who ever come here, are absent nearly the whole day, and the sublime Mathilde, for whom a sovereign prince would not be too noble a suitor, wants me to commit an abominable indiscretion. It is clear they want to ruin me, or at the least make fun of me. First they wanted to ruin me by my own letters, they happen to be discreet. Well, they want some act which is clearer than daylight. These handsome little gentlemen think I am too silly or too conceited. The devil! To think of climbing like this up a ladder to a story 25 feet high in the finest moonlight. They would have time to see me, even from the neighboring houses. I shall cut a pretty figure to be sure on my ladder. Julien went up to his room again and began to pack his trunk whistling. He had decided to leave and not even to answer. But this wise resolution did not give him peace of mind. If by chance, he suddenly said to himself after he had closed his trunk, Mathilde is in good faith, why then I cut the figure of an arrant coward in her eyes. I have no birth myself, so I need great qualities attested straight away by speaking actions, money down, no charitable credit. He spent a quarter of an hour in reflecting. What is the good of denying it, he said at last. She will think me a coward. I shall lose not only the most brilliant person in high society, as they all said at the Duc de Retz's ball, but also the heavenly pleasure of seeing the Marquis de Croisenois, the son of a duke, who will be one day a duke himself, sacrificed to me. A charming young man who has all the qualities I lack. A happy wit, birth, fortune. This regret will haunt me all my life, not on her account, there are so many mistresses. But there is only one honor, says old Don Diego. And here am I clearly and palpably shrinking from the first danger that presents itself, for the duel with M. de Beauvoisis was simply a joke. This is quite different. A servant may fire at me point blank, but that is the least danger. I may be disgraced. This is getting serious, my boy, he added with a Gascon gaiety and accent. Honor is at stake. A poor devil flung by chance into as low a grade as I am will never find such an opportunity again. I shall have my conquests, but they will be inferior ones. He reflected for a long time, he walked up and down hurriedly, and then from time to time would suddenly stop. A magnificent marble bust of Cardinal de Richelieu had been placed in his room. It attracted his gaze in spite of himself. This bust seemed to look at him severely as though reproaching him with the lack of that audacity which ought to be so natural to the French character. Would I have hesitated in your age, great man? At the worst, said Julien to himself, suppose all this is a trap, it is pretty black and pretty compromising for a young girl. They know that I am not the man to hold my tongue. They will therefore have to kill me. That was right enough in 1574 in the days of Boniface de la Mole, but nobody today would ever have the pluck. They are not the same men. Mademoiselle de la Mole is the object of so much jealousy. 400 salons would ring with her disgrace tomorrow, and how pleased they would all be. The servants gossip among themselves about marked the favors of which I am the recipient. I know it, I have heard them. On the other hand they're her letters. They may think that I have them on me. They may surprise me in her room and take them from me. I shall have to deal with 2, 3, or 4 men. How can I tell? But where are they going to find these men? Where are they to find discreet subordinates in Paris? Justice frightens them. By God! It may be the Caylesses, the Croisenois, the Deluzes themselves. The idea of the ludicrous figure I should cut in the middle of them at the particular minute may have attracted them. Look out for the fate of a Baylard, M., the secretary. Well, by heaven, I'll mark you. I'll strike at your faces like Caesar's soldiers at Pharsalia. As for the letters, I can put them in a safe place. Julien copied out the 2 last, hid them in a fine volume of Voltaire in the library and himself took the originals to the post. What folly am I going to rush into, he said to himself with surprise and terror when he returned. He had been a quarter of an hour without contemplating what he was to do on this coming night. But if I refuse, I am bound to despise myself afterwards. This matter will always occasion me great doubt during my whole life, and to a man like me such doubts are the most poignant unhappiness. Did I not feel like that for Amanda's lover? I think I would find it easier to forgive myself for a perfectly clear crime, once admitted, I could leave off thinking of it. Why? I shall have been the rival of a man who bears one of the finest names in France, and then out of pure light-heartedness, declared myself his inferior. After all, it is cowardly not to go. These words clinch everything, exclaimed Julien as he got up. Besides, she is quite pretty. If this is not a piece of treachery, what a folly is she not committing for my sake? If it's a piece of mystification, by heaven, gentlemen, it only depends on me to turn the jest into earnest, and that I will do. But supposing they tie my hands together at the moment I enter the room, they may have placed some ingenious machine there. It's like a duel, he said to himself with a laugh. Everyone makes a full parade, says my maitre d'armes, but the good God, who wishes the thing to end, makes one of them forget to parry. Besides, here's something to answer them with. He drew his pistols out of his pocket, and although the priming was shining, he renewed it. There was still several hours to wait. Julien wrote to Fouque in order to have something to do. My friend, do not open the enclosed letter except in the event of an accident, if you hear that something strange has happened to me. In that case blot out the proper names in the manuscript which I am sending you, make 8 copies of it, and send it to the papers of Marseilles, Bordeaux, Lyons, Brussels, etc. 10 days later have the manuscript printed, send the first copy to M. the Marquis de la Mole, and a fortnight after that throw the other copies at night into the streets of Verrières. Julien made this little memoir in defense of his position as little compromising as possible for Mademoiselle de la Mole. Fouque was only to open it in the event of an accident. It was put in the form of a story, but in fact it exactly described his situation. Julien had just fastened his packet when the dinner bell rang. It made his heart beat. His imagination was distracted by the story which he had just composed, and fell a prey to tragic presentiments. He saw himself seized by servants, trussed, and taken into a cellar with a gag in his mouth. A servant was stationed there, who never let him out of sight, and if the family honor required that the adventure should have a tragic end, it was easy to finish everything with those poisons which leave no trace. They could then say that he had died of an illness and would carry his dead body back into his room. Thrilled like a dramatic author by his own story, Julien was really afraid when he entered the dining room. He looked at all those liveried servants, he studied their faces. Which ones are chosen for tonight's expedition, he said to himself. The memories of the court of Henri III are so vivid in this family, and so often recalled, that if they think they have been insulted they will show more resolution than other persons of the same rank. He looked at Mademoiselle de la Mole in order to read the family plans in her eyes. She was pale and looked quite middle-aged. He thought that she had never looked so great, she was really handsome and imposing, he almost fell in love with her. Pallida mort futura, he said to himself, her pallor indicates her great plans. It was in vain that after dinner he made a point of walking for a long time in the garden, Mademoiselle did not appear. Speaking to her at that moment would have lifted a great weight off his heart. Why not admit it? He was afraid. As he had resolved to act, he was not ashamed to abandon himself to this emotion. So long as I show the necessary courage at the actual moment, he said to himself, what does it matter what I feel at this particular moment? He went to reconnoiter the situation and find out the weight of the ladder. This is an instrument, he said to himself with a smile, which I am fated to use both here and at Verrières. What a difference! In those days, he added with a sigh, I was not obliged to distrust the person for whom I exposed myself to danger. What a difference also in the danger! There would have been no dishonor for me if I had been killed in M. de Rênal's gardens. It would have been easy to have made my death into a mystery. But here all kinds of abominable scandal will be talked in the salons of the Hôtel de Chalms, the Hôtel de Caylus, de Retz, etc., everywhere in fact. I shall go down to posterity as a monster. For 2 or 3 years, he went on with a laugh, making fun of himself, but the idea paralyzed him. And how am I going to manage to get justified? Suppose that Fouque does print my posthumous pamphlet, it will only be taken for an additional infamy. Why? I get received into a house, and I reward the hospitality which I have received, the kindness with which I have been loaded by printing a pamphlet about what has happened and attacking the honor of women. Nay! I'd 1,000 times rather be duped. The evening was awful. Chapter 46. 1 o'clock in the morning. This garden was very big, it had been planned a few years ago in perfect taste. But the trees were more than a century old. It had a certain rustic atmosphere. Messenger. He was going to write a countermanding letter to Fouque when 11 o'clock struck. He noisily turned the lock of the door of his room as though he had locked himself in. He went with a sleuth-like step to observe what was happening over the house, especially on the fourth story where the servants slept. There was nothing unusual. One of Madame de la Mole's chambermaids was giving an entertainment, the servants were taking punch with much gaiety. Those who laugh like that, thought Julien, cannot be participating in the nocturnal expedition. If they were, they would be more serious. Eventually he stationed himself in an obscure corner of the garden. If their plan is to hide themselves from the servants of the house, they will dispatch the persons whom they have told off to surprise me over the garden wall. If M. de Croisenois shows any sense of proportion in this matter, he is bound to find it less compromising for the young person, whom he wishes to make his wife if he has me surprised before I enter her room. He made a military and extremely detailed reconnaissance. My honor is at stake, he thought. If I tumble into some pitfall it will not be an excuse in my own eyes to say, I never thought of it. The weather was desperately serene. About 11 o'clock the moon rose, at 12:30 it completely illuminated the façade of the hotel looking out upon the garden. She is mad, Julien said to himself. As 1 o'clock struck there was still a light in Comte Norbert's windows. Julien had never been so frightened in his life, he only saw the dangers of the enterprise and had no enthusiasm at all. He went and took the immense ladder, waited 5 minutes to give her time to tell him not to go, and 5 minutes after one placed the ladder against Mathilde's window. He mounted softly, pistol in hand, astonished at not being attacked. As he approached the window it opened noiselessly. So there you are, monsieur, said Mathilde to him with considerable emotion. I have been following your movements for the last hour. Julien was very much embarrassed. He did not know how to conduct himself. He did not feel at all in love. He thought in his embarrassment that he ought to be venturesome. He tried to kiss Mathilde. For shame, she said to him, pushing him away. Extremely glad at being rebuffed, he hastened to look round him. The moon was so brilliant that the shadows which it made in Mademoiselle de la Mole's room were black. It's quite possible for men to be concealed without my seeing them, he thought. What have you got in your pocket at the side of your coat? Mathilde said to him, delighted at finding something to talk about. She was suffering strangely. All those sentiments of reserve and timidity which were so natural to a girl of good birth, had reasserted their dominion and were torturing her. I have all kinds of arms and pistols, answered Julien, equally glad at having something to say. You must take the ladder away, said Mathilde. It is very big, and may break the windows of the salon down below or the room on the ground floor. You must not break the windows, replied Mathilde, making a vain effort to assume an ordinary conversational tone. It seems to me you can lower the ladder by tying a cord to the first rung. I have always a supply of cords at hand. So this is a woman in love, thought Julien. She actually dares to say that she is in love. So much self-possession and such shrewdness in taking precautions are sufficient indications that I am not triumphing over M. de Croisenois as I foolishly believed, but that I am simply succeeding him. As a matter of fact, what does it matter to me? Do I love her? I am triumphing over the Marquis in so far as he would be very angry at having a successor, and angrier still at that successor being myself. How haughtily he looked at me this evening in the Café Tortoni when he pretended not to recognize me. And how maliciously he bowed to me afterwards, when he could not get out of it. Julien had tied the cord to the last rung of the ladder. He lowered it softly and leant far out of the balcony in order to avoid its touching the window pane. A fine opportunity to kill me, he thought, if anyone is hidden in Mathilde's room, but a profound silence continued to reign everywhere. The ladder touched the ground. Julien succeeded in laying it on the border of the exotic flowers alongside the wall. What will my mother say, said Mathilde, when she sees her beautiful plants all crushed? You must throw down the cord, she added with great self-possession. If it were noticed going up to the balcony, it would be a difficult circumstance to explain. And how am I to get away, said Julien in a jesting tone affecting the Creole accent. One of the chambermaids of the household had been born in Saint Domingo. You. Why, you will leave by the door, said Mathilde, delighted at the idea. Ah! How worthy this man is of all my love, she thought. Julien had just let the cord fall into the garden. Mathilde grasped his arm. He thought he had been seized by an enemy and turned round sharply, drawing a dagger. She had thought that she had heard a window opening. They remained motionless and scarcely breathed. The moonlight lit up everything. The noise was not renewed and there was no more cause for anxiety. Then their embarrassment began again. It was great on both sides. Julien assured himself that the door was completely locked. He thought of looking under the bed, but he did not dare. They might have stationed 1 or 2 lackeys there. Finally he feared that he might reproach himself in the future for this lack of prudence, and did look. Mathilde had fallen into all the anguish of the most extreme timidity. She was horrified at her position. "What have you done with my letters?" she said at last. "What a good opportunity to upset these gentlemen, if they are eavesdropping, and thus avoiding the battle," thought Julien. "The first is hid in a big Protestant Bible, which last night's diligence is taking far away from here." He spoke very distinctly as he went into these details, so as to be heard by any persons who might be concealed in 2 large mahogany cupboards which he had not dared to inspect. "The other 2 are in the post and are bound for the same destination as the first." "Heavens, why all these precautions?" said Mathilde in alarm. "What is the good of my lying?" thought Julien, and he confessed all his suspicions. "So that's the cause for the coldness of your letters, dear," exclaimed Mathilde in a tone of madness rather than of tenderness. Julien did not notice that nuance. The endearment made him lose his head, or at any rate his suspicions vanished. He dared to clasp in his arms that beautiful girl who inspired him with such respect. He was only partially rebuffed. He fell back on his memory as he had once at Besançon with Armand de Binet, and recited by heart several of the finest phrases out of the Nouvelle Heloise. "You have the heart of a man," was the answer she made without listening too attentively to his phrases. "I wanted to test your courage, I confess it. Your first suspicions and your resolutions show you even more intrepid, dear, than I had believed." Mathilde had to make an effort to call him dear, and was evidently paying more attention to this strange method of speech than to the substance of what she was saying. Being called dear without any tenderness in the tone afforded no pleasure to Julien. He was astonished at not being happy, and eventually fell back on his reasoning in order to be so. He saw that he was respected by this proud young girl who never gave undeserved praise. By means of this reasoning he managed to enjoy the happiness of satisfied vanity. It was not, it was true, that soulful pleasure which he had sometimes found with Madame de Rênal. There was no element of tenderness in the feelings of these first few minutes. It was the keen happiness of a gratified ambition, and Julien was, above all, ambitious. He talked again of the people whom he had suspected and of the precautions which he had devised. As he spoke, he thought of the best means of exploiting his victory. Mathilde was still very embarrassed and seemed paralyzed by the steps which she had taken. She appeared delighted to find a topic of conversation. They talked of how they were to see each other again. Julien extracted a delicious joy from the consciousness of the intelligence and the courage, of which he again proved himself possessed during this discussion. They had to reckon with extremely sharp people. The little Tanbeau was certainly a spy, but Mathilde and himself as well had their share of cleverness. What was easier than to meet in the library, and there make all arrangements? "I can appear in all parts of the hotel," added Julien, without rousing suspicion almost, in fact, in Madame de la Mole's own room. It was absolutely necessary to go through it in order to reach her daughter's room. If Mathilde thought it preferable for him always to come by a ladder, then he would expose himself to that paltry danger with a heart intoxicated with joy. As she listened to him speaking, Mathilde was shocked by this air of triumph. "So he is my master," she said to herself. She was already a prey to remorse. Her reason was horrified at the signal folly which she had just committed. If she had had the power she would have annihilated both herself and Julien. When for a few moments she managed by sheer willpower to silence her pangs of remorse, she was rendered very unhappy by her timidity and wounded shame. She had quite failed to foresee the awful plight in which she now found herself. "I must speak to him, however," she said at last. "That is the proper thing to do. One does talk to one's lover." And then with a view of accomplishing a duty, and with a tenderness which was manifested rather in the words which she employed than in the inflection of her voice, she recounted various resolutions which she had made concerning him during the last few days. She had decided that if he should dare to come to her room by the help of the gardener's ladder according to his instructions, she would be entirely his. But never were such tender passages spoken in a more polite and frigid tone. Up to the present this assignation had been icy. It was enough to make one hate the name of love. What a lesson in morality for a young and imprudent girl! Is it worth while to ruin one's future for moments such as this? After long fits of hesitation which a superficial observer might have mistaken for the result of the most emphatic hate, so great is the difficulty which a woman's self-respect finds in yielding even to so firm a will as hers, Mathilde became eventually a charming mistress. In point of fact, these ecstasies were a little artificial. Passionate love was still more the model which they imitated than a real actuality. Mademoiselle de la Mole thought she was fulfilling a duty towards herself and towards her lover. "The poor boy," she said to herself, "has shown a consummate bravery. He deserves to be happy, or it is really I who will be shewing a lack of character." But she would have been glad to have redeemed the cruel necessity in which she found herself even at the price of an eternity of unhappiness. In spite of the awful violence she was doing to herself, she was completely mistress of her words. No regret and no reproach spoiled that night which Julien found extraordinary rather than happy. Great heavens! What a difference to his last 24 hours' stay in Verrières! These fine Paris manners managed to spoil everything, even love, he said to himself, quite unjustly. He abandoned himself to these reflections as he stood upright in one of the great mahogany cupboards into which he had been put at the sign of the first sounds of movement in the neighboring apartment, which was Madame de la Mole's. Mathilde followed her mother to Mass, the servants soon left the apartment and Julien easily escaped before they came back to finish their work. He mounted a horse and tried to find the most solitary spots in one of the forests near Paris. He was more astonished than happy. The happiness which filled his soul from time to time resembled that of a young sub-lieutenant who as the result of some surprising feat has just been made a full-fledged colonel by the commander-in-chief. He felt himself lifted up to an immense height. Everything which was above him the day before was now on a level with him or even below him. Little by little Julien's happiness increased in proportion as he got further away from Paris. If there was no tenderness in his soul, the reason was that, however strange it may appear to say so, Mathilde had in everything she had done, simply accomplished a duty. The only thing she had not foreseen in all the events of that night, was the shame and unhappiness which she had experienced instead of that absolute felicity which is found in novels. "Can I have made a mistake, and not be in love with him?" she said to herself. Chapter 47. An old sword. I now mean to be serious, it is time. Since laughter nowadays is deemed too serious. A jest at vice by virtues called a crime. Don Juan, c. 13. She did not appear at dinner. She came for a minute into the salon in the evening, but did not look at Julien. He considered this behavior strange, but, he thought, I do not know their usages. She will give me some good reason for all this. None the less he was a prey to the most extreme curiosity. He studied the expression of Mathilde's features. He was bound to own to himself that she looked cold and malicious. It was evidently not the same woman who on the preceding night had had, or pretended to have, transports of happiness which were too extravagant to be genuine. The day after, and the subsequent days she showed the same coldness. She did not look at him, she did not notice his existence. Julien was devoured by the keenest anxiety and was 1,000 leagues removed from that feeling of triumph which had been his only emotion on the first day. Can it be by chance, he said to himself, a return to virtue? But this was a very bourgeois word to apply to the haughty Mathilde. Placed in an ordinary position in life she would disbelieve in religion, thought Julien, she only likes it in so far as it is very useful to the interests of her class. But perhaps she may as a mere matter of delicacy be keenly reproaching herself for the mistake which she has committed. Julien believed that he was her first lover. But, he said to himself at other moments, I must admit that there is no trace of naivety, simplicity, or tenderness in her own demeanor. I have never seen her more haughty. Can she despise me? It would be worthy of her to reproach herself simply because of my low birth, for what she has done for me. While Julien, full of those preconceived ideas which he had found in books and in his memories of Verrières, was chasing the phantom of a tender mistress, who from the minute when she has made her lover happy no longer thinks of her own existence. Mathilde's vanity was infuriated against him. As for the last 2 months she had no longer been bored, she was not frightened of boredom, consequently, without being able to have the slightest suspicion of it, Julien had lost his greatest advantage. I have given myself a master, said Mademoiselle de la Mole to herself, a prey to the blackest sorrow. Luckily he is honor itself, but if I offend his vanity, he will revenge himself by making known the nature of our relations. Mathilde had never had a lover, and though passing through a stage of life which affords some tender illusions even to the coldest souls, she fell a prey to the most bitter reflections. He has an immense dominion over me since his reign is one of terror, and he is capable, if I provoke him, of punishing me with an awful penalty. This idea alone was enough to induce Mademoiselle de la Mole to insult him. Courage was the primary quality in her character. The only thing which could give her any thrill and cure her from a fundamental and chronically recurring ennui was the idea that she was staking her entire existence on a single throw. As Mademoiselle de la Mole obstinately refused to look at him, Julien on the third day in spite of her evident objection, followed her into the billiard room after dinner. Well, sir, you think you have acquired some very strong rights over me? She said to him with scarcely controlled anger, since you venture to speak to me, in spite of my very clearly manifested wish? Do you know that no one in the world has had such effrontery? The dialogue of these two lovers was incomparably humorous. Without suspecting it, they were animated by mutual sentiments of the most vivid hate. As neither the one nor the other had a meekly patient character, while they were both disciples of good form, they soon came to informing each other quite clearly that they would break forever. I swear eternal secrecy to you, said Julien. I should like to add that I would never address a single word to you, were it not that a marked change might perhaps jeopardize your reputation. He saluted respectfully and left. He accomplished easily enough what he believed to be a duty. He was very far from thinking himself much in love with Mademoiselle de la Mole. He had certainly not loved her 3 days before, when he had been hidden in the big mahogany cupboard. But the moment that he found himself estranged from her forever his mood underwent a complete and rapid change. His memory tortured him by going over the least details in that night, which had as a matter of fact left him so cold. In the very night that followed this announcement of a final rupture, Julien almost went mad at being obliged to own to himself that he loved Mademoiselle de la Mole. This discovery was followed by awful struggles, all his emotions were overwhelmed. 2 days later, instead of being haughty towards M. de Croisenois, he could have almost burst out into tears and embraced him. His habituation to unhappiness gave him a gleam of common sense. He decided to leave for Languedoc, packed his trunk and went to the post. He felt he would faint, when on arriving at the office of the mails, he was told that by a singular chance there was a place in the Toulouse mail. He booked it and returned to the Hôtel de la Mole to announce his departure to the Marquis. M. de la Mole had gone out. More dead than alive, Julien went into the library to wait for him. What was his emotion when he found Mademoiselle de la Mole there? As she saw him come, she assumed a malicious expression which it was impossible to mistake. In his unhappiness and surprise Julien lost his head and was weak enough to say to her in a tone of the most heartfelt tenderness, "So you love me no more?" "I am horrified at having given myself to the first man who came along," said Mathilde, crying with rage against herself. "The first man who came along," cried Julien, and he made for an old medieval sword which was kept in the library as a curiosity. His grief, which he thought was at its maximum at the moment when he had spoken to Mademoiselle de la Mole, had been rendered 100 times more intense by the tears of shame which he saw her shedding. He would have been the happiest of men if he had been able to kill her. When he was on the point of drawing the sword with some difficulty from its ancient scabbard, Mathilde, rendered happy by so novel a sensation, advanced proudly towards him. Her tears were dry. The thought of his benefactor, the Marquis de la Mole, presented itself vividly to Julien. "Shall I kill his daughter?" he said to himself. "How horrible." He made a movement to throw down the sword. "She will certainly," he thought, burst out laughing at the sight of such a melodramatic pose. That idea was responsible for his regaining all his self-possession. He looked curiously at the blade of the old sword as though he had been looking for some spot of rust, then put it back in the scabbard and replaced it with the utmost tranquillity on the gilt bronze nail from which it hung. The whole maneuver, which towards the end was very slow, lasted quite a minute. Mademoiselle de la Mole looked at him in astonishment. "So I have been on the verge of being killed by my lover," she said to herself. This idea transported her into the palmiest days of the age of Charles IX. And of Henri III. She stood motionless before Julien, who had just replaced the sword. She looked at him with eyes whose hatred had disappeared. It must be owned that she was very fascinating at this moment. Certainly no woman looked less like a Parisian doll. This expression symbolized Julien's great objection to the women of this city. "I shall relapse into some weakness for him," thought Mathilde. "It is quite likely that he will think himself my lord and master after a relapse like that at the very moment that I have been talking to him so firmly." She ran away. "By heaven, she is pretty," said Julien as he watched her run, "and that's the creature who threw herself into my arms with so much passion scarcely a week ago, and to think that those moments will never come back. And that it's my fault, to think of my being lacking in appreciation at the very moment when I was doing something so extraordinarily interesting. I must own that I was born with a very dull and unfortunate character." The Marquis appeared. Julien hastened to announce his departure. "Where to?" said M. de la Mole. "For Languedoc." "No, if you please, you are reserved for higher destinies. If you leave it will be for the north. In military phraseology I actually confine you in the hotel. You will compel me to be never more than 2 or 3 hours away. I may have need of you at any moment." Julien bowed and retired without a word, leaving the Marquis in a state of great astonishment. He was incapable of speaking. He shut himself up in his room. He was there free to exaggerate to himself all the awfulness of his fate. "So," he thought, "I cannot even get away. God knows how many days the Marquis will keep me in Paris. Great God, what will become of me, and not a friend whom I can consult. The Abbé Purard will never let me finish my first sentence, while the Comte Altamira will propose enlisting me in some conspiracy. And yet I am mad, I feel it, I am mad. Who will be able to guide me, what will become of me?" Chapter 48. Cruel moments. And she confesses it to me. She goes into even the smallest details. Her beautiful eyes fixed on mine, and describes the love which she felt for another. Schiller. The delighted Mademoiselle de la Mole thought of nothing but the happiness of having been nearly killed. She went so far as to say to herself, "He is worthy of being my master since he was on the point of killing me." How many handsome young society men would have to be melted together before they were capable of so passionate a transport? I must admit that he was very handsome at the time when he climbed up on the chair to replace the sword in the same picturesque position in which the decorator hung it. After all, it was not so foolish of me to love him. If at that moment some honorable means of reconciliation had presented itself, she would have embraced it with pleasure. Julien locked in his room was a prey to the most violent despair. He thought in his madness of throwing himself at her feet. If instead of hiding himself in an out-of-the-way place, he had wandered about the garden of the hotel so as to keep within reach of any opportunity, he would perhaps have changed in a single moment his awful unhappiness into the keenest happiness. But the tact for whose lack we are now reproaching him would have been incompatible with that sublime seizure of the sword, which at the present time rendered him so handsome in the eyes of Mademoiselle de la Mole. This whim in Julien's favour lasted the whole day. Mathilde conjured up a charming image of the short moments during which she had loved him. She regretted them. As a matter of fact, she said to herself, my passion for this poor boy can from his point of view only have lasted from 1 hour after midnight when I saw him arrive by his ladder with all his pistols in his coat pocket, till 8 o'clock in the morning. It was a quarter of an hour after that as I listened to Mass at St. Verrières that I began to think that he might very well try to terrify me into obedience. After dinner Mademoiselle de la Mole, so far from avoiding Julien, spoke to him and made him promise to follow her into the garden. He obeyed. It was a new experience. Without suspecting it, Mathilde was yielding to the love which she was now feeling for him again. She found an extreme pleasure in walking by his side, and she looked curiously at those hands which had seized the sword to kill her that very morning. After such an action, after all that had taken place, some of the former conversation was out of the question. Mathilde gradually began to talk confidentially to him about the state of her heart. She found a singular pleasure in this kind of conversation. She even went so far as to describe to him the fleeting moments of enthusiasm which she had experienced for M. de Croisenois, for M. de Caylus. What? M. de Caylus as well? Exclaimed Julien, and all the jealousy of a discarded lover burst out in those words. Mathilde thought as much, but did not feel at all insulted. She continued torturing Julien by describing her former sentiments with the most picturesque detail and the accent of the most intimate truth. He saw that she was portraying what she had in her mind's eye. He had the pain of noticing that as she spoke she made new discoveries in her own heart. The unhappiness of jealousy could not be carried further. It is cruel enough to suspect that a rival is loved, but there is no doubt that to hear the woman one adores confess in detail the love which rivals inspires, is the utmost limit of anguish. Oh, how great a punishment was there now for those impulses of pride which had induced Julien to place himself as superior to the Caylus and the Croisenois. How deeply did he feel his own unhappiness as he exaggerated to himself their most petty advantages. With what hearty good faith he despised himself. Mathilde struck him as adorable. All words are weak to express his excessive admiration. As he walked beside her he looked surreptitiously at her hands, her arms, her queenly bearing. He was so completely overcome by love and unhappiness as to be on the point of falling at her feet and crying, pity. Yes, and that person who is so beautiful, who is so superior to everything and who loved me once, will doubtless soon love M. de Caylus. Julien could have no doubts of Mademoiselle de la Mole's sincerity. The accent of truth was only too palpable in everything she said. In order that nothing might be wanting to complete his unhappiness, there were moments when, as a result of thinking about the sentiments which she had once experienced for M. de Caylus, Mathilde came to talk of him, as though she loved him at the present time. She certainly put an inflection of love into her voice. Julien distinguished it clearly. He would have suffered less if his bosom had been filled inside with molten lead. Plunged as he was in this abyss of unhappiness, how could the poor boy have guessed that it was simply because she was talking to him? That Mademoiselle de la Mole found so much pleasure in recalling those weaknesses of love which she had formerly experienced for M. de Caylus or M. de Luz. Words failed to express Julien's anguish. He listened to these detailed confidences of the love she had experienced for others in that very avenue of pines where he had waited so few days ago for 1 o'clock to strike that he might invade her room. No human being can undergo a greater degree of unhappiness. This kind of familiar cruelty lasted for 8 long days. Mathilde sometimes seemed to seek opportunities of speaking to him and sometimes not to avoid them. And the one topic of conversation to which they both seemed to revert with a kind of cruel pleasure, was the description of the sentiments she had felt for others. She told him about the letters which she had written, she remembered their very words, she recited whole sentences by heart. She seemed during these last days to be envisaging Julien with a kind of malicious joy. She found a keen enjoyment in his pangs. One sees that Julien had no experience of life, he had not even read any novels. If he had been a little less awkward and he had coolly said to the young girl, whom he adored so much and who had been giving him such strange confidences, admit that though I am not worth as much as all these gentlemen, I am none the less the man whom you loved, she would perhaps have been happy at being at thus guessed. At any rate success would have entirely depended on the grace with which Julien had expressed the idea, and on the moment which he had chosen to do so. In any case he would have extricated himself well and advantageously from a situation which Mathilde was beginning to find monotonous. "And you love me no longer, me, who adores you," said Julien to her one day, overcome by love and unhappiness. This piece of folly was perhaps the greatest which he could have committed. These words immediately destroyed all the pleasure which Mademoiselle de la Mole found in talking to him about the state of her heart. She was beginning to be surprised that he did not, after what had happened, take offense at what she told him. She had even gone so far as to imagine at the very moment when he made that foolish remark that perhaps he did not love her any more. His pride has doubtless extinguished his love, she was saying to herself. He is not the man to sit still and see people like Caylus, Deleuze, Croisenois whom he admits are so superior, preferred to him. No, I shall never see him at my feet again. Julien had often in the naivety of his unhappiness, during the previous days praised sincerely the brilliant qualities of these gentlemen, he would even go so far as to exaggerate them. This nuance had not escaped Mademoiselle de la Mole, she was astonished by it, but did not guess its reason. Julien's frenzied soul, in praising a rival whom he thought was loved, was sympathizing with his happiness. These frank but stupid words changed everything in a single moment. Confident that she was loved, Mathilde despised him utterly. She was walking with him when he made his ill-timed remark. She left him, and her parting look expressed the most awful contempt. She returned to the salon and did not look at him again during the whole evening. This contempt monopolized her mind the following day. The impulse which during the last week had made her find so much pleasure in treating Julien as her most intimate friend was out of the question, the very sight of him was disagreeable. The sensation Mathilde felt reached the point of disgust. Nothing can express the extreme contempt which she experienced when her eyes fell upon him. Julien had understood nothing of the history of Mathilde's heart during the last week, but he distinguished the contempt. He had the good sense only to appear before her on the rarest possible occasions, and never looked at her. But it was not without a mortal anguish that he, as it were, deprived himself of her presence. He thought he felt his unhappiness increasing still further. The courage of a man's heart cannot be carried further, he said to himself. He passed his life seated at a little window at the top of the hotel. The blind was carefully closed, and from here at any rate he could see Mademoiselle de la Mole when she appeared in the garden. What were his emotions when he saw her walking after dinner with M. de Caylus, M. Deleuze, or some other for whom she had confessed to him some former amorous weakness? Julien had no idea that unhappiness could be so intense, he was on the point of shouting out. This firm soul was at last completely overwhelmed. Thinking about anything else except Mademoiselle de la Mole had become odious to him, he became incapable of writing the simplest letters. "You are mad," the Marquis said to him. Julien was frightened that his secret might be guessed, talked about illness and succeeded in being believed. Fortunately for him the Marquis rallied him at dinner about his next journey. Mathilde understood that it might be a very long one. It was now several days that Julien had avoided her, and the brilliant young man who had all that this pale sombre being she had once loved was lacking, had no longer the power of drawing her out of her reverie. An ordinary girl, she said to herself, would have sought out the man she preferred among those young people who are the cynosure of a salon, but one of the characteristics of genius is not to drive its thoughts over the rut traced by the vulgar. Why, if I were the companion of a man like Julien, who only lacks the fortune that I possess, I should be continually exciting attention, I should not pass through life unnoticed. Far from incessantly fearing a revolution like my cousins who are so frightened of the people that they have not the pluck to scold a postilion who drives them badly, I should be certain of playing a role and a great role. For the man whom I have chosen has a character and a boundless ambition. What does he lack? Friends, money. I will give them him. But she treated Julien in her thought as an inferior being whose love one could win whenever one wanted. Chapter 49. The Opera Bouffe. How the spring of love resembleth the uncertain glory of an April day, which now shows all the beauty of the sun, and by a cloud takes all away. Shakespeare. Engrossed by thoughts of her future and the singular role which she hoped to play, Mathilde soon came to miss the dry metaphysical conversations which she had often had with Julien. Fatigued by these lofty thoughts, she would sometimes also miss those moments of happiness which she had found by his side. These last memories were not unattended by remorse which at certain times even overwhelmed her. But one may have a weakness, she said to herself, a girl like I am should only forget herself for a man of real merit. They will not say that it is his pretty mustache or his skill in horsemanship which have fascinated me, but rather his deep discussions on the future of France and his ideas on the analogy between the events which are going to burst upon us and the English Revolution of 1688. I have been seduced, she answered in her remorse. I am a weak woman, but at least I have not been led astray like a doll by exterior advantages. If there is a revolution, why should not Julien Sorel play the role of Roland and I the role of Madame Roland? I prefer that part to Madame de Staël's. The immorality of my conduct will constitute an obstacle in this age of ours. I will certainly not let them reproach me with an act of weakness, I should die of shame. Mathilde's reveries were not all as grave, one must admit, as the thoughts which we have just transcribed. She would look at Julien and find a charming grace in his slightest action. I have doubtless, she would say, succeeded in destroying in him the very faintest idea he had of anyone else's rights. The air of unhappiness and deep passion with which the poor boy declared his love to me 8 days ago proves it. I must own it was very extraordinary of me to manifest anger at words in which there shone so much respect and so much of passion. Am I not his real wife? Those words of his were quite natural, and I must admit, were really very nice. Julien still continued to love me, even after those eternal conversations in which I had only spoken to him, cruelly enough I admit, about those weaknesses of love which the boredom of the life I lead had inspired me for those young society men of whom he is so jealous. Ah, if he only knew what little danger I have to fear from them, how withered and stereotyped they seem to me in comparison with him. While indulging in these reflections, Mathilde made a random pencil sketch of a profile on a page of her album. One of the profiles she had just finished surprised and delighted her. It had a striking resemblance to Julien. It is the voice of heaven. That's one of the miracles of love, she cried ecstatically. Without suspecting it, I have drawn his portrait. She fled to her room, shut herself up in it, and with much application made strenuous endeavors to draw Julien's portrait, but she was unable to succeed. The profile she had traced at random still remained the most like him. Mathilde was delighted with it. She saw in it a palpable proof of the grand passion. She only left her album very late when the marquise had her called to go to the Italian opera. Her one idea was to catch sight of Julien, so that she might get her mother to request him to keep them company. He did not appear, and the ladies had only ordinary vulgar creatures in their box. During the first act of the opera, Mathilde dreamt of the man she loved with all the ecstasies of the most vivid passion. But a love maxim in the second act, sung it must be owned to a melody worthy of Cimarosa, pierced her heart. The heroine of the opera said, "You must punish me for the excessive adoration which I feel for him. I love him too much." From the moment that Mathilde heard this sublime song, everything in the world ceased to exist. She was spoken to, she did not answer, her mother reprimanded her, she could scarcely bring herself to look at her. Her ecstasy reached a state of exultation and passion analogous to the most violent transports which Julien had felt for her for some days. The divinely graceful melody to which the maxim, which seemed to have such a striking application to her own position, was sung, engrossed all the minutes when she was not actually thinking of Julien. Thanks to her love for music, she was on this particular evening like Madame de Rênal always was, when she thought of Julien. Love of the head has doubtless more intelligence than true love, but it only has moments of enthusiasm. It knows itself too well, it sits in judgment on itself incessantly, far from distracting thought it is made by sheer force of thought. On returning home Mathilde, in spite of Madame de la Mole's remonstrances, pretended to have a fever and spent a part of the night in going over this melody on her piano. She sang the words of the celebrated air which had so fascinated her. Devo punirmi. Se troppo amai, etc. As the result of this night of madness, she imagined that she had succeeded in triumphing over her love. This page will be prejudicial in more than one way to the unfortunate author. Frigid souls will accuse him of indecency. But the young ladies who shine in the Paris salons have no right to feel insulted at the supposition that one of their number might be liable to those transports of madness which have been degrading the character of Mathilde. That character is purely imaginary, and is even drawn quite differently from that social code which will guarantee so distinguished a place in the world's history to 19th-century civilization. The young girls who have adorned this winter's balls are certainly not lacking in prudence. I do not think either that they can be accused of being unduly scornful of a brilliant fortune, horses, fine estates, and all the guarantees of a pleasant position in society. Far from finding these advantages simply equivalent to boredom, they usually concentrate on them their most constant desires and devote to them such passion as their hearts possess. Nor again is it love which is the dominant principle in the career of young men who, like Julien, are gifted with some talent. They attach themselves with an irresistible grip to some coterie, and when the coterie succeeds all the good things of society are rained upon them. Woe to the studious man who belongs to no coterie, even his smallest and most doubtful successes will constitute a grievance, and lofty virtue will rob him and triumph. Yes, monsieur, a novel is a mirror which goes out on a highway. Sometimes it reflects the azure of the heavens, sometimes the mire of the pools of mud on the way, and the man who carries this mirror in his knapsack is forsooth to be accused by you of being immoral. His mirror shows the mire, and you accuse the mirror. Rather accuse the main road where the mud is, or rather the inspector of roads who allows the water to accumulate and the mud to form. Now that it is quite understood that Mathilde's character is impossible in our own age, which is as discreet as it is virtuous, I am less frightened of offense by continuing the history of the follies of this charming girl. During the whole of the following day she looked out for opportunities of convincing herself of her triumph over her mad passion. Her great aim was to displease Julien in everything, but not one of his movements escaped her. Julien was too unhappy, and above all too agitated to appreciate so complicated a stratagem of passion. Still less was he capable of seeing how favorable it really was to him. He was duped by it. His unhappiness had perhaps never been so extreme. His actions were so little controlled by his intellect that if some mournful philosopher had said to him, "Think how to exploit as quickly as you can those symptoms which promise to be favorable to you." In this kind of head love which is seen at Paris, the same mood cannot last more than 2 days, he would not have understood him. But however ecstatic he might feel, Julien was a man of honor. Discretion was his first duty. He appreciated it. Asking advice, describing his agony to the first man who came along would have constituted a happiness analogous to that of the unhappy man who, when traversing a burning desert receives from heaven a drop of icy water. He realized the danger, was frightened of answering an indiscreet question by a torrent of tears, and shut himself up in his own room. He saw Mathilde walking in the garden for a long time. When she at last left it, he went down there and approached the rose bush from which she had taken a flower. The night was dark and he could abandon himself to his unhappiness without fear of being seen. It was obvious to him that Mademoiselle de la Mole loved one of those young officers with whom she had chatted so gaily. She had loved him, but she had realized his little merit, and as a matter of fact I had very little, Julien said to himself with full conviction. Taking me all round I am a very dull, vulgar person, very boring to others and quite unbearable to myself. He was mortally disgusted with all his good qualities, and with all the things which he had once loved so enthusiastically. And it was when his imagination was in this distorted condition that he undertook to judge life by means of its aid. This mistake is typical of a superior man. The idea of suicide presented itself to him several times. The idea was full of charm, and like a delicious rest, because it was the glass of iced water offered to the wretch dying of thirst and heat in the desert. "My death will increase the contempt she has for me," he exclaimed. "What a memory I should leave her." Courage is the only resource of a human being who has fallen into this last abyss of unhappiness. Julien did not have sufficient genius to say to himself, "I must dare," but as he looked at the window of Mathilde's room he saw through the blinds that she was putting out her light. He conjured up that charming room which he had seen, alas, once in his whole life. His imagination did not go any further. 1 o'clock struck. Hearing the stroke of the clock and saying to himself, "I will climb up the ladder," scarcely took a moment. It was the flash of genius, good reasons crowded on his mind. "May I be more fortunate than before," he said to himself. He ran to the ladder. The gardener had chained it up. With the help of the cock of one of his little pistols which he broke, Julien, who for the time being was animated by a superhuman force, twisted one of the links of the chain which held the ladder. He was master of it in a few minutes, and placed it against Mathilde's window. "She will be angry and riddle me with scornful words. What does it matter? I will give her a kiss, one last kiss. I will go up to my room and kill myself. My lips will touch her cheek before I die." He flew up the ladder and knocked at the blind. Mathilde heard him after some minutes and tried to open the blind, but the ladder was in the way. Julien hung to the iron hook intending to keep the blind open, and at the imminent risk of falling down, gave the ladder a violent shake which moved it a little. Mathilde was able to open the blind. He threw himself into the window more dead than alive. "So it is you, dear," she said as she rushed into his arms. The excess of Julien's happiness was indescribable. Mathilde's almost equaled his own. She talked against herself to him and denounced herself. "Punish me for my awful pride," she said to him, clasping him in her arms so tightly as almost to choke him. "You are my master, dear, I am your slave. I must ask your pardon on my knees for having tried to rebel." She left his arms to fall at his feet. "Yes," she said to him, still intoxicated with happiness and with love, "you are my master, reign over me forever. When your slave tries to revolt, punish her severely." In another moment she tore herself from his arms, and lit a candle, and it was only by a supreme effort that Julien could prevent her from cutting off a whole tress of her hair. "I want to remind myself," she said to him, "that I am your handmaid. If I am ever led astray again by my abominable pride, show me this hair and say, it is not a question of the emotion which your soul may be feeling at present, you have sworn to obey, obey on your honor. But it is wiser to suppress the description of so intense a transport of delirious happiness." Julien's unselfishness was equal to his happiness. "I must go down by the ladder," he said to Mathilde, when he saw the dawn of day appear from the quarter of the east over the distant chimneys beyond the garden. "The sacrifice that I impose on myself is worthy of you. I deprive myself of some hours of the most astonishing happiness that a human soul can savor, but it is a sacrifice I make for the sake of your reputation. If you know my heart you will appreciate how violent is the strain to which I am putting myself. Will you always be to me what you are now? But honor speaks, it suffices. Let me tell you that since our last interview, thieves have not been the only object of suspicion. M. de la Mole has set a guard in the garden. M. Croisenois is surrounded by spies, they know what he does every night." Mathilde burst out laughing at this idea. Her mother and a chambermaid were woken up, they suddenly began to speak to her through the door. Julien looked at her, she grew pale as she scolded the chambermaid, and she did not deign to speak to her mother. "But suppose they think of opening the window, they will see the ladder," Julien said to her. He clasped her again in his arms, rushed on to the ladder, and slid, rather than climbed down, he was on the ground in a moment. 3 seconds after the latter was in the avenue of pines, and Mathilde's honor was saved. Julien returned to his room and found that he was bleeding and almost naked. He had wounded himself in sliding down in that daredevil way. Extreme happiness had made him regain all the energy of his character. If 20 men had presented themselves, it would have proved at this moment only an additional pleasure to have attacked them unaided. Happily his military prowess was not put to the proof. He laid the ladder in its usual place and replaced the chain which held it. He did not forget to efface the mark which the ladder had left on the bed of exotic flowers under Mathilde's window. As he was moving his hand over the soft ground in the darkness and satisfying himself that the mark had entirely disappeared, he felt something fall down on his hands. It was a whole tress of Mathilde's hair which she had cut off and thrown down to him. She was at the window. "That's what your servant sends you," she said to him in a fairly loud voice. "It is the sign of eternal gratitude. I renounce the exercise of my reason, be my master." Julien was quite overcome and was on the point of going to fetch the ladder again and climbing back into her room. Finally reason prevailed. Getting back into the hotel from the garden was not easy. He succeeded in forcing the door of a cellar. Once in the house he was obliged to break through the door of his room as silently as possible. In his agitation he had left in the little room which he had just abandoned so rapidly, the key which was in the pocket of his coat. "I only hope she thinks of hiding that fatal trophy," he thought. Finally fatigue prevailed over happiness, and as the sun was rising he fell into a deep sleep. The breakfast bell only just managed to wake him up. He appeared in the dining room. Shortly afterwards Mathilde came in. Julien's pride felt deliciously flattered as he saw the love which shone in the eyes of this beautiful creature who was surrounded by so much homage, but soon his discretion had occasion to be alarmed. Making an excuse of the little time that she had had to do her hair, Mathilde had arranged it in such a way that Julien could see at the first glance the full extent of the sacrifice that she had made for his sake. By cutting off her hair on the previous night. If it had been possible to spoil so beautiful a face by anything whatsoever, Mathilde would have succeeded in doing it. A whole tress of her beautiful blonde hair was cut off to within half an inch of the scalp. Mathilde's whole manner during breakfast was in keeping with this initial imprudence. One might have said that she had made a specific point of trying to inform the whole world of her mad passion for Julien. Happily on this particular day M. de la Mole and the Marquis were very much concerned about an approaching bestowal of blue ribbons, which was going to take place, and in which M. de Chalons was not comprised. Towards the end of the meal, Mathilde, who was talking to Julien, happened to call him "my master." He blushed up to the whites of his eyes. Mathilde was not left alone for an instant that day, whether by chance or the deliberate policy of Madame de la Mole. In the evening when she passed from the dining room into the salon, however, she managed to say to Julien, "You may be thinking I am making an excuse, but Mamma has just decided that one of her women is to spend the night in my room." This day passed with lightning rapidity. Julien was at the zenith of happiness. At 7 o'clock in the morning of the following day he installed himself in the library. He hoped the Mademoiselle de la Mole would deign to appear there. He had written her an interminable letter. He only saw her several hours afterwards at breakfast. Her hair was done today with the very greatest care, a marvelous art had managed to hide the place where the hair had been cut. She looked at Julien once or twice, but her eyes were polite and calm, and there was no question of calling him "my master." Julien's astonishment prevented him from breathing. Mathilde was reproaching herself for all she had done for him. After mature reflection, she had come to the conclusion that he was a person who, though not absolutely commonplace, was yet not sufficiently different from the common ruck to deserve all the strange follies that she had ventured for his sake. To sum up, she did not give love a single thought. On this particular day she was tired of loving. As for Julien, his emotions were those of a child of 16. He was a successive prey to awful doubt, astonishment and despair during this breakfast which he thought would never end. As soon as he could decently get up from the table, he flew rather than ran to the stable, saddled his horse himself, and galloped off. "I must kill my heart through sheer force of physical fatigue," he said to himself as he galloped through the Meudon woods. What have I done, what have I said to deserve a disgrace like this? I must do nothing and say nothing today, he thought as he re-entered the hotel. I must be as dead physically as I am morally. Julien saw nothing any more, it was only his corpse which kept moving. Chapter 50. The Japanese Vase. His heart does not first realize the full extremity of his unhappiness, he is more troubled than moved. But as reason returns he feels the depth of his misfortune. All the pleasures of life seem to have been destroyed, he can only feel the sharp barbs of a lacerating despair. But what is the use of talking of physical pain? What pain which is only felt by the body can be compared to this pain, Jean-Paul? The dinner bell rang, Julien had barely time to dress, he found Mathilde in the salon. She was pressing her brother and M. de Croisenois to promise her that they would not go and spend the evening at Chourissen's with Madame the Marechale de Fervaques. It would have been difficult to have shown herself more amiable or fascinating to them. M. de Luz, de Caylus and several of their friends came in after dinner. One would have said that Mademoiselle de la Mole had commenced again to cultivate the most scrupulous conventionality at the same time as her sisterly affection. Although the weather was delightful this evening, she refused to go out into the garden, and insisted on their all staying near the armchair where Madame de la Mole was sitting. The blue sofa was the center of the group as it had been in the winter. Mathilde was out of temper with the garden, or at any rate she found it absolutely boring, it was bound up with the memory of Julien. Unhappiness blunts the edge of the intellect. Our hero had the bad taste to stop by that little straw chair which had formerly witnessed his most brilliant triumphs. Today none spoke to him, his presence seemed to be unnoticed, and worse than that. Those of Mademoiselle de la Mole's friends who were sitting near him at the end of the sofa, made a point of somehow or other turning their back on him, at any rate he thought so. It is a court disgrace, he thought. He tried to study for a moment the people who were endeavoring to overwhelm him with their contempt. M. de Luz had an important post in the king's suite, the result of which was that the handsome officer began every conversation with every listener who came along by telling him this special piece of information. His uncle had started at 7 o'clock for St. Cloud and reckoned on spending the night there. This detail was introduced with all the appearance of good nature, but it never failed to be worked in. As Julien scrutinized M. de Croisenois with a stern gaze of unhappiness, he observed that this good amiable young man attributed a great influence to occult causes. He even went so far as to become melancholy and out of temper if he saw an event of the slightest importance ascribed to a simple and perfectly natural cause. There is an element of madness in this, Julien said to himself. This man's character has a striking analogy with that of the Emperor Alexander, such as the Prince Korasoff described it to me. During the first year of his stay in Paris poor Julien, fresh from the seminary and dazzled by the graces of all these amiable young people, whom he found so novel, had felt bound to admire them. Their true character was only beginning to become outlined in his eyes. I am playing an undignified role here, he suddenly thought. The question was, how he could leave the little straw chair without undue awkwardness. He wanted to invent something, and tried to extract some novel excuse from an imagination which was otherwise engrossed. He was compelled to fall back on his memory, which was, it must be owned, somewhat poor in resources of this kind. The poor boy was still very much out of his element, and could not have exhibited a more complete and noticeable awkwardness when he got up to leave the salon. His misery was only too palpable in his whole manner. He had been playing, for the last 3/4 of an hour, the role of an officious inferior from whom one does not take the trouble to hide what one really thinks. The critical observations he had just made on his rivals prevented him, however, from taking his own unhappiness too tragically. His pride could take support in what had taken place the previous day. Whatever may be their advantages over me, he thought, as he went into the garden alone, Mathilde has never been to a single one of them what, twice in my life, she has deigned to be to me. His penetration did not go further. He absolutely failed to appreciate the character of the extraordinary person whom chance had just made the supreme mistress of all his happiness. He tried, on the following day, to make himself and his horse dead tired with fatigue. He made no attempt in the evening to go near the blue sofa to which Mathilde remained constant. He noticed that Comte Norbert did not even deign to look at him when he met him about the house. He must be doing something very much against the grain, he thought, he is naturally so polite. Sleep would have been a happiness to Julien. In spite of his physical fatigue, memories which were only too seductive commenced to invade his imagination. He had not the genius to see that, inasmuch as his long rides on horseback over forests on the outskirts of Paris only affected him, and had no effect at all on Mathilde's heart or mind. He was consequently leaving his eventual destiny to the caprice of chance. He thought that one thing would give his pain an infinite relief, it would be to speak to Mathilde. Yet what would he venture to say to her? He was dreaming deeply about this at 7 o'clock one morning when he suddenly saw her enter the library. "I know, monsieur, that you are anxious to speak to me." "Great heavens! Who told you?" "I know, anyway, that is enough. If you are dishonorable, you can ruin me, or at least try to. But this danger, which I do not believe to be real, will certainly not prevent me from being sincere. I do not love you any more, monsieur, I have been led astray by my foolish imagination. Distracted by love and unhappiness, as a result of this terrible blow, Julien tried to justify himself. Nothing could have been more absurd. Does one make any excuses for failure to please? But reason had no longer any control over his actions. A blind instinct urged him to get the determination of his fate postponed. He thought that, so long as he kept on speaking, all could not be over. Mathilde had not listened to his words, their sound irritated her. She could not conceive how he could have the audacity to interrupt her. She was rendered equally unhappy this morning by remorseful virtue and remorseful pride. She felt to some extent pulverized by the idea of having given a little abbé, who was the son of a peasant, rights over her. It is almost, she said to herself, in those moments when she exaggerated her own misfortune, as though I had a weakness for one of my footmen to reproach myself with. In bold, proud natures there is only one step from anger against themselves to wrath against others. In these cases the very transports of fury constitute a vivid pleasure. In a single minute Mademoiselle de la Mole reached the point of loading Julien with the signs of the most extreme contempt. She had infinite wit, and this wit was always triumphant in the art of torturing vanity and wounding it cruelly. For the first time in his life Julien found himself subjected to the energy of a superior intellect, which was animated against him by the most violent hate. Far from having at present the slightest thought of defending himself, he came to despise himself. Hearing himself overwhelmed with such marks of contempt which were so cleverly calculated to destroy any good opinion that he might have of himself, he thought that Mathilde was right, and that she did not say enough. As for her, she found it deliciously gratifying to her pride to punish in this way both herself and him for the adoration that she had felt some days previously. She did not have to invent and improvise the cruel remarks which she addressed to him with so much gusto. All she had to do was to repeat what the advocate of the other side had been saying against her love in her own heart for the last 8 days. Each word intensified 100-fold Julien's awful unhappiness. He wanted to run away, but Mademoiselle de la Mole took hold of his arm authoritatively. "Be good enough to remark," he said to her, "that you are talking very loud. You will be heard in the next room." "What does it matter?" Mademoiselle de la Mole answered haughtily. "Who will dare to say they have heard me? I want to cure your miserable vanity once and for all of any ideas you may have indulged in on my account." When Julien was allowed to leave the library he was so astonished that he was less sensitive to his unhappiness. "She does not love me any more," he repeated to himself, speaking aloud as though to teach himself how he stood. "It seems that she has loved me 8 or 10 days, but I shall love her all my life. Is it really possible she was nothing to me, nothing to my heart so few days back?" Mathilde's heart was inundated by the joy of satisfied pride. So she had been able to break with him forever. So complete a triumph over so strong an inclination rendered her completely happy. So this little gentleman will understand, once and for all, that he has not, and will never have, any dominion over me. She was so happy that in reality she ceased to love at this particular moment. In a less passionate being than Julien, love would have become impossible after a scene of such awful humiliation. Without deviating for a single minute from the requirements of her own self-respect, Mademoiselle de la Mole had addressed to him some of those unpleasant remarks which are so well thought out that they may seem true, even when remembered in cold blood. The conclusion which Julien drew in the first moment of so surprising a scene, was that Mathilde was infinitely proud. He firmly believed that all was over between them forever, and none the less, he was awkward and nervous towards her at breakfast on the following day. This was a fault from which up to now he had been exempt. Both in small things as in big it was his habit to know what he ought and wanted to do, and he used to act accordingly. The same day after breakfast Madame de la Mole asked him for a fairly rare, seditious pamphlet which her cure had surreptitiously brought her in the morning, and Julien, as he took it from a bracket, knocked over a blue porcelain vase which was as ugly as it could possibly be. Madame de la Mole got up, uttering a cry of distress, and proceeded to contemplate at close quarters the ruins of her beloved vase. It was old Japanese, she said. It came to me from my great-aunt, the Abbess of Chelles. It was a present from the Dutch to the Regent, the Duke of Orleans, who had given it to his daughter. Mathilde had followed her mother's movements, and felt delighted at seeing that the blue vase, that she had thought horribly ugly, was broken. Julien was taciturn, and not unduly upset. He saw Mademoiselle de la Mole quite near him. "This vase," he said to her, "has been destroyed forever. The same is the case with the sentiment which was once master of my heart. I would ask you to accept my apologies for all the pieces of madness which it has made me commit." And he went out. "One would really say," said Madame de la Mole, as he went out of the room, "that this M. Sorel is quite proud of what he has just done." These words went right home to Mathilde's heart. "It is true," she said to herself, "my mother has guessed right. That is the sentiment which animates him." It was only then that she ceased rejoicing over yesterday's scene. "Well, it is all over," she said to herself, with an apparent calm. "It is a great lesson, anyway. It is an awful and humiliating mistake. It is enough to make me prudent all the rest of my life. Why didn't I speak the truth?" thought Julien. "Why am I still tortured by the love which I once had for that mad woman?" Far, however, from being extinguished as he had hoped it would be, his love grew more and more rapidly. "She is mad, it is true," he said to himself. "Is she any the less adorable for that? Is it possible for anyone to be prettier? Is not Mademoiselle de la Mole the ideal quintessence of all the most vivid pleasures of the most elegant civilization?" These memories of a bygone happiness seized hold of Julien's mind, and quickly proceeded to destroy all the work of his reason. It is in vain that reason wrestles with memories of this character. Its stern struggles only increase the fascination. 24 hours after the breaking of the Japanese vase, Julien was unquestionably one of the most unhappy men in the world. Chapter 51. The Secret Note. I have seen everything I relate, and if I may have made a mistake when I saw it, I am certainly not deceiving you in telling you of it. Letter to the author. The Marquis summoned him. M. De la Mole looked rejuvenated, his eye was brilliant. "Let us discuss your memory a little," he said to Julien, "it is said to be prodigious. Could you learn 4 pages by heart and go and say them at London, but without altering a single word?" The Marquis was irritably fingering the Day's Quotidian, and was trying in vain to hide an extreme seriousness which Julien had never noticed in him before, even when discussing the Verrières lawsuit. Julien had already learned sufficient manners to appreciate that he ought to appear completely taken in by the lightness of tone which was being manifested. This number of the Quotidian is not very amusing possibly, but if M. the Marquis will allow me, I shall do myself the honor tomorrow morning of reciting it to him from beginning to end. What, even the advertisements? Quite accurately and without leaving out a word. You give me your word? replied the Marquis with sudden gravity. Yes, monsieur, the only thing which could upset my memory is the fear of breaking my promise. The fact is, I forgot to put this question to you yesterday. I am not going to ask for your oath never to repeat what you are going to hear. I know you too well to insult you like that. I have answered for you. I am going to take you into a salon where 12 persons will be assembled. You will make a note of what each one says. Do not be uneasy. It will not be a confused conversation by any means. Each one will speak in his turn, though not necessarily in an orderly manner, added the Marquis, falling back into that light, subtle manner which was so natural to him. While we are talking, you will write out 20 pages and will come back here with me, and we will get those 20 pages down to 4. And those are the 4 pages you will recite to me tomorrow morning instead of the 4 pages of the quotidian. You will leave immediately afterwards. You must post about like a young man traveling on pleasure. Your aim will be to avoid attracting attention. You will arrive at the house of a great personage. You will there need more skill. Your business will then be to take in all his entourage, for among his secretaries and his servants are some people who have sold themselves to our enemies, and who spy on our traveling agents in order to intercept them. You will have an insignificant letter of introduction. At the moment His Excellency looks at you, you will take out this watch of mine, which I will lend you for the journey. Wear it now, it will be so much done, at any rate give me yours. The Duke himself will be good enough to write at your dictation the 4 pages you have learnt by heart. Having done this, but not earlier, mind you, you can, if His Excellency questions you, tell him about the meeting at which you are now going to be present. You will be prevented from boring yourself on the journey between Paris and the minister's residence by the thought that there are people who would like nothing better than to fire a shot at the Abbé Sorel. In that case that gentleman's mission will be finished, and I see a great delay, for how are we to know of your death, my dear friend? Even your zeal cannot go to the length of informing us of it. Run straight away and buy a complete suit, went on the Marquis seriously. Dress in the fashion of 2 years ago. Tonight you must look somewhat badly groomed. When you travel, on the other hand, you will be as usual. Does this surprise you? Does your suspiciousness guess the secret? Yes, my friend, one of the venerable personages you are going to hear deliver his opinion is perfectly capable of giving information as the result of which you stand a very good chance of being given at least opium some fine evening in some good inn where you will have asked for supper. It is better, said Julien, to do an extra 30 leagues and not take the direct road. It is a case of Rome, I suppose. The Marquis assumed an expression of extreme haughtiness and dissatisfaction which Julien had never seen him wear since Brayloot. That is what you will know, monsieur, when I think it proper to tell you. I do not like questions. That was not one, answered Julien eagerly. I swear, monsieur, I was thinking quite aloud. My mind was trying to find out the safest route. Yes, it seems your mind was a very long way off. Remember that an emissary, and particularly one of your age, should not appear to be a man who forces confidences. Julien was very mortified, he was in the wrong. His vanity tried to find an excuse and did not find one. You understand, added Monsieur de la Mole, that one always falls back on one's heart when one has committed some mistake. An hour afterwards Julien was in the Marquis's antechamber. He looked quite like a servant with his old clothes, a tie of a dubious white, and a certain touch of the usher in his whole appearance. The Marquis burst out laughing as he saw him, and it was only then that Julien's justification was complete. If this young man betrays me, said M. de la Mole to himself, whom is one to trust? And yet, when one acts, one must trust someone. My son and his brilliant friends of the same caliber have as much courage and loyalty as 100,000 men. If it were necessary to fight, they would die on the steps of the throne. They know everything, except what one needs in emergency. Devil take me if I can find a single one among them who can learn 4 pages by heart and do 100 leagues without being tracked down. Norbert would know how to sell his life as dearly as his grandfather's did. But any conscript could do as much. The Marquis fell into a profound reverie. As for selling one's life too, he said with a sigh, perhaps this Sorel would manage it quite as well as he could. Let us get into the carriage, said the Marquis as though to chase away an unwanted idea. Monsieur, said Julien, while they were getting this suit ready for me, I learnt the first page of today's quotidian by heart. The Marquis took the paper. Julien recited it without making a single mistake. Good, said the Marquis, who this night felt very diplomatic. During the time he takes over this our young man will not notice the streets through which we are passing. They arrived in a big salon that looked melancholy enough and was partly upholstered in green velvet. In the middle of the room a scowling lackey had just placed a big dining table which he subsequently changed into a writing table by means of an immense green ink-stained tablecloth which had been plundered from some minister. The master of the house was an enormous man whose name was not pronounced. Julien thought he had the appearance and eloquence of a man who ruminated. At a sign from the Marquis, Julien had remained at the lower end of the table. In order to keep himself in countenance, he began to cut quills. He counted out of the corner of his eye 7 visitors, but Julien could only see their backs. 2 seemed to him to be speaking to M. de la Mole on a footing of equality, the others seemed more or less respectful. A new person entered without being announced. This is strange, thought Julien. People are not announced in this salon. Is this precaution taken in my honor? Everybody got up to welcome the new arrival. He wore the same extremely distinguished decoration as 3 of the other persons who were in the salon. They talked fairly low. In endeavoring to form an opinion of the newcomer, Julien was reduced to seeing what he could learn from his features and his appearance. He was short and thick-set. He had a high color and a brilliant eye and an expression that looked like a malignant boar, and nothing else. Julien's attention was partly distracted by the almost immediate arrival of a very different kind of person. It was a tall very thin man who wore 3 or 4 waistcoats. His eye was caressing, his demeanor polite. He looks exactly like the old Bishop of Besançon, thought Julien. This man evidently belonged to the church, was apparently not more than 50 to 55 years of age, and no one could have looked more paternal than he did. The young Bishop of Agde appeared. He looked very astonished when, in making a scrutiny of those present, his gaze fell upon Julien. He had not spoken to him since the ceremony of Bray-le-Haut. His look of surprise embarrassed and irritated Julien. What? He said to himself, will knowing a man always turn out unfortunate for me? I don't feel the least bit intimidated by all those great lords whom I have never seen, but the look of that young bishop freezes me. I must admit that I am a very strange and very unhappy person. An extremely swarthy little man entered noisily soon afterwards and started talking as soon as he reached the door. He had a yellow complexion and looked a little mad. As soon as this ruthless talker arrived, the others formed themselves into knots with the apparent object of avoiding the bother of listening to him. As they went away from the mantelpiece they came near the lower end of the table where Julien was placed. His countenance became more and more embarrassed, for whatever efforts he made, he could not avoid hearing. And in spite of all his lack of experience he appreciated all the moment of the things which they were discussing with such complete frankness. And the importance which the high personages whom he apparently had under his observation must attach to their being kept secret. Julien had already cut 20 quills as slowly as possible, this distraction would shortly be no longer available. He looked in vain at M. de la Mole's eyes for an order, the Marquis had forgotten him. What I am doing is ridiculous, he said to himself as he cut his quills, but persons with so mediocre an appearance and who are handling such great interests either for themselves or for others must be extremely liable to take offense. My unfortunate look has a certain questioning and scarcely respectful expression, which will doubtless irritate them. But if I palpably lower my eyes I shall look as if I were picking up every word they said. His embarrassment was extreme, he was listening to strange things. Chapter 52. The discussion. The Republic, for one man today who will sacrifice everything for the public welfare, there are thousands and millions who think of nothing except their enjoyments and their vanity. One is requested in Paris by reason of the qualities not of one's self but of one's carriage. Napoleon, Memorial. The footman rushed in saying, Monsieur the Duc de. Hold your tongue, you are just a fool, said the Duke as he entered. He spoke these words so well, and with so much majesty, that Julien could not help thinking this great person's accomplishments were limited to the science of snubbing a lackey. Julien raised his eyes and immediately lowered them. He had so fully appreciated the significance of the new arrival that he feared that his look might be an indiscretion. The Duke was a man of 50 dressed like a dandy and with a jerky walk. He had a narrow head with a large nose and a face that jutted forward. It would have been difficult to have looked at the same time more insignificant. His arrival was the signal for the opening of the meeting. Julien was sharply interrupted in his physiognomical observations by de la Mole's voice. I present to you the Abbé Sorel, said the Marquis. He is gifted with an astonishing memory. It is scarcely an hour ago since I spoke to him of the mission by which he might be honored, and he has learned the first page of the quotidian by heart in order to give proof of his memory. Ah! Foreign news of that poor N, said the master of the house. He took up the paper eagerly and looked at Julien in a manner rendered humorous by its own self-importance. Speak, monsieur, he said to him. The silence was profound, all eyes were fixed on Julien. He recited so well that the Duke said at the end of 20 lines, that is enough. The little man who looked like a boar sat down. He was the president, for he had scarcely taken his place before he showed Julien a card table and signed to him to bring it near him. Julien established himself at it with writing materials. He counted 12 persons seated round the green tablecloth. Sorel, said the Duke, retire into next room, you will be called. The master of the house began to look very anxious. The shutters are not shut, he said to his neighbor in a semi-whisper. It is no good looking out of the window, he stupidly cried to Julien, so here I am more or less mixed up in a conspiracy, thought the latter. Fortunately it is not one of those which lead to the place de Grève. Even though there were danger, I owe this and even more to the Marquis, and should be glad to be given the chance of making up for all the sorrow which my madness may one day occasion him. While thinking of his own madness and his own unhappiness he regarded the place where he was, in such a way as to imprint it upon his memory forever. He then remembered for the first time that he had never heard the lackey tell the name of the street, and that the Marquis had taken a fiacre which he never did in the ordinary way. Julien was left to his own reflections for a long time. He was in a salon upholstered in red velvet with large pieces of gold lace. A large ivory crucifix was on the console table and a gilt-edged, magnificently bound copy of M. de Maistre book The Pope was on the mantelpiece. Julien opened it so as not to appear to be eavesdropping. From time to time they talked loudly in the next room. At last the door was opened and he was called in. Remember, gentlemen, the president was saying, that from this moment we are talking in the presence of the Duke of. This gentleman, he said, pointing to Julien, is a young acolyte devoted to our sacred cause who by the aid of his marvelous memory will repeat quite easily our very slightest words. It is your turn to speak, monsieur, he said pointing to the paternal-looking personage who wore 3 or 4 waistcoats. Julien thought it would have been more natural to have called him the gentleman in the waistcoats. He took some paper and wrote a great deal. At this juncture the author would have liked to have put a page of dots. That, said his publisher, would be clumsy, and in the case of so light a work clumsiness is death. Politics, replies the author, is a stone tied round the neck of literature which submerges it in less than 6 months. Politics in the midst of imaginative matter is like a pistol shot in the middle of a concert. The noise is racking without being energetic. It does not harmonize with the sound of any instrument. These politics will give mortal offense to one half of the readers and will bore the other half, who will have already read the ideas in question as set out in the morning paper in its own drastic manner. If your characters don't talk politics, replied the publisher, they cease to be Frenchmen of 1830, and your book is no longer a mirror as you claim. Julien's record ran to 26 pages. Here is a very diluted extract, for it has been necessary to adopt the invariable practice of suppressing those ludicrous passages, whose violence would have seemed either offensive or intolerable, see the Gazette de Tribunaux. The man with the waistcoats and the paternal expression, he was perhaps a bishop, often smiled, and then his eyes, which were surrounded with a floating forest of eyebrows, assumed a singular brilliance and an unusually decided expression. This personage whom they made speak first before the Duke, but what Duke is it? Thought Julien to himself, with the apparent object of expounding various points of view and fulfilling the functions of an advocate general. Appeared to Julien to fall into the uncertainty and lack of definiteness with which those officials are so often taxed. During the course of the discussion the Duke went so far as to reproach him on this score. After several sentences of morality and indulgent philosophy the man in the waistcoat said, "Noble England, under the guiding hand of a great man, the immortal Pitt, has spent 40 milliards of francs in opposing the revolution. If this meeting will allow me to treat so melancholy a subject with some frankness, England fails to realize sufficiently that in dealing with a man like Bonaparte, especially when they have nothing to oppose him with, except a bundle of good intentions, there is nothing decisive except personal methods." "Ah! Praising assassination again," said the master of the house anxiously. "Spare us your sentimental sermons," cried the president angrily. His boar-like eyes shone with a savage brilliance. "Go on," he said to the man with the waistcoats. The cheeks and the forehead of the president became purple. "Noble England," replied the advocate general, "is crushed today, for each Englishman before paying for his own bread is obliged to pay the interest on 40 milliards of francs which were used against the Jacobins. She has no more Pitt. She has the Duke of Wellington," said a military personage looking very important. "Please, gentlemen, silence," exclaimed the president. "If we are still going to dispute, there was no point in having M. Sorel in." "We know that monsieur has many ideas," said the Duke irritably, looking at the interrupter who was an old Napoleonic general. Julien saw that these words contained some personal and very offensive allusion. Everybody smiled, the turncoat general appeared beside himself with rage. "There is no longer a Pitt, gentlemen," went on the speaker with all the despondency of a man who has given up all hope of bringing his listeners to reason. "If there were a new Pitt in England, you would not dupe a nation twice over by the same means. That's why a victorious general, a Bonaparte, will be henceforward impossible in France," exclaimed the military interrupter. On this occasion neither the president nor the Duke ventured to get angry, though Julien thought he read in their eyes that they would very much like to have done so. They lowered their eyes, and the Duke contented himself with sighing in quite an audible manner. But the speaker was put upon his mettle. "My audience is eager for me to finish," he said vigorously, completely discarding that smiling politeness and that balanced diction that Julien thought had expressed his character so well. "It is eager for me to finish, it is not grateful to me for the efforts I am making to offend nobody's ears, however long they may be. Well, gentlemen, I will be brief. I will tell you in quite common words, England has not got a sou with which to help the good cause. If Pitt himself were to come back he would never succeed with all his genius in duping the small English landowners, for they know that the short Waterloo campaign alone cost them 1 milliard of francs. As you like clear phrases," continued the speaker, becoming more and more animated, "I will say this to you, help yourselves, for England has not got a guinea left to help you with, and when England does not pay, Austria, Russia and Prussia, who will only have courage but have no money, cannot launch more than 1 or 2 campaigns against France. One may hope that the young soldiers who will be recruited by the Jacobins will be beaten in the first campaign, and possibly in the second. But, even though I seem a revolutionary in your prejudiced eyes, in the third campaign I say, you will have the soldiers of 1794 who are no longer the soldiers enlisted in 1792. At this point interruption broke out simultaneously from 3 or 4 quarters. "Monsieur," said the president to Julien, "go and make a précis in the next room of the beginning of the report which you have written out." Julien went out to his great regret. The speaker was just dealing with the question of probabilities which formed the usual subject for his meditations. They are frightened of my making fun of them, he thought. When he was called back, M. de la Mole was saying with a seriousness which seemed quite humorous to Julien who knew him so well. Yes, gentlemen, one finds the phrase, is it God, table or tub, especially applicable to this unhappy people. It is God, exclaims the writer of fables. It is to you, gentlemen, that this noble and profound phrase seems to apply. Act on your own initiative, and noble France will appear again, almost such as our ancestors made her, and as our own eyes have seen her before the death of Louis XVI. England execrates disgraceful Jacobinism as much as we do, or at any rate her noble lords do. Without English gold, Austria and Prussia would only be able to give battle 2 or 3 times. Would that be sufficient to ensure a successful occupation like the one which M. de Richelieu so foolishly failed to exploit in 1817? I do not think so. At this point there was an interruption which was stifled by the hushes of the whole room. It came again from the old imperial general who wanted the blue ribbon and wished to figure among the authors of the secret note. I do not think so, replied M. de la Mole, after the uproar had subsided. He laid stress on the I with an insolence which charmed Julien. That's a pretty piece of acting, he said to himself, as he made his pen almost keep pace with the Marquis' words. M. de la Mole annihilated the 20 campaigns of the turncoat with a well-turned phrase. It is not only on foreign powers, continued the Marquis in a more even tone, on whom we shall be able to rely for a new military occupation. All those young men who write inflammatory articles in the Globe will provide you with 3,000 or 4,000 young captains among whom you may find men with the genius, but not the good intentions of a Kleber, a Hoche, a Jordan, a Pichegru. We did not know how to glorify him, said the President. He should have been immortalized. Finally, it is necessary for France to have 2 parties, went on M. de la Mole. But 2 parties not merely in name, but with clear-cut lines of cleavage. Let us realize what has got to be crushed. On the one hand the journalists and the electors, in a word, public opinion, youth and all that admire it. While it is stupefying itself with the noise of its own vain words, we have certain advantages of administrating the expenditure of the budget. At this point there was another interruption. As for you, monsieur, said M. de la Mole to the interrupter, with an admirable haughtiness and ease of manner, you do not spend, if the words chokes you, but you devour the 40,000 francs put down to you in the state budget. And the 80,000 which you receive from the civil list. Well, monsieur, since you force me to it, I will be bold enough to take you for an example. Like your noble ancestors, who followed St. Louis to the crusade, you ought in return for those 120,000 francs to show us at any rate a regiment, a company, why, what am I saying? Say half a company, even if it only had 50 men, ready to fight and devoted to the good cause to the point of risking their lives in its service. You have nothing but lackeys, who in the event of a rebellion would frighten you yourselves. Throne, church, nobility are liable to perish tomorrow, gentlemen, so long as you refrain from creating in each department a force of 500 devoted men, devoted I mean, not only with all the French courage, but with all the Spanish constancy. Half of this force ought to be composed of our children, our nephews, of real gentlemen, in fact. Each of them will have beside him not a little talkative bourgeois ready to hoist the tricolor cockade, if 1815 turns up again, but a good, frank and simple peasant like Cathalino. Our gentleman will have educated him, it will be his own foster brother if it is possible. Let each of us sacrifice the 1/5 of his income in order to form this little devoted force of 500 men in each department. Then you will be able to reckon on a foreign occupation. The foreign soldier will never penetrate even as far as Dijon if he is not certain of finding 500 friendly soldiers in each department. The foreign kings will only listen to you when you are in a position to announce to them that you have 20,000 gentlemen ready to take up arms in order to open to them the gates of France. The service is troublesome, you say. Gentlemen, it is the only way of saving our lives. There is war to the death between the liberty of the press and our existence as gentlemen. Become manufacturers, become peasants, or take up your guns. Be timid if you like, but do not be stupid. Open your eyes. Form your battalions, I would say to you in the words of the Jacobin songs. Some noble Gustavus Adolphus will then be found who, touched by the imminent peril of the monarchical principle, will make a dash 300 leagues from his own country, and will do for you what Gustavus did for the Protestant princes. Do you want to go on talking without acting? In 50 years' time there will be only presidents or republics in Europe and not one king, and with those 3 letters R-O-I, you will see the last of the priests and the gentlemen. I can see nothing but candidates paying court to squalid majorities. It is no use your saying that at the present time France has not a single accredited general who is universally known and loved, that the army is only known and organized in the interests of the throne and the church. And that it has been deprived of all its old troopers, while each of the Prussian and Austrian regiments count 50 non-commissioned officers who have seen fire. 200,000 young men of the middle classes are spoiling for war. A truce to disagreeable truths, said a grave personage in a pompous tone. He was apparently a very high ecclesiastical dignitary, for M. de la Mole smiled pleasantly, instead of getting angry, a circumstance which greatly impressed Julien. A truce to unpleasant truths, let us resume, gentlemen. The man who needs to have a gangrened leg cut off would be ill-advised to say to his surgeon, this disease is very healthy. If I may use the metaphor, gentlemen, the noble Duke of, is our surgeon. So the great words have at last been uttered, thought Julien. It is towards that I shall gallop tonight. Chapter 53. The clergy, the forests, liberty. The first law of every being, is to preserve itself and live. You sow hemlock, and expect to see ears of corn ripen. Machiavelli. The great personage continued. One could see that he knew his subject. He proceeded to expound the following great truths with a soft and tempered eloquence with which Julien was inordinately delighted. 1. England has not a guinea to help us with, economy and Hume are the fashion there. Even the saints will not give us any money, and M. Brougham will make fun of us. 2. The impossibility of getting the kings of Europe to embark on more than 2 campaigns without English gold. 2 campaigns will not be enough to dispose of the middle classes. 3. The necessity of forming an armed party in France. Without this, the monarchical principle in Europe will not risk even 2 campaigns. The 4th point which I venture to suggest to you, as self-evident, is this. The impossibility of forming an armed party in France without the clergy. I am bold enough to tell you this because I will prove it to you, gentlemen. You must make every sacrifice for the clergy. Firstly, because as it is occupied with its mission by day and by night, and guided by highly capable men established far from these storms at 300 leagues from your frontiers. Ah, Rome, Rome, exclaimed the master of the house. Yes, monsieur, Rome, replied the cardinal haughtily. Whatever more or less ingenious jokes may have been the fashion when you were young, I have no hesitation in saying that in 1830 it is only the clergy, under the guidance of Rome, who has the ear of the lower classes. 50,000 priests repeat the same words on the day appointed by their chiefs, and the people, who after all provide soldiers, will be more touched by the voices of its priests than by all the versifying in the whole world. This personality provoked some murmurs. The clergy has a genius superior to yours, went on the cardinal raising his voice. All the progress that has been made towards this essential point of having an armed party in France has been made by us. At this juncture facts were introduced. Who used 80,000 rifles in Vade, etc., etc. So long as the clergy is without its forests it is helpless. At the first war the Minister of Finance will write to his agents that there is no money to be had except for the cure. At bottom France does not believe, and she loves war. Whoever gives her war will be doubly popular, for making war is, to use a vulgar phrase, the same as starving the Jesuits. Making war means delivering those monsters of pride, the men of France, from the menace of foreign intervention. The cardinal had a favorable hearing. M. de Nerval, he said, will have to leave the ministry, his name irritates and to no purpose. At these words everybody got up and talked at the same time. I will be sent away again, thought Julien, but the sapient president himself had forgotten both the presence and existence of Julien. All eyes were turned upon a man whom Julien recognized. It was M. de Nerval, the Prime Minister, whom he had seen at M. the Duc de Retz's ball. The disorder was at its height, as the papers say when they talk of the chamber. At the end of a long quarter of an hour a little quiet was established. Then M. de Nerval got up and said in an apostolic tone and a singular voice. I will not go so far as to say that I do not set great store on being a minister. It has been demonstrated to me, gentlemen, that my name will double the forces of the Jacobins by making many moderates divide against us. I should therefore be willing to retire, but the ways of the Lord are only visible to a small number. But, he added, looking fixedly at the cardinal, I have a mission. Heaven has said, you will either lose your head on the scaffold or you will re-establish the monarchy of France and reduce the chambers to the condition of the Parliament of Louis XV, and that, gentlemen, I shall do. He finished his speech, sat down, and there was a long silence. What a good actor, thought Julien. He made his usual mistake of ascribing too much intelligence to the people. Excited by the debates of so lively an evening, and above all by the sincerity of the discussion, M. de Nerval did at this moment believe in his mission. This man had great courage, but at the same time no sense. During the silence that followed the impressive words, I shall do it, midnight struck. Julien thought that the striking of the clock had in it a certain element of funereal majesty. He felt moved. The discussion was soon resumed with increasing energy, and above all with an incredible naivety. These people will have me poisoned, thought Julien at times. How can they say such things before a plebeian? They were still talking when 2 o'clock struck. The master of the house had been sleeping for some time. M. de la Mole was obliged to ring for new candles. M. de Nerval, the minister, had left at the 1:45, but not without having repeatedly studied Julien's face in a mirror which was at the minister's side. His departure had seemed to put everybody at their ease. While they were bringing new candles, the man in the waistcoats whispered to his neighbor, God knows what that man will say to the king. He may throw ridicule upon us and spoil our future. One must own that he must possess an unusual self-assurance, not to say impudence, to put in an appearance here. There were signs of it before he became a minister, but a portfolio changes everything and swamps all a man's interests. He must have felt its effect. The minister had scarcely left before the general of Buonaparte closed his eyes. He now talked of his health and his wounds, consulted his watch, and went away. I will wager, said the man in the waistcoats, that the general is running after the minister. He will apologize for having been here and pretend that he is our leader. Let us now deliberate, gentlemen, said the president, after the sleepy servants had finished bringing and lighting new candles. Let us leave off trying to persuade each other. Let us think of the contents of the note which will be read by our friends outside in 48 hours from now. We have heard ministers spoken of. Now that M. de Nerval has left us, we are at liberty to say what we do care for ministers. The cardinal gave a subtle smile of approval. Nothing is easier it seems to me than summing up our position, said the young bishop of Agde, with the restrained concentrated fire of the most exalted fanaticism. He had kept silent up to this time. His eye, which Julien had noticed as being soft and calm at the beginning, had become fiery during the first hour of the discussion. His soul was now bubbling over like lava from Vesuvius. England only made one mistake from 1806 to 1814, he said, and that was in not taking direct and personal measures against Napoleon. As soon as that man had made dukes and chamberlains, as soon as he had re-established the throne, the mission that God had entrusted to him was finished. The only thing to do with him was to sacrifice him. The scriptures teach us in more than one place how to make an end of tyrants. At this point there were several Latin quotations. Today, gentlemen, it is not a man who has to be sacrificed, it is Paris. What is the use of arming your 500 men in each department, a hazardous and interminable enterprise? What is the good of involving France in a matter which is personal to Paris? Paris alone has done the evil, with its journals and its salons. Let the new Babylon perish. We must bring to an end the conflict between the Church and Paris. Such a catastrophe would even be in the worldly interests of the throne. Why did not Paris dare to whisper a word under Bonaparte? Ask the canon of Saint-Roch. Julien did not leave with M. de la Mole before 3 o'clock in the morning. The Marquis seemed tired and ashamed. For the first time in his life in conversation with Julien, his tone was plaintive. He asked him for his word never to reveal the excesses of zeal, that was his expression, of which chance had just made him a witness. Only mention it to our foreign friend, if he seriously insists on knowing what our young madmen are like. What does it matter to them if a state is overthrown? They will become cardinals and will take refuge in Rome. As for us, we shall be massacred by the peasants in our chateaux. The secret note into which the Marquis condensed Julien's full report of 26 pages was not ready before 4:45. "I am dead tired," said the Marquis, as is quite obvious from the lack of clearness at the end of this note. "I am more dissatisfied with it than with anything I ever did in my whole life. Look here, my friend," he added, "go and rest for some hours, and as I am frightened you might be kidnapped, I shall lock you up in your room." The Marquis took Julien on the following day to a lonely chateau at a good distance from Paris. There were strange guests there whom Julien thought were priests. He was given a passport which was made out in a fictitious name, but indicated the real destination of his journey, which he had always pretended not to know. He got into a carriage alone. The Marquis had no anxiety on the score of his memory. Julien had recited the secret note to him several times, but he was very apprehensive of his being intercepted. "Above all, mind you look like a coxcomb who is simply traveling to kill time," he said affectionately to him when he was leaving the salon. Perhaps there was more than one treacherous brother in this evening's meeting. The journey was quick and very melancholy. Julien had scarcely got out of the Marquis's sight before he forgot his secret note and his mission, and only thought about Mathilde's disdain. At a village some leagues beyond Metz, the postmaster came and told him that there were no horses. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. Julien was very annoyed and asked for supper. He walked in front of the door and gradually without being noticed passed into the stable yard. He did not see any horses there. That man looked strange though, thought Julien to himself. He was scrutinizing me with his brutal eyes. As one sees, he was beginning to be slightly skeptical of all he heard. He thought of escaping after supper, and in order to learn at any rate something about the surrounding country, he left his room to go and warm himself at the kitchen fire. He was overjoyed to find there the celebrated singer, Signor Geronimo. The Neapolitan was ensconced in an armchair which he had brought near the fire. He was groaning aloud, and was speaking more to himself than to the 20 dumbfounded German peasants who surrounded him. "Those people will be my ruin," he cried to Julien. "I have promised to sing tomorrow at Mayence. 7 sovereign princes have gone there to hear me. Let us go and take the air," he added, meaningly. When he had gone 100 yards down the road, and it was impossible to be overheard, he said to Julien, "Do you know the real truth? The postmaster is a scoundrel. When I went out for a walk I gave 20 sous to a little ragamuffin who told me everything. There are 12 horses in the stable at the other end of the village. They want to stop some courier." "Really," said Julien innocently. Discovering the fraud was not enough, the thing was to get away, but Geronimo and his friends could not succeed in doing this. "Let us wait for daybreak," said the singer at last, "they are mistrustful of us. It is perhaps you or me whom they suspect. We will order a good breakfast tomorrow morning, we will go for a walk while they are getting it ready, we will then escape, we will hire horses, and gain the next station." "And how about your luggage?" said Julien, who thought perhaps Geronimo himself might have been sent to intercept him. They had to have supper and go to bed. Julien was still in his first sleep when he was woken up with a start by the voices of 2 persons who were speaking in his room with utmost freedom. He recognized the postmaster armed with a dark lantern. The light was turned on the carriage seat which Julien had taken up into his room. Beside the postmaster was a man who was calmly searching the open seat. Julien could see nothing except the sleeves of his coat which were black and very tight. "It's a cassock," he said to himself, and he softly seized the little pistol which he had placed under his pillow. "Don't be frightened of his waking up, cure," said the postmaster, "the wine that has been served him was the stuff prepared by yourself." "I can't find any trace of papers," answered the cure. "A lot of linen and essences, pomades, and vanities. It's a young man of the world on pleasure bent. The other one who affects an Italian accent is more likely to be the emissary." The men approached Julien to search the pockets of his traveling coat. He felt very tempted to kill them for thieves. Nothing could be safer in its consequences. He was very desirous of doing so. "I should only be a fool," he said to himself, "I should compromise my mission." "He is not a diplomatist," said the priest after searching his coat. He went away and did well to do so. "It will be a bad business for him," Julien was saying to himself, "if he touches me in my bed. He may have quite well come to stab me, and I won't put up with that." The cure turned his head, Julien half opened his eyes. He was inordinately astonished, he was the Abbé Castanede. As a matter of fact, although these two persons had made a point of talking in a fairly low voice, he had thought from the first that he recognized one of the voices. Julien was seized with an inordinate desire to purge the earth of one of its most cowardly villains, "But my mission," he said to himself. The cure and his acolyte went out. A quarter of an hour afterwards Julien pretended to have just woken up. He called out and woke up the whole house. "I am poisoned," he exclaimed, "I am suffering horribly." He wanted an excuse to go to Geronimo's help. He found him half suffocated by the laudanum that had been contained in the wine. Julien had been apprehensive of some trick of this character and had supped on some chocolate which he had brought from Paris. He could not wake Geronimo up sufficiently to induce him to leave. "If they were to give me the whole kingdom of Naples," said the singer, "I would not now give up the pleasure of sleeping. But the 7 sovereign princes? Let them wait." Julien left alone, and arrived at the house of the great personage without other incident. He wasted a whole morning in vainly soliciting an audience. Fortunately about 4 o'clock the Duke wanted to take the air. Julien saw him go out on foot and he did not hesitate to ask him for alms. When at 2 yards distance from the great personage he pulled out the Marquis de la Mole's watch and exhibited it ostentatiously. "Follow me at a distance," said the man without looking at him. At a quarter of a league's distance the Duke suddenly entered a little coffee-house. It was in a room of this low class in that Julien had the honor of reciting his 4 pages to the Duke. When he had finished he was told to start again and go more slowly. The prince took notes. "Reach the next posting station on foot. Leave your luggage and your carriage here. Get to Strasbourg as best you can and at 12:30 on the 22nd of the month, it was at present the 10th, come to this same coffee-house. Do not leave for half an hour. Silence." These were the only words which Julien heard. They sufficed to inspire him with the highest admiration. That is the way, he thought, that real business is done. What would this great statesman say if he were to listen to the impassioned ranters heard 3 days ago? Julien took 2 days to reach Strasbourg. He thought he would have nothing to do there. He made a great detour. If that devil of an Abbé Castanede has recognized me he is not the kind of man to lose track of me easily. And how he would revel in making a fool of me, and causing my mission to fail. Fortunately the Abbé Castanede, who was chief of the Congregational Police on all the northern frontier had not recognized him. And the Strasbourg Jesuits, although very zealous, never gave a thought to observing Julien, who with his cross and his blue tailcoat looked like a young military man, very much engrossed in his own personal appearance. Chapter 54. Strasbourg. Fascination. Love gives thee all his love, energy, and all his power of suffering unhappiness. It is only his enchanting pleasures, his sweet delights, which are outside thy sphere. When I saw her sleep I was made to say, with all her angelic beauty and her sweet weaknesses she is absolutely mine. There she is, quite in my power, such as heaven made her in its pity in order to ravish a man's heart. Ode of Schiller. Julien was compelled to spend 8 days in Strasbourg and tried to distract himself by thoughts of military glory and patriotic devotion. Was he in love then? He could not tell, he only felt in his tortured soul that Mathilde was the absolute mistress both of his happiness and of his imagination. He needed all the energy of his character to keep himself from sinking into despair. It was out of his power to think of anything unconnected with Mademoiselle de la Mole. His ambition and his simple personal successes had formerly distracted him from the sentiments which Madame de Rênal had inspired. Mathilde was all-absorbing. She loomed large over his whole future. Julien saw failure in every phase of that future. This same individual whom we remember to have been so presumptuous and haughty at Verrières, had fallen into an excess of grotesque modesty. 3 days ago he would only have been too pleased to have killed the Abbé Castanede, and now, at Strasbourg, if a child had picked a quarrel with him he would have thought the child was in the right. In thinking again about the adversaries and enemies whom he had met in his life he always thought that he, Julien, had been in the wrong. The fact was that the same powerful imagination which had formerly been continuously employed in painting a successful future in the most brilliant colors had now been transformed into his implacable enemy. The absolute solicitude of a traveler's life increased the ascendancy of this sinister imagination. What a boon a friend would have been! But Julien said to himself, is there a single heart which beats with affection for me? And even if I did have a friend, would not honor enjoin me to eternal silence? He was riding gloomily in the outskirts of Kehl. It is a market town on the banks of the Rhine and immortalized by Desaix and Gouvion Saint-Cyr. A German peasant showed him the little brooks, roads and islands of the Rhine, which have acquired a name through the courage of these great generals. Julien was guiding his horse with his left hand, while he held unfolded in his right the superb map which adorns the memoirs of the Marshal Saint-Cyr. A merry exclamation made him lift his head. It was the Prince Korasoff, that London friend of his, who had initiated him some months before into the elementary rules of high fatuity. Faithful to his great art, Korasoff, who had just arrived at Strasbourg, had been 1 hour in Kehl and had never read a single line in his whole life about the siege of 1796, began to explain it all to Julien. The German peasant looked at him in astonishment, for he knew enough French to appreciate the enormous blunders which the prince was making. Julien was 1,000 leagues away from the peasant's thoughts. He was looking in astonishment at the handsome young man and admiring his grace in sitting a horse. What a lucky temperament, he said to himself, and how his trousers suit him and how elegantly his hair is cut. Alas, if I had been like him, it might have been that she would not have come to dislike me after loving me for 3 days. When the prince had finished his siege of Kehl, he said to Julien, "You look like a Trappist, you are carrying to excess that principle of gravity which I enjoined upon you in London. A melancholy manner cannot be good form. What is wanted is an air of boredom. If you are melancholy, it is because you lack something, because you have failed in something. That means showing one's own inferiority. If, on the other hand, you are bored, it is only what has made an unsuccessful attempt to please you, which is inferior. So realize, my dear friend, the enormity of your mistake." Julien tossed a crown to the gaping peasant who was listening to them. "Good," said the prince, "that shows grace and a noble disdain, very good." And he put his horse to the gallop. Full of a stupid admiration, Julien followed him. Ah! If I had been like that, she would not have preferred Croisenois to me. The more his reason was offended by the grotesque affectations of the prince, the more he despised himself for not having them. It was impossible for self-disgust to be carried further. The prince, still finding him distinctly melancholy, said to him as they re-entered Strasbourg, "Come, my dear fellow, have you lost all your money, or perhaps you are in love with some little actress?" The Russians copy French manners, but always at an interval of 50 years. They have now reached the age of Louis XV. These jests about love brought the tears to Julien's eyes. Why should I not consult this charming man, he suddenly said to himself. Well, yes, my dear friend, he said to the prince, you see in me a man who is very much in love and jilted into the bargain. A charming woman who lives in a neighboring town has left me stranded here after 3 passionate days, and the change kills me. Using fictitious names, he described to the prince Mathilde's conduct and character. You need not finish, said Korasoff. In order to give you confidence in your doctor, I will finish the story you have confided to me. This young woman's husband enjoys an enormous income, or even more probably, she belongs herself to the high nobility of the district. She must be proud about something. Julien nodded his head, he had no longer the courage to speak. Very good, said the prince, here are 3 fairly bitter pills that you will take without delay. 1. See Madame. What is her name, anyway? Madame de Dubois. What a name, said the prince bursting into laughter. But forgive me, you find it sublime. Your tactics must be to see Madame de Dubois every day, above all do not appear to be cold and piqued. Remember the great principle of your century, be the opposite of what is expected. Be exactly as you were the week before you were honored by her favors. Ah! I was calm enough then, exclaimed Julien in despair, I thought I was taking pity on her. The moth is burning itself at the candle, continued the prince using a metaphor as old as the world. 1. You will see her every day. 2. You will pay court to a woman in her own set, but without manifesting a passion, do you understand? I do not disguise from you that your role is difficult, you are playing a part, and if she realizes you are playing it you are lost. She has so much intelligence and I have so little, I shall be lost, said Julien sadly. No, you are only more in love than I thought. Madame de Dubois is preoccupied with herself as are all women who have been favored by heaven either with too much pedigree or too much money. She contemplates herself instead of contemplating you, consequently she does not know you. During the 2 or 3 fits of love into which she managed to work herself for your especial benefit, she saw in you the hero of her dreams, and not the man you really are. But, deuce take it, this is elementary, my dear Sorel, are you an absolute novice? Odds life. Let us go into this shop. Look at that charming black cravat, one would say it was made by John Anderson of Burlington Street. Be kind enough to take it and throw far away that awful black cord which you are wearing round your neck. And now, continued the prince as they came out of the shop of the first hosier of Strasbourg, what is the society in which Madame de Dubois lives? Great God, what a name, don't be angry, my dear Sorel, I can't help it. Now, whom are you going to pay court to? To an absolute prude, the daughter of an immensely rich stocking merchant. She has the finest eyes in the world and they please me infinitely. She doubtless holds the highest place in the society of the district, but in the midst of all her greatness she blushes and becomes positively confused if anyone starts talking about trade or shops. And, unfortunately, her father was one of the best-known merchants in Strasbourg. So, said the prince with a laugh, you are sure that when one talks about trade your fair lady thinks about herself and not about you. This silly weakness is divine and extremely useful, it will prevent you from yielding to a single moment's folly when near her sparkling eyes. Success is assured. Julien was thinking of Madame the Marechale de Fervaques who often came to the Hôtel de la Mole. She was a beautiful foreigner who had married the Maréchal a year before his death. The one object of her whole life seemed to be to make people forget that she was the daughter of a manufacturer. In order to cut some figure in Paris she had placed herself at the head of the party of piety. Julien sincerely admired the prince. What would he not have given to have possessed his affectations? The conversation between the 2 friends was interminable. Korasoff was delighted, no Frenchman had ever listened to him for so long. So I have succeeded at last, said the prince to himself complacently, in getting a proper hearing and that too through giving lessons to my master. So we are quite agreed, he repeated to Julien for the 10th time. When you talk to the young beauty, I mean the daughter of the Strasbourg stocking merchant in the presence of Madame de Dubois, not a trace of passion. But on the other hand, be ardently passionate when you write. Reading a well-written love letter is a prude's supremest pleasure. It is a moment of relaxation. She leaves off posing and dares to listen to her own heart, consequently 2 letters a day. Never, never, said Julien despondently, I would rather be ground in a mortar than make up 3 phrases. I am a corpse, my dear fellow, hope nothing from me. Let me die by the roadside. And who is talking about making up phrases? I have got 6 volumes of copied-out love letters in my bag. I have letters to suit every variation of feminine character, including the most highly virtuous. Did not Kallisky pay court at Richmond on the Thames at 3 leagues from London, you know, to the prettiest Quakeress in the whole of England? Julien was less unhappy when he left his friend at 2 o'clock in the morning. The prince summoned a copyist on the following day, and 2 days afterwards Julien was the possessor of 53 carefully numbered love letters intended for the most sublime and the most melancholy virtue. The reason why there is not 54, said the prince, is because Kallisky allowed himself to be dismissed. But what does it matter to you, if you are badly treated by the stocking merchant's daughter, since you only wish to produce an impression upon Madame de Dubois' heart? They went out riding every day. The prince was mad on Julien. Not knowing how else to manifest his sudden friendship, he finished up by offering him the hand of one of his cousins, a rich Moscow heiress. And once married, he added, my influence and that cross of yours will get you made a colonel within 2 years. But that cross was not given me by Napoleon, far from it. What does it matter, said the prince, didn't he invent it? It is still the first in Europe by a long way. Julien was on the point of accepting, but his duty called him back to the great personage. When he left Korasoff he promised to write. He received the answer to the secret note which he had brought, and posted towards Paris, but he had scarcely been alone for 2 successive days before leaving France, and Mathilde seemed a worse punishment than death. I will not marry the millions Korasoff offers me, he said to himself, and I will follow his advice. After all, the art of seduction is his speciality. He has thought about nothing else except that alone for more than 15 years, for he is now 30. One can't say that he lacks intelligence, he is subtle and cunning, enthusiasm and poetry are impossible in such a character. He is an attorney, an additional reason for his not making a mistake. I must do it, I will pay court to Madame de Fervaques. It is very likely she will bore me a little, but I will look at her beautiful eyes which are so like those other eyes which have loved me more than anyone in the world. She is a foreigner, she is a new character to observe. I feel mad, and as though I were going to the devil. I must follow the advice of a friend and not trust myself. Chapter 55. The Ministry of Virtue. But if I take this pleasure with so much prudence and circumspection I shall no longer find it a pleasure. Lope de Vega. As soon as our hero had returned to Paris and had come out of the study of the Marquis de la Mole, who seemed very displeased with the dispatches that were given him, he rushed off for the Comte Altamira. This noble foreigner combined with the advantage of having once been condemned to death a very grave demeanor together with the good fortune of a devout temperament. These 2 qualities, and more than anything, the Comte's high birth, made an especial appeal to Madame de Fervaques, who saw a lot of him. Julien solemnly confessed to him that he was very much in love with her. Her virtue is the purest and the highest, answered Altamira, only it is a little Jesuitical and dogmatic. There are days when, though I understand each of the expressions which she makes use of, I never understand the whole sentence. She often makes me think that I do not know French as well as I am said to. But your acquaintance with her will get you talked about, it will give you weight in the world. But let us go to Bustos, said Count Altamira, who had a methodical turn of mind. He once paid court to Madame la Marquise. Don Diego Bustos had the matter explained to him at length, while he said nothing, like a barrister in his chambers. He had a big monk-like face with black mustaches and an inimitable gravity. He was, however, a good carbonaro. I understand, he said to Julien at last. Has the Marquise de Fervaques had lovers, or has she not? Have you consequently any hope of success? That is the question. I don't mind telling you, for my own part, that I have failed. Now that I am no more piqued, I reason it out to myself in this way. She is often bad-tempered, and as I will tell you in a minute, she is quite vindictive. I fail to detect in her that bilious temperament which is the sign of genius, and shows as it were a veneer of passion over all its actions. On the contrary, she owes her rare beauty and her fresh complexion to the phlegmatic, tranquil character of the Dutch. Julien began to lose patience with the phlegmatic slowness of the imperturbable Spaniard. He could not help giving vent to some monosyllables from time to time. "Will you listen to me?" Don Diego Bustos gravely said to him. "Forgive the fury of franchise, I am all ears," said Julien. "The Marechale de Fervaques then is a great hater. She persecutes ruthlessly people she has never seen, advocates, poor devils of men of letters who have composed songs like Call, you know. J. la Merit. Diemer Marot, etc." And Julien had to put up with the whole quotation. The Spaniard was very pleased to get a chance of singing in French. That divine song was never listened to more impatiently. When it was finished, Don Diego said, the Marechale procured the dismissal of the author of the song. Un jour l'amour au cabaret. Julien shuddered lest he should want to sing it. He contented himself with analyzing it. As a matter of fact, it was blasphemous and somewhat indecent. When the Marechale became enraged against that song, said Don Diego, I remarked to her that a woman of her rank ought not to read all the stupid things that are published. Whatever progress piety and gravity may make, France will always have a cabaret literature. Be careful, I said to Madame de Fervaques when she had succeeded in depriving the author, a poor devil on half pay, of a place worth 1,800 francs a year, you have attacked this rimster with your own arms. He may answer you with his rhymes. He will make a song about virtue. The gilded salons will be on your side, but people who like to laugh will repeat his epigrams. Do you know, monsieur, what the Marechale answered? Let all Paris come and see me walking to my martyrdom for the sake of the Lord. It will be a new spectacle for France. The people will learn to respect the quality. It will be the finest day of my life. Her eyes never looked finer. And she has superb ones, exclaimed Julien. I see that you are in love. Further, went on Don Diego Bustos gravely, she has not the bilious constitution which causes vindictiveness. If, however, she likes to do harm, it is because she is unhappy, I suspect some secret misfortune. May it not be quite well a case of prude tired of her role? The Spaniard looked at him in silence for a good minute. That's the whole point, he added gravely, and that's what may give you ground for some hope. I have often reflected about it during the 2 years that I was her very humble servant. All your future, my amorous sir, depends on this great problem. Is she a prude tired of her role and only malicious because she is unhappy? Or, said Altamira emerging at last from his deep silence, can it be, as I have said 20 times before, simply a case of French vanity? The memory of her father, the celebrated cloth merchant, constitutes the unhappiness of this frigid melancholy nature. The only happiness she could find would be to live in Toledo and to be tortured by a confessor who would show her hell wide open every day. Altamira informs me you are one of us, said Don Diego, whose demeanor was growing graver and graver to Julien as he went out. You will help us one day in re-winning our liberty, so I would like to help you in this little amusement. It is right that you should know the Marechale's style, here are 4 letters in her handwriting. I will copy them out, exclaimed Julien, and bring them back to you. And you will never let anyone know a word of what we have been saying. Never, on my honor, cried Julien. Well, God help you, added the Spaniard, and he silently escorted Altamira and Julien as far as the staircase. This somewhat amused our hero, he was on the point of smiling. So we have the devout Altamira, he said to himself, aiding me in an adulterous enterprise. During Don Diego's solemn conversation Julien had been attentive to the hours struck by the clock of the Hotel de LXIX. The dinner hour was drawing near, he was going to see Mathilde again. He went in and dressed with much care. Mistake number 1, he said to himself as he descended the staircase, I must follow the prince's instructions to the letter. He went up to his room again and put on a traveling suit which was as simple as it could be. All I have to do now, he thought, is to keep control of my expression. It was only 5:30 and they dined at 6. He thought of going down to the salon which he found deserted. He was moved to the point of tears at the sight of the blue sofa. I must make an end of this foolish sensitiveness, he said angrily, it will betray me. He took up a paper in order to keep himself in countenance and passed 3 or 4 times from the salon into the garden. It was only when he was well concealed by a large oak and was trembling all over, that he ventured to raise his eyes at Mademoiselle de la Mole's window. It was hermetically sealed. He was on the point of fainting and remained for a long time leaning against the oak, then with a staggering step he went to have another look at the gardener's ladder. The chain which he had once forced asunder, in, alas, such different circumstances, had not yet been repaired. Carried away by a moment of madness, Julien pressed it to his lips. After having wandered about for a long time between the salon and the garden, Julien felt horribly tired. He was now feeling acutely the effects of a first success. My eyes will be expressionless and will not betray me. The guests gradually arrived in the salon, the door never opened without instilling anxiety into Julien's heart. They sat down at table. Mademoiselle de la Mole, always faithful to her habit of keeping people waiting, eventually appeared. She blushed a great deal on seeing Julien, she had not been told of his arrival. In accordance with Prince Korasoff's recommendation, Julien looked at his hands. They were trembling. Troubled though he was beyond words by this discovery, he was sufficiently happy to look merely tired. M. de la Mole sang his praises. The Marquise spoke to him a minute afterwards and complimented him on his tired appearance. Julien said to himself at every minute, I ought not to look too much at Mademoiselle de la Mole, I ought not to avoid looking at her too much either. I must appear as I was 8 days before my unhappiness. He had occasion to be satisfied with his success and remained in the salon. Paying attention for the first time to the mistress of the house, he made every effort to make the visitors speak and to keep the conversation alive. His politeness was rewarded. Madame la Marquise de Fervaques was announced about 8 o'clock. Julien retired and shortly afterwards appeared dressed with the greatest care. Madame de la Mole was infinitely grateful to him for this mark of respect and made a point of manifesting her satisfaction by telling Madame de Fervaques about his journey. Julien established himself near the Marquise in such a position that Mathilde could not notice his eyes. In this position he lavished in accordance with all the rules in the art of love, the most abject admiration on Madame de Fervaques. The first of the 53 letters with which Prince Korasoff had presented him commenced with a tirade on this sentiment. The Marquise announced that she was going to the Opera Bouffe. Julien rushed there. He ran across the Chevalier de Beauvoisis who took him into a box occupied by Messrs the gentlemen of the chamber, just next to Madame de Fervaques's box. Julien constantly looked at her. I must keep a siege journal, he said to himself as he went back to the hotel, otherwise I shall forget my attacks. He wrote 2 or 3 pages on this boring theme, and in this way achieved the admirable result of scarcely thinking at all about Mademoiselle de la Mole. Mathilde had almost forgotten him during his journey. He is simply a commonplace person after all, she thought, his name will always recall to me the greatest mistake in my life. I must honestly go back to all my ideas about prudence and honor. A woman who forgets them has everything to lose. She showed herself inclined to allow the contract with the Marquis de Croisenois, which had been prepared so long ago, to be at last concluded. He was mad with joy. He would have been very much astonished had he been told that there was an element of resignation at the bottom of those feelings of Mathilde which made him so proud. All Mademoiselle de la Mole's ideas changed when she saw Julien. As a matter of fact he is my husband, she said to herself. If I am sincere in my return to sensible notions, he is clearly the man I ought to marry. She was expecting importunities and airs of unhappiness on the part of Julien. She commenced rehearsing her answers, for he would doubtless try to address some words to her when they left the dinner table. Far from that, he remained stubbornly in the salon and did not even look in the direction of the garden, though God knows what pain that caused him. It is better to have this explanation out all at once, thought Mademoiselle de la Mole. She went into the garden alone. Julien did not appear. Mathilde went and walked near the salon window. She found him very much occupied in describing to Madame de Fervaques the old ruined chateau which crowned the banks along the Rhine and invest them with so much atmosphere. He was beginning to acquit himself with some credit in that sentimental picturesque jargon which is called wit in certain salons. Prince Korasoff would have been very proud if he had been at Paris. This evening was exactly what he had predicted. He would have approved the line of conduct which Julien followed on the subsequent days. An intrigue among the members of the secret government was going to bestow a few blue ribbons. Madame Mercale de Fervaques was insisting on her great-uncle being made a chevalier of the order. The Marquis de la Mole had the same pretensions for his father-in-law. They joined forces and the Mercale came to the Hôtel de la Mole nearly every day. It was from her that Julien learned that the Marquis was going to be a minister. He was offering to the Camarilla a very ingenious plan for the annihilation of the charter within 3 years without any disturbance. If M. de la Mole became a minister, Julien could hope for a bishopric, but all these important interests seemed to be veiled and hazy. His imagination only perceived them very vaguely, and so to speak, in the far distance. The awful unhappiness which was making him into a madman could find no other interest in life except the character of his relations with Mademoiselle de la Mole. He calculated that after 5 or 6 careful years he would manage to get himself loved again. This cold brain had been reduced, as one sees, to a state of complete disorder. Out of all the qualities which had formerly distinguished him, all that remained was a little firmness. He was literally faithful to the line of conduct which Prince Korasoff had dictated, and placed himself every evening near Madame Fervaques' armchair, but he found it impossible to think of a word to say to her. The strain of making Mathilde think that he had recovered exhausted his whole moral force, and when he was with the Mercale he seemed almost lifeless, even his eyes had lost all their fire, as in cases of extreme physical suffering. As Madame de la Mole's views were invariably a counterpart of the opinions of that husband of hers who could make her into a duchess, she had been singing Julien's praises for some days. Chapter 56. Moral Love. There also was of course in Adeline that calm patrician polish in the address, which ne'er can pass the equinoctial line of anything which nature would express. Just as a mandarin finds nothing fine, at least his manner suffers not to guess that anything he views can greatly please. Don Juan, c. 13. St. 84. There is an element of madness in all this family's way of looking at things, thought the Mercale. They are infatuated with their young abbé, whose only accomplishment is to be a good listener, though his eyes are fine enough, it is true. Julien, on his side, found in the Mercale's manners an almost perfect instance of that patrician calm which exhales a scrupulous politeness, and, what is more, announces at the same time the impossibility of any violent emotion. Madame de Fervaques would have been as much scandalized by any unexpected movement or any lack of self-control, as by a lack of dignity towards one's inferiors. She would have regarded the slightest symptom of sensibility as a kind of moral drunkenness which puts one to the blush and was extremely prejudicial to what a person of high rank owed to herself. Her great happiness was to talk of the King's Last Hunt. Her favorite book was the Memoirs of the Duc de Saint-Simon, especially the genealogical part. Julien knew the place where the arrangement of the light suited Madame de Fervaques' particular style of beauty. He got there in advance, but was careful to turn his chair in such a way as not to see Mathilde. Astonished one day at this consistent policy of hiding himself from her, she left the blue sofa and came to work by the little table near the Mercale's armchair. Julien had a fairly close view of her over Madame de Fervaques' hat. Those eyes, which were the arbiters of his fate, frightened him, and then hurled him violently out of his habitual apathy. He talked, and talked very well. He was speaking to the Mercale, but his one aim was to produce an impression upon Mathilde's soul. He became so animated that eventually Madame de Fervaques did not manage to understand a word he said. This was a prime merit. If it had occurred to Julien to follow it up by some phrases of German mysticism, lofty religion, and Jesuitism, the Marechal would have immediately given him a rank among the superior men whose mission it was to regenerate the age. Since he has bad enough taste, said Mademoiselle de la Mole, to talk so long and so ardently to Madame de Fervaques, I shall not listen to him any more. She kept her resolution during the whole latter part of the evening, although she had difficulty in doing so. At midnight, when she took her mother's candle to accompany her to her room, Madame de la Mole stopped on the staircase to enter into an exhaustive eulogy of Julien. Mathilde ended by losing her temper. She could not get to sleep. She felt calmed by this thought: the very things which I despise in a man may none the less constitute a great merit in the eyes of the Marechal. As for Julien, he had done something, he was less unhappy. His eyes chanced to fall on the Russian leather portfolio in which Prince Korasoff had placed the 53 love letters which he had presented to him. Julien saw a note at the bottom of the first letter: no. One is sent 8 days after the first meeting. I am behindhand, exclaimed Julien. It is quite a long time since I met Madame de Fervaques. He immediately began to copy out this first love letter. It was a homily packed with moral platitudes and deadly dull. Julien was fortunate enough to fall asleep at the second page. Some hours afterwards he was surprised to see the broad daylight as he leant on his desk. The most painful moments in his life were those when he woke up every morning to realize his unhappiness. On this particular day he finished copying out his letter in a state verging on laughter. Is it possible, he said to himself, that there ever lived a young man who actually wrote like that? He counted several sentences of 9 lines each. At the bottom of the original he noticed a penciled note. These letters are delivered personally, on horseback, black cravat, blue tailcoat. You give the letter to the porter with a contrite air, expression of profound melancholy. If you notice any chambermaid, dry your eyes furtively and speak to her. All this was duly carried out. I am taking a very bold course, thought Julien as he came out of the Hôtel de Fervaques, but all the worse for Korasoff. To think of daring to write to so virtuous a celebrity. I shall be treated with the utmost contempt, and nothing will amuse me more. It is really the only comedy that I can in any way appreciate. Yes, it will amuse me to load with ridicule that odious creature whom I call myself. If I believed in myself, I would commit some crime to distract myself. The moment when Julien brought his horse back to the stable was the happiest he had experienced for a whole month. Korasoff had expressly forbidden him to look at the mistress who had left him, on any pretext whatsoever. But the step of that horse, which she knew so well, and Julien's way of knocking on the stable door with his riding whip to call a man, sometimes attracted Mathilde to behind the window curtain. The muslin was so light that Julien could see through it. By looking under the brim of his hat in a certain way, he could get a view of Mathilde's figure without seeing her eyes. Consequently, he said to himself, she cannot see mine, and that is not really looking at her. In the evening Madame de Fervaques behaved towards him, exactly as though she had never received the philosophic mystical and religious dissertation which he had given to her porter in the morning with so melancholy an air. Chance had shown Julien on the preceding day how to be eloquent. He placed himself in such a position that he could see Mathilde's eyes. She, on her side, left the blue sofa a minute after the Marechal's arrival. This involved abandoning her usual associates. M. de Croisenois seemed overwhelmed by this new caprice, his palpable grief alleviated the awfulness of Julien's agony. This unexpected turn in his life made him talk like an angel, and inasmuch as a certain element of self-appreciation will insinuate itself even into those hearts which serve as a temple for the most august virtue. The Marechal said to herself as she got into her carriage, Madame de la Mole is right, this young priest has distinction. My presence must have overawed him at first. As a matter of fact, the whole tone of this house is very frivolous. I can see nothing but instances of virtue helped by oldness, and standing in great need of the chills of age. This young man must have managed to appreciate the difference, he writes well, but I fear very much that this request of his in his letter for me to enlighten him with my advice, is really nothing less than an, as yet, unconscious sentiment. Nevertheless, how many conversions have begun like that? What makes me consider this a good omen is the difference between his style and that of the young people whose letters I have had an opportunity of seeing. One cannot avoid recognizing unction, profound seriousness, and much conviction in the prose of this young acolyte. He has no doubt the sweet virtue of a Massillon. Chapter 57. The finest places in the Church. Services. Talents. Merits. Belong to a coterie. Telemaque. The idea of a bishopric had thus become associated with the idea of Julien in the mind of a woman, who would sooner or later have at her disposal the finest places in the Church of France. This idea had not struck Julien at all. At the present time his thoughts were strictly limited to his actual unhappiness. Everything tended to intensify it. The sight of his room, for instance, had become unbearable. When he came back in the evening with his candle, each piece of furniture and each little ornament seemed to become articulate, and to announce harshly some new phase of his unhappiness. "I have a hard task before me today," he said to himself as he came in with a vivacity which he had not experienced for a long time. "Let us hope that the second letter will be as boring as the first." It was more so. What he was copying seemed so absurd that he finished up by transcribing it line for line without thinking of the sense. "It is even more bombastic," he said to himself, "than those official documents of the Treaty of Munster which my professor of diplomacy made me copy out at London." It was only then that he remembered Madame de Fervac's letters which he had forgotten to give back to the grave Spaniard Don Diego Bustos. He found them. They were really almost as nonsensical as those of the young Russian nobleman. Their vagueness was unlimited. It meant everything and nothing. "It's the Aeolian harp of style," thought Julien. "The only real thing I see in the middle of all these lofty thoughts about annihilation, death, infinity, etc. is an abominable fear of ridicule." The monologue which we have just condensed was repeated for 15 days on end. Falling off to sleep as he copied out a sort of commentary on the Apocalypse, going with a melancholy expression to deliver it the following day, taking his horse back to the stable in the hope of catching sight of Mathilde's dress, working. Going in the evening to the opera on those evenings when Madame de Fervac's did not come to the Hôtel de la Mole. Such were the monotonous events in Julien's life. His life had more interest. When Madame la Fervac's visited the Marquise, he could then catch a glimpse of Mathilde's eyes underneath a feather of the Mercale's hat, and he would wax eloquent. His picturesque and sentimental phrases began to assume a style, which was both more striking and more elegant. He quite realized that what he said was absurd in Mathilde's eyes, but he wished to impress her by the elegance of his diction. "The falser my speeches are the more I ought to please," thought Julien, and he then had the abominable audacity to exaggerate certain elements in his own character. He soon appreciated that to avoid appearing vulgar in the eyes of the Mercale it was necessary to eschew simple and rational ideas. He would continue on these lines, or would cut short his grand eloquence according as he saw appreciation or indifference in the eyes of the two great ladies whom he had set out to please. Taking it all round, his life was less awful than when his days were passed in inaction. "But," he said to himself one evening, "here I am copying out the 15th of these abominable dissertations. The first 14 have been duly delivered to the Mercale's porter. I shall have the honor of filling all the drawers in her escritoire. And yet she treats me as though I never wrote. What can be the end of all this? Will my constancy bore her as much as it does me? I must admit that Russian friend of Korasoff's who was in love with the pretty Quakeress of Richmond, was a terrible man in his time. No one could be more overwhelming. Like all mediocre individuals, who chance to come into contact with the maneuvers of a great general, Julien understood nothing of the attack executed by the young Russian on the heart of the young English girl. The only purpose of the first 40 letters was to secure forgiveness for the boldness of writing at all. The sweet person, who perhaps lived a life of inordinate boredom, had to be induced to contract the habit of receiving letters, which were perhaps a little less insipid than her everyday life. One morning a letter was delivered to Julien. He recognized the arms of Madame La Fervaques, and broke the seal with an eagerness which would have seemed impossible to him some days before. It was only an invitation to dinner. He rushed to Prince Korasoff's instructions. Unfortunately the young Russian had taken it into his head to be as flippant as Dorat, just when he should have been simple and intelligible. Julien was not able to form any idea of the moral position which he ought to take up at the Mercale's dinner. The salon was extremely magnificent and decorated like the Galerie de Diane in the Tuileries with panelled oil paintings. There were some light spots on these pictures. Julien learnt later that the mistress of the house had thought the subject somewhat lacking in decency and that she had had the pictures corrected. What a moral century, he thought. He noticed in this salon 3 of the persons who had been present at the drawing up of the secret note. One of them, my Lord Bishop of, the Mercale's uncle, had the disposition of the ecclesiastical patronage, and could, it was said, refuse his niece nothing. What immense progress I have made, said Julien to himself with a melancholy smile, and how indifferent I am to it. Here I am dining with the famous Bishop of. The dinner was mediocre and the conversation wearisome. It's like the small talk in a bad book, thought Julien. All the greatest subjects of human thought are proudly tackled. After listening for 3 minutes one asks oneself which is greater, the speaker's bombast, or his abominable ignorance. The reader has doubtless forgotten the little man of letters named Tanbeau, who was the nephew of the academician, and intended to be professor. Who seemed entrusted with the task of poisoning the salon of the Hôtel de la Mole with his base calumnies. It was this little man who gave Julien the first inkling that though Madame de Fervaques did not answer, she might quite well take an indulgent view of the sentiment which dictated them. M. Tanbeau's sinister soul was lacerated by the thought of Julien's success. But since, on the other hand, a man of merit cannot be in 2 places at the same time any more than a fool, said the future professor to himself, if Sorel becomes the lover of the sublime Mercale, she will obtain some lucrative position for him in the church, and I shall be rid of him in the Hôtel de la Mole. The Abbé Purard addressed long sermons to Julien concerning his success at the Hôtel de Fervaques. There was a sectarian jealousy between the austere Jansenist and the salon of the virtuous Mercale which was Jesuitical, reactionary, and monarchical. Chapter 58. Manon Lescaut. Accordingly, once he was thoroughly convinced of the asinine stupidity of the prior, he would usually succeed well enough by calling white black, and black white. Lichtenberg. The Russian instructions peremptorily forbade the writer from ever contradicting in conversation the recipient of the letters. No pretext could excuse any deviation from the role of that most ecstatic admiration. The letters were always based on that hypothesis. One evening at the opera, when in Madame de Fervaques' box, Julien spoke of the ballet of Manon Lescaut in the most enthusiastic terms. His only reason for talking in that strain was the fact that he thought it insignificant. The Mercale said that the ballet was very inferior to the Abbé Prévost's novel. The idea, thought Julien, both surprised and amused, of so highly virtuous a person praising a novel. Madame de Fervaques used to profess 2 or 3 times a week the most absolute contempt for those writers, who, by means of their insipid works, try to corrupt a youth which is, alas, only too inclined to the errors of the senses. Manon Lescaut, continued the Mercale, is said to be one of the best of this immoral and dangerous type of book. The weaknesses and the deserved anguish of a criminal heart are, they say, portrayed with a truth which is not lacking in depth. A fact which does not prevent your Bonaparte from stating at St. Helena that it is simply a novel written for lackeys. The word Bonaparte restored to Julien all the activity of his mind. They have tried to ruin me with the Mercale. They have told her of my enthusiasm for Napoleon. This fact has sufficiently piqued her to make her yield to the temptation to make me feel it. This discovery amused him all the evening, and rendered him amusing. As he took leave of the Mercale in the vestibule of the opera, she said to him, "Remember, monsieur, one must not like Bonaparte if you like me, at the best he can only be accepted as a necessity imposed by Providence." Besides, the man did not have a sufficiently supple soul to appreciate masterpieces of art. When you like me, Julien kept on repeating to himself, that means nothing or means everything. Here we have mysteries of language which are beyond us poor provincials. And he thought a great deal about Madame de Rênal, as he copied out an immense letter destined for the Marechal. "How is it," she said to him the following day, with an assumed indifference which he thought was clumsily assumed, "that you talk to me about London and Richmond in a letter which you wrote last night, I think, when you came back from the opera?" Julien was very embarrassed. He had copied line by line without thinking about what he was writing, and had apparently forgotten to substitute Paris and St. Cloud for the words London and Richmond which occurred in the original. He commenced 2 or 3 sentences, but found it impossible to finish them. He felt on the point of succumbing to a fit of idiotic laughter. Finally, by picking his words, he succeeded in formulating this inspiration: "Exalted as I was by the discussion of the most sublime and greatest interests of the human soul, my own soul may have been somewhat absent in my letter to you. I am making an impression," he said to himself, "so I can spare myself the boredom of the rest of the evening." He left the Hôtel de Verrières at a run. In the evening he had another look at the original of the letter which he had copied out on the previous night, and soon came to the fatal place where the young Russian made mention of London and of Richmond. Julien was very astonished to find this letter almost tender. It had been the contrast between the apparent lightness of his conversation, and the sublime and almost apocalyptic profundity of his letters which had marked him out for favor. The Marechal was particularly pleased by the longness of the sentences. This was very far from being that sprightly style which that immoral man Voltaire had brought into fashion. Although our hero made every possible human effort to eliminate from his conversation any symptom of good sense, it still preserved a certain anti-monarchical and blasphemous tinge which did not escape Madame de Verrières. Surrounded as she was by persons who, though eminently moral, had very often not a single idea during the whole evening, this lady was profoundly struck by anything resembling a novelty. But at the same time she thought she owed it to herself to be offended by it. She called this defect, keeping the imprint of the lightness of the age. But such salons are only worth observing when one has a favor to procure. The reader doubtless shares all the ennui of the colorless life which Julien was leading. This period represents the steps of our journey. Mademoiselle de la Mole needed to exercise her self-control to avoid thinking of Julien during the whole period filled by the de Verrières episode. Her soul was a prey to violent battles. Sometimes she piqued herself on despising that melancholy young man, but his conversation captivated her in spite of herself. She was particularly astonished by his absolute falseness. He did not say a single word to the Marechal which was not a lie, or at any rate, an abominable travesty of his own way of thinking, which Mathilde knew so perfectly in every phase. This Machiavellianism impressed her. What subtlety, she said to herself. What a difference between the bombastic coxcombs, or the common rascals like Tanbeau who talk in the same strain. Nevertheless Julien went through awful days. It was only to accomplish the most painful of duties that he put in a daily appearance in the Marechal's salon. The strain of playing a part ended by depriving his mind of all its strength. As he crossed each night the immense courtyard of the Hôtel de Verrières, it was only through sheer force in character and logic that he succeeded in keeping a little above the level of despair. "I overcame despair at the seminary," he said, "yet what an awful prospect I had then. I was then either going to make my fortune or come to grief just as I am now. I found myself obliged to pass all my life in intimate association with the most contemptible and disgusting things in the whole world. The following spring, just 11 short months later, I was perhaps the happiest of all young people of my own age. But very often all this fine logic proved unavailing against the awful reality. He saw Mathilde every day at breakfast and at dinner. He knew from the numerous letters which de la Mole dictated to him that she was on the eve of marrying de Croisenois. This charming man already called twice a day at the Hôtel de la Mole. The jealous eye of a jilted lover was alive to every one of his movements. When he thought he had noticed that Mademoiselle de la Mole was beginning to encourage her intended, Julien could not help looking tenderly at his pistols as he went up to his room. Ah, he said to himself, would it not be much wiser to take the marks out of my linen and to go into some solitary forest 20 leagues from Paris to put an end to this atrocious life? I should be unknown in the district, my death would remain a secret for a fortnight, and who would bother about me after a fortnight? This reasoning was very logical. But on the following day a glimpse of Mathilde's arm between the sleeve of her dress and her glove sufficed to plunge our young philosopher into memories which, though agonizing, none the less gave him a hold on life. Well, he said to himself, I will follow this Russian plan to the end. How will it all finish? So far as the Mercale is concerned, after I have copied out these 53 letters, I shall not write any others. As for Mathilde, these 6 weeks of painful acting will either leave her anger unchanged, or will win me a moment of reconciliation. Great God! I should die of happiness. And he could not finish his train of thought. After a long reverie he succeeded in taking up the thread of his argument. In that case, he said to himself, I should win 1 day of happiness, and after that her cruelties which are based, alas, on my lack of ability to please her will recommence. I should have nothing left to do, I should be ruined and lost forever. With such a character as hers what guarantee can she give me? Alas! My manners are no doubt lacking in elegance, and my style of speech is heavy and monotonous. Great God, why am I myself? Chapter 59. Ennui. Sacrificing oneself to one's passions, let it pass, but sacrificing oneself to passions which one has not got. Oh! Melancholy 19th century. Girardet. Madame de Fervaques had begun reading Julien's long letters without any pleasure, but she now began to think about them. One thing, however, grieved her. What a pity that M. Sorel was not a real priest. He could then be admitted to a kind of intimacy, but in view of that cross, and that almost lay dress, one is exposed to cruel questions and what is one to answer? She did not finish the train of thought, some malicious woman friend may think, and even spread it about that he is some lower middle-class cousin or other, a relative of my father, some tradesman who has been decorated by the National Guard. Up to the time which she had seen Julien, Madame de Fervaques' greatest pleasure had been writing the word Mercale after her name. Consequently a morbid parvenu vanity, which was ready to take umbrage at everything, combated the awakening of her interest in him. It would be so easy for me, said the Mercale, to make him a grand vicar in some diocese near Paris. But plain M. Sorel, and what is more, a man who is the secretary of M. de la Mole. It is heartbreaking. For the first time in her life this soul, which was afraid of everything, was moved by an interest which was alien to its own pretensions to rank and superiority. Her old porter noticed that whenever he brought a letter from this handsome young man, who always looked so sad, he was certain to see that absent, discontented expression, which the Mercale always made a point of assuming on the entry of any of her servants, immediately disappear. The boredom of a mode of life whose ambitions were concentrated on impressing the public without her having at heart any real faculty of enjoyment for that kind of success, had become so intolerable since she had begun to think of Julien that all that was necessary to prevent her chambermaids being bullied for a whole day, was that their mistress should have passed an hour in the society of this strange young man on the evening of the preceding day. His budding credit was proof against very cleverly written anonymous letters. It was in vain that Tanbeau supplied M. de Luz, de Croisenois, de Caylus, with 2 or 3 very clever calumnies which these gentlemen were only too glad to spread, without making too many inquiries of the actual truth of the charges. The Mercale, whose temperament was not calculated to be proof against these vulgar expedients, related her doubts to Mathilde, and was always consoled by her. One day, Madame de Fervaques, after having asked 3 times if there were any letters for her, suddenly decided to answer Julien. It was a case of the triumph of ennui. On reaching the second letter in his name the Mercale almost felt herself pulled up sharp by the unbecomingness of writing with her own hand so vulgar an address as to M. Sorel, care of M. le Marquis de la Mole. You must bring me envelopes with your address on, she said very drilly to Julien in the evening. Here I am appointed lover and valet in one, thought Julien, and he bowed, amused himself by wrinkling his face up like Arsène, the old valet of the Marquis. He brought the envelopes that very evening, and he received the third letter very early on the following day. He read 5 or 6 lines at the beginning, and 2 or 3 towards the end. There were 4 pages of a small and very close writing. The lady gradually developed the sweet habit of writing nearly every day. Julien answered by faithful copies of the Russian letters. And such is the advantage of the bombastic style that Madame de Fervaques was not a bit astonished by the lack of connection between his answers and her letters. How gravely irritated would her pride have been if the little Tanbeau who had constituted himself a voluntary spy on all Julien's movements had been able to have informed her that all these letters were left unsealed and thrown haphazard into Julien's drawer. One morning the porter was bringing into the library a letter to him from the Mercale. Mathilde met the man, saw the letter together with the address in Julien's handwriting. She entered the library as the porter was leaving it. The letter was still on the edge of the table. Julien was very busy with his work and had not yet put it in his drawer. "I cannot endure this," exclaimed Mathilde, as she took possession of the letter. "You are completely forgetting me your wife. Your conduct is awful, monsieur." At these words her pride, shocked by the awful unseemliness of her proceeding, prevented her from speaking. She burst into tears, and soon seemed to Julien scarcely able to breathe. Julien was so surprised and embarrassed that he did not fully appreciate how ideally fortunate this scene was for himself. He helped Mathilde to sit down. She almost abandoned herself in his arms. The first minute in which he noticed this movement, he felt an extreme joy. Immediately afterwards, he thought of Korasoff. I may lose everything by a single word. The strain of carrying out his tactics was so great that his arms stiffened. I dare not even allow myself to press this supple, charming frame to my heart, or she will despise me or treat me badly. What an awful character! And while he cursed Mathilde's character, he loved her 100 times more. He thought he had a queen in his arms. Julien's impassive coldness intensified the anguished pride which was lacerating the soul of Mademoiselle de la Mole. She was far from having the necessary self-possession to try and read in his eyes what he felt for her at that particular moment. She could not make up her mind to look at him. She trembled lest she might encounter a contemptuous expression. Seated motionless on the library divan, with her head turned in the opposite direction to Julien, she was a prey to the most poignant anguish that pride and love can inflict upon a human soul. What an awful step had she just slipped into taking! It has been reserved for me, unhappy woman that I am, to see my most unbecoming advances rebuffed. And rebuffed by whom? Added her maddened and wounded pride, rebuffed by a servant of my father's. That's more than I will put up with, she said aloud, and rising in a fury, she opened the drawer of Julien's table, which was 2 yards in front of her. She stood petrified with horror when she saw 8 or 10 unopened letters, completely like the one the porter had just brought up. She recognized Julien's handwriting, though more or less disguised, on all the addresses. "So," she cried, quite beside herself, "you are not only on good terms with her, but you actually despise her. You, a nobody, despise Madame la Mercale de Fervaques. Oh, forgive me, my dear," she added, throwing herself on her knees. "Despise me if you wish, but love me. I cannot live without your love." And she fell down in a dead faint. "So our proud lady is lying at my feet," said Julien to himself. Chapter 60. A box at the Bouffes. As the blackest sky foretells the heaviest tempest. Don Juan, c. 1. St. 76. In the midst of these great transports Julien felt more surprised than happy. Mathilde's abuse proved to him the shrewdness of the Russian tactics. Few words, few deeds, that is my one method of salvation. He picked up Mathilde, and without saying a word, put her back on the divan. She was gradually being overcome by tears. In order to keep herself in countenance, she took Madame de Fervaque's letters in her hands, and slowly broke the seals. She gave a noticeable nervous movement when she recognized the Mercale's handwriting. She turned over the pages of these letters without reading them. Most of them were 6 pages. "At least answer me," Mathilde said at last, in the most supplicatory tone, but without daring to look at Julien. "You know how proud I am. It is the misfortune of my position, and of my temperament, too, I confess. Has Madame de Fervaques robbed me of your heart? Has she made the sacrifices to which my fatal love swept me?" A dismal silence was all Julien's answer. By what right, he thought, does she ask me to commit an indiscretion unworthy of an honest man? Mathilde tried to read the letters. Her eyes were so wet with tears that it was impossible for her to do so. She had been unhappy for a month past, but this haughty soul had been very far from owning its own feelings even to itself. Chance alone had brought about this explosion. For one instant jealousy and love had won a victory over pride. She was sitting on the divan, and very near him. He saw her hair and her alabaster neck. For a moment he forgot all he owed to himself. He passed his arm around her waist, and clasped her almost to his breast. She slowly turned her head towards him. He was astonished by the extreme anguish in her eyes. There was not a trace of their usual expression. Julien felt his strength desert him. So great was the deadly pain of the courageous feat which he was imposing on himself. "Those eyes will soon express nothing but the coldest disdain," said Julien to himself, "if I allow myself to be swept away by the happiness of loving her." She, however, kept repeatedly assuring him at this moment, in a hushed voice, and in words which she had scarcely the strength to finish, of all her remorse for those steps which her inordinate pride had dictated. "I, too, have pride," said Julien to her, in a scarcely articulate voice, while his features portrayed the lowest depths of physical prostration. Mathilde turned round sharply towards him. Hearing his voice was a happiness which she had given up hoping. At this moment her only thought of her haughtiness was to curse it. She would have liked to have found out some abnormal and incredible actions, in order to prove to him the extent to which she adored him and detested herself. "That pride is probably the reason," continued Julien, "why you singled me out for a moment. My present courageous and manly firmness is certainly the reason why you respect me. I may entertain love for the Mercale." Mathilde shuddered. A strange expression came into her eyes. She was going to hear her sentence pronounced. This shudder did not escape Julien. He felt his courage weaken. "Ah," he said to himself, as he listened to the sound of the vain words which his mouth was articulating, as he thought it were some strange sound, "if I could only cover those pale cheeks with kisses without your feeling it. I may entertain love for the Mercale," he continued, while his voice became weaker and weaker, "but I certainly have no definite proof of her interest in me." Mathilde looked at him. He supported that look. He hoped, at any rate, that his expression had not betrayed him. He felt himself bathed in a love that penetrated even into the most secret recesses of his heart. He had never adored her so much. He was almost as mad as Mathilde. If she had mustered sufficient self-possession and courage to maneuver, he would have abandoned all his play-acting, and fallen at her feet. He had sufficient strength to manage to continue speaking. "Ah, Korasoff," he exclaimed mentally, "why are you not here? How I need a word from you to guide me in my conduct." During this time his voice was saying, "In default of any other sentiment, gratitude would be sufficient to attach me to the Mercale. She has been indulgent to me, she has consoled me when I have been despised. I cannot put unlimited faith in certain appearances which are, no doubt, extremely flattering, but possibly very fleeting." "Oh, my God!" exclaimed Mathilde. "Well, what guarantee will you give me?" replied Julien with a sharp, firm intonation, which seemed to abandon for a moment the prudent forms of diplomacy. "What guarantee? What God will warrant that the position to which you seem inclined to restore me at the present moment will last more than 2 days. The excess of my love, and my unhappiness if you do not love me," she said to him, taking his hands and turning towards him. The spasmodic movement which she had just made had slightly displaced her tippet. Julien caught a view of her charming shoulders. Her slightly disheveled hair recalled a delicious memory. He was on the point of succumbing. One imprudent word, he said to himself, and I have to start all over again that long series of days which I have passed in despair. Madame de Rênal used to find reasons for doing what her heart dictated. This young girl of high society never allows her heart to be moved except when she has proved to herself by sound logic that it ought to be moved. He saw this proof in the twinkling of an eye, and in the twinkling of an eye too, he regained his courage. He took away his hands which Mathilde was pressing in her own, and moved a little away from her with a marked respect. Human courage could not go further. He then busied himself with putting together Madame de Fervac's letters which were spread out on the divan, and it was with all the appearance of extreme politeness that he cruelly exploited the psychological moment by adding, "Mademoiselle de la Mole will allow me to reflect over all this." He went rapidly away and left the library. She heard him shut all the doors one after the other. "The monster is not the least bit troubled," she said to herself. "But what am I saying? Monster? He is wise, prudent, good. It is I myself who have committed more wrong than one can imagine." This point of view lasted. Mathilde was almost happy today, for she gave herself up to love unreservedly. One would have said that this soul had never been disturbed by pride, and what pride! She shuddered with horror when a lackey announced Madame Lefevre's into the salon in the evening. The man's voice struck her as sinister. She could not endure the sight of the Mercale, and stopped suddenly. Julien, who had felt little pride over his painful victory, had feared to face her, and had not dined at the Hôtel de la Mole. His love and his happiness rapidly increased in proportion to the time that elapsed from the moment of the battle. He was blaming himself already. "How could I resist her?" he said to himself. "Suppose she were to go and leave off loving me. One single moment may change that haughty soul, and I must admit that I have treated her awfully." In the evening he felt that it was absolutely necessary to put in an appearance at the booths in Madame de Fervac's box. She had expressly invited him. Mathilde would be bound to know of his presence or his discourteous absence. In spite of the clearness of this logic, he could not at the beginning of the evening bring himself to plunge into society. By speaking he would lose half his happiness. 10 o'clock struck and it was absolutely necessary to show himself. Luckily he found the Mercale's box packed with women, and was relegated to a place near the door where he was completely hidden by the hats. This position saved him from looking ridiculous. Caroline's divine notes of despair in the Matrimonio Segreto made him burst into tears. Madame de Fervaques saw these tears. They represented so great a contrast with the masculine firmness of his usual expression that the soul of the old-fashioned lady, saturated as it had been for many years with all the corroding acid of parvenu haughtiness, was none the less touched. Such remnants of a woman's heart as she still possessed impelled her to speak. She wanted to enjoy the sound of his voice at this moment. "Have you seen the de la Mole ladies?" she said to him. "They are in the third tier." Julien immediately craned out over theatre, leaning politely enough on the front of the box. He saw Mathilde. Her eyes were shining with tears. "And yet it is not their opera day," thought Julien. How eager she must be. Mathilde had prevailed on her mother to come to the booths in spite of the inconveniently high tier of the box, which a lady friend of the family had hastened to offer her. She wanted to see if Julien would pass the evening with the Mercale. Chapter 61. Frighten her. "So this is the fine miracle of your civilization, you have turned love into an ordinary business. Barnave." Julien rushed into Madame de la Mole's box. His eyes first met the tearful eyes of Mathilde. She was crying without reserve. There were only insignificant personages present, the friend who had lent her box, and some men whom she knew. Mathilde placed her hand on Julien's. She seemed to have forgotten all fear of her mother. Almost stifled as she was by her tears, she said nothing but this one word, "guarantees." "So long as I don't speak to her," said Julien to himself. He was himself very moved, and concealed his eyes with his hand as best he could under the pretext of avoiding the dazzling light of the third tier of boxes. If I speak she may suspect the excess of my emotion, the sound of my voice will betray me. All may yet be lost. His struggles were more painful than they had been in the morning, his soul had had the time to become moved. He had been frightened at seeing Mathilde piqued with vanity. Intoxicated as he was with love and pleasure he resolved not to speak. In my view this is one of the finest traits in his character, an individual capable of such an effort of self-control may go far as I fascinant. Mademoiselle de la Mole insisted on taking Julien back to the hotel. Luckily it was raining a great deal, but the marquise had him placed opposite her, talked to him incessantly, and prevented him saying a single word to her daughter. One might have thought that the marquise was nursing Julien's happiness for him, no longer fearing to lose everything through his excessive emotion, he madly abandoned himself to his happiness. Shall I dare to say that when he went back to his room Julien fell on his knees and covered with kisses the love letters which Prince Korasoff had given him. "How much I owe you, great man," he exclaimed in his madness. Little by little he regained his self-possession. He compared himself to a general who had just won a great battle. "My advantage is definite and immense," he said to himself, "but what will happen tomorrow? One instant may ruin everything." With a passionate gesture he opened the memoirs which Napoleon had dictated at St. Helena and for 2 long hours forced himself to read them. Only his eyes read, no matter, he made himself do it. During this singular reading his head and his heart rose to the most exalted level and worked unconsciously. "Her heart is very different from Madame de Rênal's," he said to himself, but he did not go further. "Frighten her," he suddenly exclaimed, hurling away the book. "The enemy will only obey me in so far as I frighten him, but then he will not dare to show contempt for me." Intoxicated with joy he walked up and down his little room. In point of fact his happiness was based rather on pride than on love. "Frighten her," he repeated proudly, and he had cause to be proud. Madame de Rênal always doubted even in her happiest moments if my love was equal to her own. In this case I have to subjugate a demon, consequently I must subjugate her. He knew quite well that Mathilde would be in the library at 8 o'clock in the morning of the following day. He did not appear before 9 o'clock. He was burning with love, but his head dominated his heart. Scarcely a single minute passed without his repeating to himself. Keep her obsessed by this great doubt. Does he love me? Her own brilliant position, together with the flattery of all who speak to her, tend a little too much to make her reassure herself. He found her sitting on the divan pale and calm, but apparently completely incapable of making a single movement. She held out her hand. "Dear one, it is true I have offended you, perhaps you are angry with me." Julien had not been expecting this simple tone. He was on the point of betraying himself. "You want guarantees, my dear," she added after a silence which she had hoped would be broken. "Take me away, let us leave for London. I shall be ruined, dishonored forever." She had the courage to take her hand away from Julien to cover her eyes with it. All her feelings of reserve and feminine virtue had come back into her soul. "Well, dishonor me," she said at last with a sigh, "that will be a guarantee. I was happy yesterday, because I had the courage to be severe with myself," thought Julien. After a short silence he had sufficient control over his heart to say in an icy tone. "Once we are on the road to London, once you are dishonored, to employ your own expression, who will answer that you will still love me? That my very presence in the post-chaise will not seem importunate? I am not a monster, to have ruined your reputation will only make me still more unhappy. It is not your position in society which is the obstacle, it is unfortunately your own character. Can you yourself guarantee that you will love me for 8 days? Ah! Let her love me for 8 days, just 8 days, whispered Julien to himself, and I will die of happiness. What do I care for the future, what do I care for life? And yet if I wish that divine happiness can commence this very minute, it only depends on me." Mathilde saw that he was pensive. So I am completely unworthy of you, she said to him, taking his hand. Julien kissed her, but at the same time the iron hand of duty gripped his heart. If she sees how much I adore her I shall lose her. And before leaving her arms, he had reassumed all that dignity which is proper to a man. He managed on this and the following days to conceal his inordinate happiness. There were moments when he even refused himself the pleasure of clasping her in his arms. At other times the delirium of happiness prevailed over all the counsels of prudence. He had been accustomed to station himself near a bower of honeysuckle in the garden arranged in such a way so as to conceal the latter when he had looked up at Mathilde's blind in the distance, and lamented her inconstancy. A very big oak tree was quite near, and the trunk of that tree prevented him from being seen by the indiscreet. As he passed with Mathilde over this very place which recalled his excessive unhappiness so vividly, the contrast between his former despair and his present happiness proved too much for his character. Tears inundated his eyes, and he carried his sweetheart's hand to his lips. It was here I used to live in my thoughts of you, it was from here that I used to look at that blind. And waited whole hours for the happy moment when I would see that hand open it. His weakness was unreserved. He portrayed the extremity of his former despair in genuine colors which could not possibly have been invented. Short interjections testified to that present happiness which had put an end to that awful agony. My God, what am I doing, thought Julien, suddenly recovering himself. I am ruining myself. In his excessive alarm he thought that he already detected a diminution of the love in Mademoiselle de la Mole's eyes. It was an illusion, but Julien's face suddenly changed its expression and became overspread by a mortal pallor. His eyes lost their fire, and an expression of haughtiness touched with malice soon succeeded to his look of the most genuine and unreserved love. But what is the matter with you, my dear, said Mathilde to him, both tenderly and anxiously. I am lying, said Julien irritably, and I am lying to you. I am reproaching myself for it, and yet God knows that I respect you sufficiently not to lie to you. You love me, you are devoted to me, and I have no need of praises in order to please you. Great heavens! Are all the charming things you have been telling me for the last 2 minutes mere phrases? And I reproach myself for it keenly, dear one. I once made them up for a woman who loved me, and bored me, it is the weakness of my character. I denounce myself to you, forgive me. Bitter tears streamed over Mathilde's cheeks. As soon as some trifle offends me and throws me back on my meditation, continued Julien, my abominable memory, which I curse at this very minute, offers me a resource, and I abuse it. So I must have slipped, without knowing it, into some action which has displeased you, said Mathilde with a charming simplicity. I remember one day that when you passed near this honeysuckle you picked a flower, M. Deleuze took it from you and you let him keep it. I was 2 paces away. M. Deleuze. It is impossible, replied Mathilde with all her natural haughtiness. I do not do things like that. I am sure of it, Julien replied sharply. Well, my dear, it is true, said Mathilde, as she sadly lowered her eyes. She knew positively that many months had elapsed since she had allowed M. Deleuze to do such a thing. Julien looked at her with ineffable tenderness. No, he said to himself, she does not love me less. In the evening she rallied him with a laugh on his fancy for Madame de Fervaques. Think of a bourgeois loving a parvenu, those are perhaps the only type of hearts that my Julien cannot make mad with love. She has made you into a real dandy, she said playing with his hair. During the period when he thought himself scorned by Mathilde, Julien had become one of the best dressed men in Paris. He had, moreover, a further advantage over other dandies, inasmuch as once he had finished dressing he never gave a further thought to his appearance. One thing still piqued Mathilde. Julien continued to copy out the Russian letters and send them to the Mercale. Chapter 62. The Tiger. Alas, why these things and not other things, Beaumarchais? An English traveller tells of the intimacy in which he lived with a tiger. He had trained it and would caress it, but he always kept a cocked pistol on his table. Julien only abandoned himself to the fullness of his happiness in those moments when Mathilde could not read the expression in his eyes. He scrupulously performed his duty of addressing some harsh word to her from time to time. When Mathilde's sweetness, which he noticed with some surprise, together with the completeness of her devotion were on the point of depriving him of all self-control, he was courageous enough to leave her suddenly. Mathilde loved for the first time in her life. Life had previously always dragged along at a tortoise pace, but now it flew. As, however, her pride required to find a vent in some way or other, she wished to expose herself to all the dangers in which her love could involve her. It was Julien who was prudent, and it was only when it was a question of danger that she did not follow her own inclination. But submissive, and almost humble as she was when with him, she only showed additional haughtiness to everyone in the house who came near her, whether relatives or friends. In the evening she would call Julien to her in the salon in the presence of 60 people, and have a long and private conversation with him. The little Tanbeau installed himself one day close to them. She requested him to go and fetch from the library the volume of Smollett which deals with the Revolution of 1688, and when he hesitated, added with an expression of insulting haughtiness, which was a veritable balm to Julien's soul, "Don't hurry. Have you noticed that little monster's expression?" he said to her. "His uncle has been in attendance in this salon for 10 or 12 years, otherwise I would have had him packed off immediately." Her behavior towards M. de Croisenois, de Luz, etc., though outwardly perfectly polite, was in reality scarcely less provocative. Mathilde keenly reproached herself for all the confidential remarks about them which she had formerly made to Julien, and all the more so since she did not dare to confess that she had exaggerated to him the, in fact, almost absolutely innocent manifestations of interest of which these gentlemen had been the objects. In spite of her best resolutions, her womanly pride invariably prevented her from saying to Julien, "It was because I was talking to you that I found a pleasure in describing my weakness in not drawing my hand away," when M. de Croisenois had placed his on a marble table and had just touched it. But now, as soon as one of these gentlemen had been speaking to her for some moments, she found she had a question to put to Julien, and she made this an excuse for keeping him by her side. She discovered that she was enceinte and joyfully informed Julien of the fact. "Do you doubt me now? Is it not a guarantee? I am your wife forever." This announcement struck Julien with profound astonishment. He was on the point of forgetting the governing principle of his conduct. "How am I to be deliberately cold and insulting towards this poor young girl, who is ruining herself for my sake?" And if she looked at all ill, he could not, even on those days when the terrible voice of wisdom made itself heard, find the courage to address to her one of those harsh remarks which his experience had found so indispensable to the preservation of their love. "I will write to my father," said Mathilde to him one day. "He is more than a father to me, he is a friend, that being so, I think it unworthy both of you and of myself to try and deceive him even for a single minute." "Great heavens, what are you going to do?" said Julien in alarm. "My duty," she answered with eyes shining with joy. She thought she was showing more nobility than her lover. "But he will pack me off in disgrace. It is his right to do so, we must respect it. I will give you my arm, and we will go out by the front door in full daylight." Julien was thunderstruck and requested her to put it off for a week. "I cannot," she answered, "it is the voice of honor, I have seen my duty, I must follow it, and follow it at once." "Well, I order you to put it off," said Julien at last. "Your honor is safe for the present. I am your husband. The position of us will be changed by this momentous step. I too am within my rights. Today is Tuesday, next Tuesday is the Duc de Retz's at home. When M. de la Mole comes home in the evening the porter will give him the fatal letter. His only thought is to make you a duchess, I am sure of it. Think of his unhappiness." "You mean, think of his vengeance." "It may be that I pity my benefactor, and am grieved at injuring him, but I do not fear, and shall never fear anyone." Mathilde yielded. This was the first occasion, since she had informed Julien of her condition, that he had spoken to her authoritatively. She had never loved him so much. The tender part of his soul had found happiness in seizing on Mathilde's condition as an excuse for refraining from his cruel remarks to her. The question of the confession to M. de la Mole deeply moved him. Was he going to be separated from Mathilde? And, however grieved she would be to see him go, would she have a thought for him after his departure? He was almost equally horrified by the thought of the justified reproaches which the Marquis might address to him. In the evening he confessed to Mathilde the second reason for his anxiety, and then led away by his love, confessed the first as well. She changed color. Would it really make you unhappy, she said to him, to pass 6 months far away from me? Infinitely so. It is the only thing in the world which terrifies me. Mathilde was very happy. Julien had played his part so assiduously that he had succeeded in making her think that she was the one of the two who loved the more. The fatal Tuesday arrived. When the Marquis came in at midnight he found a letter addressed to him, which was only to be opened himself when no one was there. My father. All social ties have been broken between us, only those of nature remain. Next to my husband, you are and always will be the being I shall always hold most dear. My eyes are full of tears, I am thinking of the pain that I am causing you, but if my shame was to be prevented from becoming public, and you were to be given time to reflect and act, I could not postpone any longer the confession that I owe you. If your affection for me, which I know is extremely deep, is good enough to grant me a small allowance, I will go and settle with my husband anywhere you like, in Switzerland, for instance. His name is so obscure that no one would recognize in Madame Sorel, the daughter-in-law of a Verrières carpenter, your daughter. That is the name which I have so much difficulty in writing. I fear your wrath against Julien, it seems so justified. I shall not be a duchess, my father, but I knew it when I loved him, for I was the one who loved him first, it was I who seduced him. I have inherited from you too lofty a soul to fix my attention on what either is or appears to be vulgar. It is in vain that I thought of M. Croisenois with a view to pleasing you. Why did you place real merit under my eyes? You told me yourself on my return from Hyères, that young Sorel is the one person who amuses me. The poor boy is as grieved as I am if it is possible, at the pain this letter will give you. I cannot prevent you being irritated as a father, but love me as a friend. Julien respected me. If he sometimes spoke to me, it was only by reason of his deep gratitude towards yourself, for the natural dignity of his character induces him to keep to his official capacity in any answers he may make to anyone who is so much above him. He has a keen and instinctive appreciation of the difference of social rank. It was I confess it with a blush to my best friend, and I shall never make such a confession to anyone else, who clasped his arm one day in the garden. Why need you be irritated with him, after 24 hours have elapsed? My own lapse is irreparable. If you insist on it, the assurance of his profound respect and of his desperate grief at having displeased you, can be conveyed to you through me. You need not see him at all, but I shall go and join him wherever he wishes. It is his right and it is my duty. He is the father of my child. If your kindness will go so far as to grant us 6,000 francs to live on, I will receive it with gratitude. If not, Julien reckons on establishing himself at Besançon, where he will set up as a Latin and literature master. However low may have been the station from which he springs, I am certain he will raise himself. With him I do not fear obscurity. If there is a revolution, I am sure that he will play a prime part. Can you say as much for any of those who have asked for my hand? They have fine estates, you say. I cannot consider that circumstance a reason for admiring them. My Julien would attain a high position, even under the present regime, if he had 1,000,000 and my father's protection. Mathilde, who knew that the Marquis was a man who always abandoned himself to his first impulse, had written 8 pages. What am I to do, said Julien to himself while M. de la Mole was reading this letter. Where is, first, my duty, second, my interest? My debt to him is immense. Without him I should have been a menial scoundrel, and not even enough of a scoundrel to be hated and persecuted by the others. He has made me a man of the world. The villainous acts which I now have to do are, first, less frequent. Second, less mean. That is more than as if he had given me 1,000,000. I am indebted to him for this cross and the reputation of having rendered those alleged diplomatic services, which have lifted me out of the ruck. If he himself were writing instructions for my conduct, what would he prescribe? Julien was sharply interrupted by M. de la Mole's old valet. The Marquis wants to see you at once, dressed or not dressed. The valet added in a low voice, as he walked by Julien's side, he is beside himself, look out. Chapter 63. The Hell of Weakness. A clumsy lapidary, in cutting this diamond, deprived it of some of its most brilliant facets. In the Middle Ages, nay, even under Richelieu, the Frenchman had force of will. Mirabeau. Julien found the Marquis furious. For perhaps the first time in his life this nobleman showed bad form. He loaded Julien with all the insults that came to his lips. Our hero was astonished, and his patience was tried, but his gratitude remained unshaken. The poor man now sees the annihilation, in a single minute, of all the fine plans which he has long cherished in his heart. But I owe it to him to answer. My silence tends to increase his anger. The part of Tartuffe supplied the answer. I am not an angel. I served you well, you paid me generously. I was grateful, but I am 22. Only you and that charming person understood my thoughts in this household. Monster, exclaimed the Marquis. Charming. Charming, to be sure. The day when you found her charming you ought to have fled. I tried to. It was then that I asked permission to leave for Languedoc. Tired of stampeding about and overcome by his grief, the Marquis threw himself into an armchair. Julien heard him whispering to himself, No, no, he is not a wicked man. No, I am not, towards you, exclaimed Julien, falling on his knees. But he felt extremely ashamed of this manifestation, and very quickly got up again. The Marquis was really transported. When he saw this movement, he began again to load him with abominable insults, which were worthy of the driver of a fiacre. The novelty of these oaths perhaps acted as a distraction. What? Is my daughter to go by the name of Madame Sorel? What? Is my daughter not to be a duchess? Each time that these two ideas presented themselves in all their clearness M. de la Mole was a prey to torture, and lost all power over the movements of his mind. Julien was afraid of being beaten. In his lucid intervals, when he was beginning to get accustomed to his unhappiness, the Marquis addressed to Julien reproaches which were reasonable enough. You should have fled, sir, he said to him. Your duty was to flee. You are the lowest of men. Julien approached the table and wrote. I have found my life unbearable for a long time, I am putting an end to it. I request Monsieur the Marquis to accept my apologies, together with the expression of my infinite gratitude, for any embarrassment that may be occasioned by my death in his hotel. Kindly run your eye over this paper, M. the Marquis, said Julien. Kill me, or have me killed by your valet. It is 1 o'clock in the morning. I will go and walk in the garden in the direction of the wall at the bottom. Go to the devil, cried the Marquis, as he went away. I understand, thought Julien. He would not be sorry if I were to spare his valet the trouble of killing me. Let him kill me, if he likes, it is a satisfaction which I offer him. But, by heaven, I love life. I owe it to my son. This idea, which had not previously presented itself with so much definiteness to his imagination, completely engrossed him during his walk after the first few minutes which he had spent thinking about his danger. This novel interest turned him into a prudent man. I need advice as to how to behave towards this infuriated man. He is devoid of reason, he is capable of everything. Fouque is too far away. Besides, he would not understand the emotions of a heart like the Marquis's. Count Altamira, am I certain of eternal silence? My request for advice must not be a fresh step which will raise still further complications. Alas! I have no one left but the gloomy Abbé Pirard. His mind is crabbed by Jansenism. A damned Jesuit would know the world, and would be more in my line. Pirard is capable of beating me at the very mention of my crime. The genius of Tartuffe came to Julien's help. Well, I will go and confess to him. This was his final resolution after having walked about in the garden for 2 good hours. He no longer thought about being surprised by a gunshot. He was feeling sleepy. Very early the next day, Julien was several leagues away from Paris and knocked at the door of the severe Jansenist. He found to his great astonishment that he was not unduly surprised at his confidence. "I ought perhaps to reproach myself," said the abbé, who seemed more anxious than irritated. "I thought I guessed that love. My affection for you, my unhappy boy, prevented me from warning the father." "What will he do?" said Julien keenly. At that moment he loved the abbé, and would have found a scene between them very painful. "I see 3 alternatives," continued Julien. De la Mole can have me put to death, and he mentioned the suicide letter which he had left with the Marquis. 2. He can get Count Norbert to challenge me to a duel, and shoot at me point blank. "You would accept?" said the abbé furiously as he got up. "You do not let me finish. I should certainly never fire upon my benefactor's son. 3. He can send me away. If he says go to Edinburgh or New York, I will obey him. They can then conceal Mademoiselle de la Mole's condition, but I will never allow them to suppress my son. Have no doubt about it, that will be the first thought of that depraved man." At Paris, Mathilde was in despair. She had seen her father about 7 o'clock. He had shown her Julien's letter. She feared that he might have considered it noble to put an end to his life, and without my permission, she said to herself with a pain due solely to her anger. "If he dies I shall die," she said to her father. "It will be you who will be the cause of his death. Perhaps you will rejoice at it, but I swear by his shades that I shall at once go into mourning, and shall publicly appear as Madame the Widow Sorel. I shall send out my invitations, you can count on it. You will find me neither pusillanimous nor cowardly." Her love went to the point of madness. De la Mole was flabbergasted in his turn. He began to regard what had happened with a certain amount of logic. Mathilde did not appear at breakfast. The Marquis felt an immense weight off his mind, and was particularly flattered when he noticed that she had said nothing to her mother. Julien was dismounting from his horse. Mathilde had him called and threw herself into his arms almost beneath the very eyes of her chambermaid. Julien was not very appreciative of this transport. He had come away from his long consultation with the Abbé Pirard in a very diplomatic and calculating mood. The calculation of possibilities had killed his imagination. Mathilde told him, with tears in her eyes, that she had read his suicide letter. "My father may change his mind, do me the favor of leaving for Villequier this very minute. Mount your horse again, and leave the hotel before they get up from table." When Julien's coldness and astonishment showed no sign of abatement, she burst into tears. "Let me manage our affairs," she exclaimed ecstatically, as she clasped him in her arms. "You know, dear, it is not of my own free will that I separate from you. Write under cover to my maid. Address it in a strange handwriting, I will write volumes to you. Adieu, flee." This last word wounded Julien, but he none the less obeyed. It will be fatal, he thought, if, in their most gracious moments these aristocrats manage to shock me. Mathilde firmly opposed all her father's prudent plans. She would not open negotiations on any other basis except this. She was to be Madame Sorel, and was either to live with her husband in poverty in Switzerland, or with her father in Paris. She rejected absolutely the suggestion of a secret accouchement. In that case I should begin to be confronted with a prospect of calumny and dishonor. I shall go traveling with my husband 2 months after the marriage, and it will be easy to pretend that my son was born at a proper time. This firmness, though at first received with violent fits of anger, eventually made the Marquis hesitate. "Here," he said to his daughter in a moment of emotion, "is a gift of 10,000 francs a year. Send it to your Julien, and let him quickly make it impossible for me to retract it." In order to obey Mathilde, whose imperious temper he well knew, Julien had travelled 40 useless leagues. He was superintending the accounts of the farmers at Villequier. This act of benevolence on the part of the Marquis occasioned his return. He went and asked asylum of the Abbé Pirard, who had become Mathilde's most useful ally during his absence. Every time that he was questioned by the Marquis, he would prove to him that any other course except public marriage would be a crime in the eyes of God. And happily, added the Abbé, worldly wisdom is in this instance in agreement with religion. Could one, in view of Marie de la Mole's passionate character, rely for a minute on her keeping any secret which she did not herself wish to preserve? If one does not reconcile oneself to the frankness of a public marriage, society will concern itself much longer with this strange mésalliance. Everything must be said all at once without either the appearance or the reality of the slightest mystery. It is true, said the Marquis pensively. 2 or 3 friends of M. de la Mole were of the same opinion as the Abbé Pirard. The great obstacle in their view was Mathilde's decided character. But in spite of all these fine arguments the Marquis's soul could not reconcile itself to giving up all hopes of a coronet for his daughter. He ransacked his memory and his imagination for all the variations of knavery and duplicity which had been feasible in his youth. Yielding to necessity and having fear of the law seemed absurd and humiliating for a man in his position. He was paying dearly now for the luxury of those enchanting dreams concerning the future of his cherished daughter in which he had indulged for the last 10 years. Who could have anticipated it, he said to himself. A girl of so proud a character, of so lofty a disposition, who is even prouder than I am of the name she bears. A girl whose hand has already been asked for by all the cream of the nobility of France. We must give up all faith in prudence. This age is made to confound everything. We are marching towards chaos. Chapter 64. A man of intellect. The prefect said to himself as he rode along the highway on horseback, why should I not be a minister, a president of the council, a duke? This is how I should make war. By these means I should have all the reformers put in irons. The Globe. No argument will succeed in destroying the paramount influence of 10 years of agreeable dreaming. The Marquis thought it illogical to be angry, but could not bring himself to forgive. If only this Julien could die by accident, he sometimes said to himself. It was in this way that his depressed imagination found a certain relief in running after the most absurd chimeras. They paralyzed the influence of the wise arguments of the Abbé Pirard. A month went by in this way without negotiations advancing one single stage. The Marquis had in this family matter, just as he had in politics, brilliant ideas over which he would be enthusiastic for 2 or 3 days. And then a line of tactics would fail to please him because it was based on sound arguments, while arguments only found favor in his eyes in so far as they were based on his favorite plan. He would work for 3 days with all the ardor and enthusiasm of a poet on bringing matters to a certain stage, on the following day he would not give it a thought. Julien was at first disconcerted by the slowness of the Marquis. But, after some weeks, he began to surmise that M. de la Mole had no definite plan with regard to this matter. Madame de la Mole and the whole household believed that Julien was travelling in the provinces in connection with the administration of the estates. He was in hiding in the parsonage of the Abbé Pirard and saw Mathilde every day. Every morning she would spend an hour with her father, but they would sometimes go for weeks on end without talking of the matter which engrossed all their thoughts. I don't want to know where the man is, said the Marquis to her one day. Send him this letter. Mathilde read. The Languedoc estates bring in 20,600 francs. I give 10,600 francs to my daughter, and 10,000 francs to M. Julien Sorel. It is understood that I give the actual estates. Tell the notary to draw up 2 separate deeds of gift, and to bring them to me tomorrow. After this there are to be no more relations between us. Ah, monsieur, could I have expected all this? The Marquis de la Mole. I thank you very much, said Mathilde gaily. We will go and settle in the Château d'Aiguillon, between Agen and Marmande. The country is said to be as beautiful as Italy. This gift was an extreme surprise to Julien. He was no longer the cold, severe man whom we have hitherto known. His thoughts were engrossed in advance by his son's destiny. This unexpected fortune, substantial as it was for a man as poor as himself, made him ambitious. He pictured a time when both his wife and himself would have an income of 36,000 francs. As for Mathilde, all her emotions were concentrated on her adoration for her husband, for that was the name by which her pride insisted on calling Julien. Her one great ambition was to secure the recognition of her marriage. She passed her time in exaggerating to herself the consummate prudence which she had manifested in linking her fate to that of a superior man. The idea of personal merit became a positive craze with her. Julien's almost continuous absence, coupled with the complications of business matters and the little time available in which to talk love, completed the good effect produced by the wise tactics which Julien had previously discovered. Mathilde finished by losing patience at seeing so little of the man whom she had come really to love. In a moment of irritation she wrote to her father and commenced her letter like Othello. My very choice is sufficient proof that I have preferred Julien to all the advantages which society offered to the daughter of the Marquis de la Mole. Such pleasures, based as they are on prestige and petty vanity, mean nothing to me. It is now nearly 6 weeks since I have lived separated from my husband. That is sufficient to manifest my respect for yourself. Before next Thursday I shall leave the paternal house. Your acts of kindness have enriched us. No one knows my secret except the venerable Abbé Pirard. I shall go to him, he will marry us, and an hour after the ceremony we shall be on the road to Languedoc, and we will never appear again in Paris except by your instructions. But what cuts me to the quick is that all this will provide the subject matter for piquant anecdotes against me and against yourself. May not the epigrams of a foolish public compel our excellent Norbert to pick a quarrel with Julien? Under such circumstances I know I should have no control over him. We should discover in his soul the mark of the rebel plebeian. O father, I entreat you on my knees, come and be present at my marriage in M. Pirard's church next Thursday. It will blunt the sting of malignant scandal and will guarantee the life's happiness of your only daughter, and of that of my husband, etc. etc. This letter threw the Marquis's soul into a strange embarrassment. He must at last take a definite line. All his little habits, all his vulgar friends had lost their influence. In these strange circumstances the great lines of his character, which had been formed by the events of his youth, reassumed all their original force. The misfortunes of the emigration had made him into an imaginative man. After having enjoyed for 2 years an immense fortune and all the distinctions of the court, 1790 had flung him into the awful miseries of the emigration. This hard schooling had changed the character of a spirit of 22. In essence, he was not so much dominated by his present riches as encamped in their midst. But that very imagination which had preserved his soul from the taint of avarice, had made him a victim of a mad passion for seeing his daughter decorated by a fine title. During the 6 weeks which had just elapsed, the Marquis had felt at times impelled by a caprice for making Julien rich. He considered poverty mean, humiliating for himself, M. de la Mole, and impossible in his daughter's husband. He was ready to lavish money. On the next day his imagination would go off on another tack, and he would think that Julien would read between the lines of this financial generosity, change his name, exile himself to America, and write to Mathilde that he was dead for her. M. de la Mole imagined this letter written, and went so far as to follow its effect on his daughter's character. The day when he was awakened from these highly youthful dreams by Mathilde's actual letter after he had been thinking for a long time of killing Julien or securing his disappearance, he was dreaming of building up a brilliant position for him. He would make him take the name of one of his estates, and why should he not make him inherit a peerage? His father-in-law, M. the Duc de Chaulnes, had, since the death of his own son in Spain, frequently spoken to him about his desire to transmit his title to Norbert. One cannot help owning that Julien has a singular aptitude for affairs, had boldness, and is possibly even brilliant, said the Marquis to himself. But I detect at the root of his character a certain element which alarms me. He produces the same impression upon everyone, consequently there must be something real in it, and the more difficult this reality was to seize hold of, the more it alarmed the imaginative mind of the old marquis. My daughter expressed the same point very neatly the other day, in a suppressed letter. Julien has not joined any salon or any coterie. He has nothing to support himself against me, and has absolutely no resource if I abandon him. Now is that ignorance of the actual state of society? I have said to him 2 or 3 times, the only real and profitable candidature is the candidature of the salons. No, he has not the adroit, cunning genius of an attorney who never loses a minute or an opportunity. He is very far from being a character like Louis XL. On the other hand, I have seen him quote the most ungenerous maxims. It is beyond me. Can it be that he simply repeats these maxims in order to use them as a dam against his passions? However, one thing comes to the surface: he cannot bear contempt. That's my hold on him. He has not, it is true, the religious reverence for high birth. He does not instinctively respect us. That is wrong. But after all, the only things which are supposed to make the soul of a seminary student impatient are lack of enjoyment and lack of money. He is quite different, and cannot stand contempt at any price. Pressed as he was by his daughter's letter, M. de la Mole realized the necessity for making up his mind. After all, the great question is this: did Julien's audacity go to the point of setting out to make advances to my daughter because he knows I love her more than anything else in the world? And because I have an income of 100,000 crowns? Mathilde protests to the contrary. No, Monsieur Julien, that is a point on which I am not going to be under any illusion. Is it really a case of spontaneous and authentic love? Or is it just a vulgar desire to raise himself to a fine position? Mathilde is far-seeing. She appreciated from the first that this suspicion might ruin him with me, hence that confession of hers. It was she who took upon herself to love him the first. The idea of a girl of so proud a character so far forgetting herself as to make physical advances. To think of pressing his arm in the garden in the evening. How horrible! As though there were not 100 other less unseemly ways of notifying him that he was the object of her favor. Excuse, I distrust Mathilde. The Marquis's reasoning was more conclusive today than it was usually. Nevertheless, force of habit prevailed, and he resolved to gain time by writing to his daughter, for a correspondence was being carried on between one wing of the hotel and the other. M. de la Mole did not dare to discuss matters with Mathilde and to see her face to face. He was frightened of clinching the whole matter by yielding suddenly. Mind you commit no new acts of madness. Here is a commission of Lieutenant of Hussars for M. the Chevalier, Julien Sorel de la Verrières. You see what I am doing for him. Do not irritate me. Do not question me. Let him leave within 24 hours and present himself at Strasbourg where his regiment is. Here is an order on my banker. Obey me. Mathilde's love and joy were unlimited. She wished to profit by her victory and immediately replied. If M. de la Verrières knew all that you are good enough to do for him, he would be overwhelmed with gratitude and be at your feet. But amidst all this generosity, my father has forgotten me. Your daughter's honor is in peril. An indiscretion may produce an everlasting blot which an income of 20,000 crowns could not put right. I will only send the commission to M. de la Verrières if you give me your word that my marriage will be publicly celebrated at Villequier in the course of next month. Shortly after that period, which I entreat you not to prolong, your daughter will only be able to appear in public under the name of Madame de la Verrières. How I thank you, dear Papa, for having saved me from the name of Sorel, etc., etc. The reply was unexpected. Obey or I retract everything. Tremble, you imprudent young girl. I do not yet know what your Julien is, and you yourself know less than I. Let him leave for Strasbourg, and try to act straightly. I will notify him from here of my wishes within a fortnight. Mathilde was astonished by this firm answer. I do not know Julien. These words threw her into a reverie which soon finished in the most fascinating suppositions. But she believed in their truth. My Julien's intellect is not clothed in the petty mean uniform of the salons, and my father refuses to believe in his superiority by reason of the very fact which proves it. All the same, if I do not obey this whim of his, I see the possibility of a public scene. A scandal would lower my position in society, and might render me less fascinating in Julien's eyes. After the scandal, 10 years of poverty. And the only thing which can prevent marrying for merit becoming ridiculous is the most brilliant wealth. If I live far away from my father, he is old and may forget me. Norbert will marry some clever, charming woman. Old Louis XIV was seduced by the Duchess of Burgundy. She decided to obey, but refrained from communicating her father's letter to Julien. It might perhaps have been that ferocious character driven to some act of madness. Julien's joy was unlimited when she informed him in the evening that he was a lieutenant of hussars. Its extent can be imagined from the fact that this had constituted the ambition of his whole life, and also from the passion which he now had for his son. The change of name struck him with astonishment. After all, he thought, I have got to the end of my romance, and I deserve all the credit. I have managed to win the love of that monster of pride, he added, looking at Mathilde. Her father cannot live without her, nor she without me. Chapter 65. A storm. My God, give me mediocrity. Mirabeau. His mind was engrossed, he only half answered the eager tenderness that she showed to him. He remained gloomy and taciturn. He had never seemed so great and so adorable in Mathilde's eyes. She was apprehensive of some subtle twist of his pride which would spoil the whole situation. She saw the Abbé Pirard come to the hotel nearly every morning. Might not Julien have divined something of her father's intentions through him? Might not the Marquis himself have written to him in a momentary caprice? What was the explanation of Julien's stern manner following on so great a happiness? She did not dare to question. She did not dare, Mathilde. From that moment her feelings for Julien contained a certain vague and unexpected element which was almost panic. This arid soul experienced all the passion possible in an individual who has been brought up amid that excessive civilization which Paris so much admires. Early on the following day Julien was at the house of the Abbé Pirard. Some post-horses were arriving in the courtyard with a dilapidated chaise which had been hired at a neighboring station. A vehicle like that is out of fashion, said the stern abbé to him morosely. Here are 20,000 francs which M. de la Mole makes you a gift of. He insists on your spending them within a year, but at the same time wants you to try to look as little ridiculous as possible. The priest regarded flinging away so substantial a sum on a young man as simply an opportunity for sin. The Marquis adds this, Julien de la Verrières will have received this money from his father, whom it is needless to call by any other name. De la Verrières will perhaps think it proper to give a present to Sorel, a carpenter of Verrières, who cared for him in his childhood. I can undertake that commission, added the abbé. I have at last prevailed upon de la Mole to come to a settlement with that Jesuit, the Abbé de Frilair. His influence is unquestionably too much for us. The complete recognition of your high birth on the part of this man, who is in fact the governor of B, will be one of the unwritten terms of the arrangement. Julien could no longer control his ecstasy. He embraced the abbé. He saw himself recognized. For shame, said Pirard, pushing him away. What is the meaning of this worldly vanity? As for Sorel and his sons, I will offer them in my own name a yearly allowance of 500 francs, which will be paid to each of them as long as I am satisfied with them. Julien was already cold and haughty. He expressed his thanks, but in the vaguest terms which bound him to nothing. Could it be possible, he said to himself, that I am the natural son of some great nobleman who was exiled to our mountains by the terrible Napoleon? This idea seemed less and less improbable every minute. My hatred of my father would be a proof of this. In that case, I should not be an unnatural monster after all. A few days after this soliloquy the 15th Regiment of Hussars, which was one of the most brilliant in the army, was being reviewed on the parade ground of Strasbourg. The Chevalier de la Verrières sat the finest horse in Alsace, which had cost him 6,000 francs. He was received as a lieutenant, though he had never been sub-lieutenant except on the rolls of a regiment of which he had never heard. His impassive manner, his stern and almost malicious eyes, his pallor, and his invariable self-possession, founded his reputation from the very first day. Shortly afterwards his perfect and calculated politeness, and his skill at shooting and fencing, of which, though without any undue ostentation, he made his comrades aware, did away with all idea of making fun of him openly. After hesitating for 5 or 6 days, the public opinion of the regiment declared itself in his favor. "This young man has everything," said the facetious old officers, "except youth." Julien wrote from Strasbourg to the old cure of Verrières, M. Chalin, who was now verging on extreme old age. "You will have learnt, with a joy of which I have no doubt, of the events which have induced my family to enrich me. Here are 500 francs which I request you to distribute quietly, and without any mention of my name, among those unfortunate ones who are now poor as I myself was once, and whom you will doubtless help as you once helped me." Julien was intoxicated with ambition, and not with vanity. He nevertheless devoted a great part of his time to attending to his external appearance. His horses, his uniform, his orderlies' liveries, were all kept with a correctness which would have done credit to the punctiliousness of a great English nobleman. He had scarcely been made a lieutenant as a matter of favor, and that only 2 days ago, then he began to calculate that if he was to become commander-in-chief at 30, like all the great generals, then he must be more than a lieutenant at 23 at the latest. He thought about nothing except fame and his son. It was in the midst of the ecstasies of the most rainless ambition that he was surprised by the arrival of a young valet from the Hôtel de la Mole, who had come with a letter. "All is lost," wrote Mathilde to him, "rush here as quickly as possible, sacrifice everything, desert if necessary. As soon as you have arrived, wait for me in a fiacre near the little garden door, near No. of the street. I will come and speak to you, I shall perhaps be able to introduce you into the garden. All is lost, and I am afraid there is no way out. Count on me, you will find me staunch and firm in adversity. I love you." A few minutes afterwards, Julien obtained a furlough from the colonel, and left Strasbourg at full gallop. But the awful anxiety which devoured him did not allow him to continue this method of travel beyond Metz. He flung himself into a post-chaise, and arrived with an almost incredible rapidity at the indicated spot, near the little garden door of the Hôtel de la Mole. The door opened, and Mathilde, oblivious of all human conventions, rushed into his arms. Fortunately, it was only 5 o'clock in the morning, and the street was still deserted. "All is lost. My father, fearing my tears, left Thursday night. Nobody knows wherefore. But here is his letter, read it." She climbed into the fiacre with Julien. "I could forgive everything except the plan of seducing you because you are rich. That, unhappy girl, is the awful truth. I give you my word of honor that I will never consent to a marriage with that man. I will guarantee him an income of 10,000 francs if he will live far away beyond the French frontiers, or better still, in America. Read the letter which I have just received in answer to the inquiries which I have made. The impudent scoundrel had himself requested me to write to Madame de Rênal. I will never read a single line you write concerning that man. I feel a horror for both Paris and yourself. I urge you to cover what is bound to happen with the utmost secrecy. Be frank, have nothing more to do with the vile man, and you will find again the father you have lost." "Where is Madame de Rênal's letter?" said Julien coldly. "Here it is. I did not want to shew it to you before you were prepared for it. Letter. My duties to the sacred cause of religion and morality, oblige me, monsieur, to take the painful course which I have just done with regard to yourself. An infallible principle orders me to do harm to my neighbor at the present moment. But only in order to avoid an even greater scandal. My sentiment of duty must overcome the pain which I experience. It is only too true, monsieur, that the conduct of the person about whom you ask me to tell you the whole truth may seem incredible or even honest. It may possibly be considered proper to hide or to disguise part of the truth, that would be in accordance with both prudence and religion. But the conduct about which you desire information has been in fact reprehensible to the last degree, and more than I can say. Poor and greedy as the man is, it is only by the aid of the most consummate hypocrisy, and by seducing a weak and unhappy woman, that he has endeavored to make a career for himself and become someone in the world. It is part of my painful duty to add that I am obliged to believe that Julien has no religious principles. I am driven conscientiously to think that one of his methods of obtaining success in any household is to try to seduce the woman who commands the principal influence. His one great object, in spite of his show of disinterestedness, and his stock-in-trade of phrases out of novels, is to succeed in doing what he likes with the master of the household and his fortune. He leaves behind him unhappiness and eternal remorse, etc., etc., etc. This extremely long letter, which was almost blotted out by tears, was certainly in Madame de Rênal's handwriting. It was even written with more than ordinary care. "I cannot blame M. de la Mole," said Julien, after he had finished it. "He is just and prudent. What father would give his beloved daughter to such a man? Adieu." Julien jumped out of the fiacre and rushed to his post-chaise, which had stopped at the end of the street. Mathilde, whom he had apparently forgotten, took a few steps as though to follow him, but the looks she received from the tradesmen, who were coming out on the thresholds of their shops, and who knew who she was, forced her to return precipitately to the garden. Julien had left for Verrières. During that rapid journey he was unable to write to Mathilde as he had intended. His hand could only form illegible characters on the paper. He arrived at Verrières on a Sunday morning. He entered the shop of the local gunsmith, who overwhelmed him with congratulations on his recent good fortune. It constituted the news of the locality. Julien had much difficulty in making him understand that he wanted a pair of pistols. At his request the gunsmith loaded the pistols. The 3 peals sounded. It is a well-known signal in the villages of France, and after the various ringings in the morning announces the immediate commencement of Mass. Julien entered the new church of Verrières. All the lofty windows of the building were veiled with crimson curtains. Julien found himself some spaces behind the pew of Madame de Rênal. It seemed to him that she was praying fervently. The sight of the woman whom he had loved so much made Julien's arm tremble so violently that he was at first unable to execute his project. "I cannot," he said to himself. "It is a physical impossibility." At that moment the young priest, who was officiating at the Mass, rang the bell for the elevation of the host. Madame de Rênal lowered her head, which, for a moment became entirely hidden by the folds of her shawl. Julien did not see her features so distinctly. He aimed a pistol shot at her, and missed her. He aimed a second shot, she fell. Chapter 66. Sad details. Do not expect any weakness on my part. I have avenged myself. I have deserved death, and here I am. Pray for my soul. Schiller. Julien remained motionless. He saw nothing more. When he recovered himself a little he noticed all the faithful rushing from the church. The priest had left the altar. Julien started fairly slowly to follow some women who were going away with loud screams. A woman who was trying to get away more quickly than the others, pushed him roughly. He fell. His feet got entangled with a chair, knocked over by the crowd. When he got up, he felt his neck gripped. A gendarme, in full uniform, was arresting him. Julien tried mechanically to have recourse to his little pistol, but a second gendarme pinioned his arms. He was taken to the prison. They went into a room where irons were put on his hands. He was left alone. The door was doubly locked on him. All this was done very quickly, and he scarcely appreciated it at all. "Yes, upon my word, all is over," he said aloud as he recovered himself. "Yes, the guillotine in a fortnight, or killing myself here." His reasoning did not go any further. His head felt as though it had been seized in some violent grip. He looked round to see if anyone was holding him. After some moments he fell into a deep sleep. Madame de Rênal was not mortally wounded. The first bullet had pierced her hat. The second had been fired as she was turning round. The bullet had struck her on the shoulder, and, astonishing to relate, had ricocheted from off the shoulder bone, which it had, however, broken, against a Gothic pillar, from which it had loosened an enormous splinter of stone. When, after a long and painful bandaging, the solemn surgeon said to Madame de Rênal, "I answer for your life as I would for my own," she was profoundly grieved. She had been sincerely desirous of death for a long time. The letter which she had written to M. de la Mole in accordance with the injunctions of her present confessor, had proved the final blow to a creature already weakened by an only too permanent unhappiness. This unhappiness was caused by Julien's absence, but she, for her own part, called it remorse. Her director, a young ecclesiastic, who was both virtuous and enthusiastic, and had recently come to Dijon, made no mistake as to its nature. Dying in this way, though not by my own hand, is very far from being a sin, thought Madame de Rênal. God will perhaps forgive me for rejoicing over my death. She did not dare to add, and dying by Julien's hand puts the last touch on my happiness. She had scarcely been rid of the presence of the surgeon and of all the crowd of friends that had rushed to see her, than she called her maid, Elisa. The jailer, she said to her with a violent blush, is a cruel man. He will doubtless ill-treat him, thinking to please me by doing so. I cannot bear that idea. Could you not go, as though on your own account, and give the jailer this little packet which contains some louis? You will tell him that religion forbids him to treat him badly. Above all, he must not go and speak about the sending of this money. It was this circumstance, which we have just mentioned, that Julien had to thank for the humanity of the jailer of Verrières. It was still the same M. Moirod, that ideal official, whom he remembered as being so finely alarmed by M. Appert's presence. A judge appeared in the prison. "I occasioned death by premeditation," said Julien to him. "I bought the pistols and had them loaded at So-and-so's, a gunsmith. Article 1342 of the Penal Code is clear. I deserve death, and I expect it." Astonished at this kind of answer, the judge started to multiply his questions, with a view of the accused contradicting himself in his answers. "Don't you see," said Julien to him with a smile, "that I am making myself out as guilty as you can possibly desire? Go away, monsieur, you will not fail to catch the quarry you are pursuing. You will have the pleasure to condemn me. Spare me your presence. I have an irksome duty to perform," thought Julien. "I must write to Mademoiselle de la Mole. I have avenged myself," he said to her. "Unfortunately, my name will appear in the papers, and I shall not be able to escape from the world incognito. I shall die in 2 months' time. My revenge was ghastly, like the pain of being separated from you. From this moment I forbid myself to write or pronounce your name. Never speak of me even to my son, silence is the only way of honoring me. To the ordinary commonplace man, I shall represent a common assassin. Allow me the luxury of the truth at this supreme moment, you will forget me. This great catastrophe of which I advise you not to say a single word to a single living person, will exhaust, for several years to come, all that romantic and unduly adventurous element which I have detected in your character. You were intended by nature to live among the heroes of the Middle Ages, exhibit their firm character. Let what has to happen take place in secret and without your being compromised. You will assume a false name, and you will confide in no one. If you absolutely need a friend's help, I bequeath the Abbé Pirard to you. Do not talk to anyone else, particularly to the people of your own class, the Deluzes, the Caylesses. A year after my death, marry M. de Croisenois. I command you as your husband. Do not write to me at all, I shall not answer. Though in my view, much less wicked than Iago, I am going to say, like him, from this time forth, I never will speak word. I shall never be seen to speak or write again. You will have received my final words and my final expressions of adoration. J.S. It was only after he had dispatched this letter and had recovered himself a little, that Julien felt for the first time extremely unhappy. Those momentous words, "I shall die," meant the successive tearing out of his heart of each individual hope and ambition. Death, in itself, was not horrible in his eyes. His whole life had been nothing but a long preparation for unhappiness, and he had made a point of not losing sight of what is considered the greatest unhappiness of all. Come then, he said to himself. If I had to fight a duel in a couple of months, with an expert duelist, should I be weak enough to think about it incessantly with panic in my soul? He passed more than an hour in trying to analyze himself thoroughly on this score. When he saw clear in his own soul, and the truth appeared before his eyes with as much definiteness as one of the pillars of his prison, he thought about remorse. Why should I have any? I have been atrociously injured. I have killed, I deserve death, but that is all. I die after having squared my account with humanity. I do not leave any obligation unfulfilled. I owe nothing to anybody, there is nothing shameful about my death, except the instrument of it. That alone, it is true, is simply sufficient to disgrace me in the eyes of the bourgeois of Verrières, but from the intellectual standpoint, what could be more contemptible than they? I have one means of winning their consideration. By flinging pieces of gold to the people as I go to the scaffold. If my memory is linked with the idea of gold, they will always look upon it as resplendent. After this chain of reasoning, which after a minute's reflection seemed to him self-evident, Julien said to himself, I have nothing left to do in the world, and fell into a deep sleep. About 9 o'clock in the evening the jailer woke him up as he brought in his supper. What are they saying in Verrières? Julien, the oath which I took before the crucifix in the royal courtyard, on the day when I was installed in my place, obliges me to silence. He was silent, but remained. Julien was amused by the sight of this vulgar hypocrisy. I must make him, he thought, wait a long time for the 5 francs which he wants to sell his conscience for. When the jailer saw him finish his meal without making any attempt to corrupt him, he said in a soft and perfidious voice. The affection which I have for you, Julien, compels me to speak. Although they say that it is contrary to the interests of justice, because it may assist you in preparing your defense. Julien, you are a good fellow at heart, and you will be very glad to learn that Madame de Rênal is better. What? She is not dead, exclaimed Julien, beside himself. What, you know nothing, said the jailer, with a stupid air which soon turned into exultant cupidity. It would be very proper, monsieur, for you to give something to the surgeon, who, so far as law and justice go, ought not to have spoken. But in order to please you, monsieur, I went to him, and he told me everything. Anyway, the wound is not mortal, said Julien to him impatiently, you answer for it on your life. The jailer, who was a giant 6 feet tall, was frightened and retired towards the door. Julien saw that he was adopting bad tactics for getting at the truth. He sat down again and flung a Napoleon to Noirod. As the man's story proved to Julien more and more conclusively that Madame de Rênal's wound was not mortal, he felt himself overcome by tears. Leave me, he said brusquely. The jailer obeyed. Scarcely had the door shut, then Julien exclaimed, Great God, she is not dead, and he fell on his knees, shedding hot tears. In this supreme moment he was a believer. What mattered the hypocrisies of the priests? Could they abate one whit of the truth and sublimity of the idea of God? It was only then that Julien began to repent of the crime that he had committed. By a coincidence, which prevented him falling into despair, it was only at the present moment that the condition of physical irritation and semi-madness, in which he had been plunged since his departure from Paris for Verrières came to an end. His tears had a generous source. He had no doubt about the condemnation which awaited him. So she will live, he said to himself. She will live to forgive me and love me. Very late the next morning the jailer woke him up and said, You must have a famous spirit, Julien. I have come in twice, but I did not want to wake you up. Here are 2 bottles of excellent wine which our cure, Maslon, has sent you. What, is that scoundrel still here? Said Julien. Yes, monsieur, said the jailer, lowering his voice. But do not talk so loud, it may do you harm. Julien laughed heartily. At the stage I have reached, my friend, you alone can do me harm in the event of your ceasing to be kind and tender. You will be well paid, said Julien, changing his tone and reverting to his imperious manner. This manner was immediately justified by the gift of a piece of money. Noiraud related again, with the greatest detail, everything he had learned about Madame de Rênal, but he did not make any mention of Mademoiselle Elise's visit. The man was as base and servile as it was possible to be. An idea crossed Julien's mind. This kind of misshapen giant cannot earn more than 300 or 400 francs, for his prison is not at all full. I can guarantee him 10,000 francs, if he will escape with me to Switzerland. The difficulty will be in persuading him of my good faith. The idea of the long conversation he would need to have with so vile a person filled Julien with disgust. He thought of something else. In the evening the time had passed. A post-chaise had come to pick him up at midnight. He was very pleased with his travelling companions, the gendarmes. When he arrived at the prison of Besançon in the morning they were kind enough to place him in the upper story of a Gothic turret. He judged the architecture to be of the beginning of the 14th century. He admired its fascinating grace and lightness. Through a narrow space between two walls, beyond the deep court, there opened a superb vista. On the following day there was an interrogation, after which he was left in peace for several days. His soul was calm. He found his affair a perfectly simple one. I meant to kill. I deserved to be killed. His thoughts did not linger any further over this line of reasoning. As for the sentence, the disagreeableness of appearing in public, the defense, he considered all this as slight embarrassment, irksome formalities, which it would be time enough to consider on the actual day. The actual moment of death did not seize hold of his mind either. I will think about it after the sentence. Life was no longer boring, he was envisaging everything from a new point of view, he had no longer any ambition. He rarely thought about Mademoiselle de la Mole. His passion of remorse engrossed him a great deal, and often conjured up the image of Madame de Rênal, particularly during the silence of the night, which in this high turret was only disturbed by the song of the osprey. He thanked heaven that he had not inflicted a mortal wound. Astonishing, he said to himself, I thought that she had destroyed my future happiness for ever by her letter to M. de la Mole, and here am I, less than a fortnight after the date of that letter, not giving a single thought to all the things that engrossed me then. An income of 2,000 or 3,000 francs, on which to live quietly in a mountain district, like Verrières. I was happy then. I did not realize my happiness. At other moments he would jump up from his chair. If I had mortally wounded Madame de Rênal, I would have killed myself. I need to feel certain of that so as not to horrify myself. Kill myself? That's the great question, he said to himself. Oh, those judges, those fiends of red tape, who would hang their best citizen in order to win the cross. At any rate, I should escape from their control and from the bad French of their insults, which the local paper will call eloquence. I still have 5 or 6 weeks, more or less to live. Kill myself. No, not for a minute, he said to himself after some days. Napoleon went on living. Besides, I find life pleasant, this place is quiet, I am not troubled with bores, he added with a smile, and he began to make out a list of the books which he wanted to order from Paris. Stendhal's bad spelling is here reproduced. Chapter 67. A turret. The tomb of a friend. Stern. He heard a loud noise in the corridor. It was not the time when the jailer usually came up to his prison. The osprey flew away with a shriek. The door opened, and the venerable Cure Chalin threw himself into his arms. He was trembling all over and had his stick in his hands. Great God! Is it possible, my child, I ought to say monster? The good old man could not add a single word. Julien was afraid he would fall down. He was obliged to lead him to a chair. The hand of time lay heavy on this man who had once been so active. He seemed to Julien the mere shadow of his former self. When he had regained his breath, he said, it was only the day before yesterday that I received your letter from Strasbourg with your 500 francs for the poor of Verrières. They brought it to me in the mountains at Livoureux, where I am living in retirement with my nephew Jean. Yesterday I learnt of the catastrophe. Heavens, is it possible? And the old man left off weeping. He did not seem to have any ideas left, but added mechanically, you will have need of your 500 francs, I will bring them back to you. I need to see you, my father, exclaimed Julien, really touched. I have money, anyway. But he could not obtain any coherent answer. From time to time, M. Chalin shed some tears which coursed silently down his cheeks. He then looked at Julien, and was quite dazed when he saw him kiss his hands and carry them to his lips. That face which had once been so vivid, and which had once portrayed with such vigor the most noble emotions, was now sunk in a perpetual apathy. A kind of peasant came soon to fetch the old man. You must not fatigue him, he said to Julien, who understood that he was the nephew. This visit left Julien plunged in a cruel unhappiness which found no vent in tears. Everything seemed to him gloomy and disconsolate. He felt his heart frozen in his bosom. This moment was the cruelest which he had experienced since the crime. He had just seen death and seen it in all its ugliness. All his illusions about greatness of soul and nobility of character had been dissipated like a cloud before the hurricane. This awful plight lasted several hours. After moral poisoning, physical remedies and champagne are necessary. Julien would have considered himself a coward to have resorted to them. What a fool I am, he exclaimed, towards the end of the horrible day that he had spent entirely in walking up and down his narrow turret. It's only, if I had been going to die like anybody else, that the sight of that poor old man would have had any right to have thrown me into this awful fit of sadness, but a rapid death in the flower of my age simply puts me beyond the reach of such awful senility. In spite of all his argumentation, Julien felt as touched as any weak-minded person would have been, and consequently felt unhappy as the result of the visit. He no longer had any element of rugged greatness, or any Roman virtue. Death appeared to him at a great height and seemed a less easy proposition. This is what I shall take for my thermometer, he said to himself. Tonight I am 10 degrees below the courage requisite for guillotine point level. I had that courage this morning. Anyway, what does it matter so long as it comes back to me at the necessary moment? This thermometer idea amused him and finally managed to distract him. When he woke up the next day he was ashamed of the previous day. My happiness and peace of mind are at stake. He almost made up his mind to write to the Procureur General to request that no one should be admitted to see him. And how about Fouque, he thought. If he takes it upon himself to come to Besançon, his grief will be immense. It had perhaps been 2 months since he had given Fouque a thought. I was a great fool at Strasbourg. My thoughts did not go beyond my coat collar. He was much engrossed by the memory of Fouque, which left him more and more touched. He walked nervously about. Here I am, clearly 20 degrees below death point. If this weakness increases, it will be better for me to kill myself. What joy for the Abbé Maslon, and the Valenods, if I die like an usher. Fouque arrived. The good, simple man, was distracted by grief. His one idea, so far as he had any at all, was to sell all he possessed in order to bribe the jailer and secure Julien's escape. He talked to him at length of M. de Lavaulette's escape. You pain me, Julien said to him. M. de Lavalette was innocent, I am guilty. Though you did not mean to, you made me think of the difference. But is it true? What? Were you going to sell all you possessed, said Julien, suddenly becoming mistrustful and observant. Fouque was delighted at seeing his friend answer his obsessing idea, and detailed at length, and within 100 francs, what he would get for each of his properties. What a sublime effort for a small country landowner, thought Julien. He is ready to sacrifice for me the fruits of all the economies, and all the little semi-swindling tricks which I used to be ashamed of when I saw him practice them. None of the handsome young people whom I saw in the Hôtel de la Mole, and who read Rênal, would have any of his ridiculous weaknesses, but, except those who are very young and who have also inherited riches and are ignorant of the value of money. Which of all those handsome Parisians would be capable of such a sacrifice? All Fouquet's mistakes in French and all his common gestures seemed to disappear. He threw himself into his arms. Never have the provinces in comparison with Paris received so fine a tribute. Fouque was so delighted with the momentary enthusiasm which he read in his friend's eyes that he took it for consent to the flight. This view of the sublime recalled to Julien all the strength that the apparition of M. Chelan had made him lose. He was still very young, but in my view he was a fine specimen. Instead of his character passing from tenderness to cunning, as is the case with the majority of men, age would have given him that kindness of heart which is easily melted. But what avail these vain prophecies? The interrogations became more frequent in spite of all the efforts of Julien, who always endeavored by his answers to shorten the whole matter. I killed, or at any rate, I wished to occasion death, and I did so with premeditation, he would repeat every day. But the judge was a pedant above everything. Julien's confessions had no effect in curtailing the interrogations. The judge's conceit was wounded. Julien did not know that they had wanted to transfer him into an awful cell, and that it was only, thanks to Fouquet's efforts, that he was allowed to keep his pretty room at the top of 180 steps. M. The Abbé de Verrières was one of the important customers who entrusted Fouque with the purveying of their firewood. The good tradesman managed to reach the all-powerful Grand Vicar. M. de Verrières informed him, to his unspeakable delight, that he was so touched by Julien's good qualities, and by the services which he had formerly rendered to the seminary, that he intended to recommend him to the judges. Fouque thought he saw a hope of saving his friend, and as he went out, bowing down to the ground, requested M. the Grand Vicar, to distribute a sum of 10 louis in masses to entreat the acquittal of the accused. Fouque was making a strange mistake. M. de Verrières was very far from being a Vailnaud. He refused, and even tried to make the good peasant understand that he would do better to keep his money. Seeing that it was impossible to be clear without being indiscreet, he advised him to give that sum as alms for the use of the poor prisoners, who, in point of fact, were destitute of everything. This Julien is a singular person, his action is unintelligible, thought M. de Verrières, and I ought to find nothing unintelligible. Perhaps it will be possible to make a martyr of him. In any case, I shall get to the bottom of the matter, and shall perhaps find an opportunity of putting fear into the heart of that Madame de Rênal who has no respect for us, and at the bottom detests me. Perhaps I might be able to utilize all this as a means of a brilliant reconciliation with M. de la Mole, who has a weakness for the little seminarist. The settlement of the lawsuit had been signed some weeks previously, and the Abbé Pirard had left Besançon after having duly mentioned Julien's mysterious birth. On the very day when the unhappy man tried to assassinate Madame de Rênal in the church of Verrières. There was only one disagreeable event between himself and his death which Julien anticipated. He consulted Fouque concerning his idea of writing to M. the Procureur General asking to be exempt from all visits. This horror at the sight of a father, above all at a moment like this, deeply shocked the honest middle-class heart of the wood merchant. He thought he understood why so many people had a passionate hatred for his friend. He concealed his feelings out of respect for misfortune. In any case, he answered coldly, such an order for privacy would not be applied to your father. Chapter 68. A powerful man. But her proceedings are so mysterious and her figure is so elegant. Who can she be? Schiller. The doors of the turret opened very early on the following day. Oh! Good God, he thought, here's my father. What an unpleasant scene. At the same time a woman dressed like a peasant rushed into his arms. He had difficulty in recognizing her. It was Mademoiselle de la Mole. You wicked man! Your letter only told me where you were. As for what you call your crime, but which is really nothing more or less than a noble vengeance, which shews me all the loftiness of the heart which beats within your bosom, I only got to know of it at Verrières. In spite of all his prejudices against Mademoiselle de la Mole, prejudices moreover which he had not owned to himself quite frankly, Julien found her extremely pretty. It was impossible not to recognize both in what she had done and what she had said, a noble disinterested feeling far above the level of anything that a petty vulgar soul would have dared to do. He thought that he still loved a queen, and after a few moments said to her with a remarkable nobility both of thought and of elocution. I sketched out the future very clearly. After my death I intended to remarry you to M. de Croisenois, who will officially of course then marry a widow. The noble but slightly romantic soul of this charming widow, who will have been brought back to the cult of vulgar prudence by an astonishing and singular event which played in her life a part as great as it was tragic, will deign to appreciate the very real merit of the young Marquis. You will resign yourself to be happy with ordinary worldly happiness, prestige, riches, high rank. But, dear Mathilde, if your arrival at Besançon is suspected, it will be a mortal blow for M. de la Mole, and that is what I shall never forgive myself. I have already caused him so much sorrow. The academician will say that he has nursed a serpent in his bosom. I must confess that I little expected so much cold reason and so much solicitude for the future, said Mademoiselle de la Mole, slightly annoyed. My maid, who is almost as prudent as you are, took a passport for herself, and I posted here under the name of Madame Miquelette. And did Madame Miquelette find it so easy to get to see me? Ah! You are still the same superior man whom I chose to favor. I started by offering 100 francs to one of the judge's secretaries, who alleged at first that my admission into this turret was impossible. But once he had got the money the worthy man kept me waiting, raised objections, and I thought that he meant to rob me. She stopped. Well, said Julien. Do not be angry, my little Julien, she said, kissing him. I was obliged to tell my name to the secretary, who took me for a young working girl from Paris in love with handsome Julien. As a matter of fact those are his actual expressions. I swore to him, my dear, that I was your wife, and I shall have a permit to see you every day. Nothing could be madder, thought Julien, but I could not help it. After all, M. de la Mole is so great a nobleman that public opinion will manage to find an excuse for the young colonel who will marry such a charming widow. My death will atone for everything, and he abandoned himself with delight to Mathilde's love. It was madness, it was greatness of soul, it was the most remarkable thing possible. She seriously suggested that she should kill herself with him. After these first transports, when she had had her fill of the happiness of seeing Julien, a keen curiosity suddenly invaded her soul. She began to scrutinize her lover, and found him considerably above the plane which she had anticipated. Boniface de la Mole seemed to be brought to life again, but on a more heroic scale. Mathilde saw the first advocates of the locality, and offended them by offering gold too crudely, but they finished by accepting. She promptly came to the conclusion that so far as dubious and far-reaching intrigues were concerned, everything depended at Besançon on M. the Abbé de Verrières. She found at first overwhelming difficulties in obtaining an interview with the all-powerful leader of the congregation under the obscure name of Madame Miquelette. But the rumor of the beauty of a young dressmaker, who was madly in love, and had come from Paris to Besançon to console the young Abbé Julien Sorel, spread over the town. Mathilde walked about the Besançon streets alone, she hoped not to be recognized. In any case, she thought it would be of some use to her cause if she produced a great impression on the people. She thought, in her madness, of making them rebel in order to save Julien as he walked to his death. Mademoiselle de la Mole thought she was dressed simply and in a way suitable to a woman in mourning, she was dressed in fact in such a way as to attract everyone's attention. She was the object of everyone's notice at Besançon when she obtained an audience of M. de Verrières after a week spent in soliciting it. In spite of all her courage, the idea of an influential leader of the congregation, and the idea of deep and calculating criminality, were so associated with each other in her mind, that she trembled as she rang the bell at the door of the bishop's palace. She could scarcely walk when she had to go up the staircase, which led to the apartment of the first grand vicar. The solitude of the episcopal palace chilled her. I might sit down in an armchair, and the armchair might grip my arms, I should then disappear. Whom could my maid ask for? The captain of the gendarmerie will take care to do nothing. I am isolated in this great town. After her first look at the apartment, Mademoiselle de la Mole felt reassured. In the first place, the lackey who had opened the door to her had on a very elegant livery. The salon in which she was asked to wait displayed that refined and delicate luxury which differs so much from crude magnificence, and which is only found in the best houses in Paris. As soon as she noticed M. de Verrières coming towards her with quite a paternal air, all her ideas of his criminality disappeared. She did not even find on his handsome face the impress of that drastic and somewhat savage courage which is so antipathetic to Paris society. The half-smile which animated the features of the priest, who was all-powerful at Besançon, betokened the well-bred man, the learned prelate, the clever administrator. Mathilde felt herself at Paris. It was the work of a few minutes for M. de Verrières to induce Mathilde to confess to him that she was the daughter of his powerful opponent, the Marquis de la Mole. As a matter of fact, I am not Madame Michelet, she said, reassuming all the haughtiness of her natural demeanor, and this confession costs me but little since I have come to consult you, monsieur, on the possibility of procuring the escape of M. de la Verneuil. Moreover, he is only guilty of a piece of folly, the woman whom he shot at is well. And, in the second place, I can put down 50,000 francs straight away for the purpose of bribing the officials, and pledge myself for twice that sum. Finally, my gratitude and the gratitude of my family will be ready to do absolutely anything for the man who has saved M. de la Verneuil. M. de Verrières seemed astonished at the name. Mathilde shewed him several letters from the Minister of War, addressed to M. Julien Sorel de la Verneuil. You see, monsieur, that my father took upon himself the responsibility of his career. I married him secretly. My father was desirous that he should be a superior officer before the notification of this marriage, which, after all, is somewhat singular for a de la Mole. Mathilde noticed that M. de Verrières' expression of goodwill and mild cheerfulness was rapidly vanishing in proportion as he made certain important discoveries. His face exhibited a subtlety tinged with deep perfidiousness. The abbé had doubts. He was slowly rereading the official documents. What can I get out of these strange confidences, he said to himself. Here I am suddenly thrown into intimate relations with a friend of the celebrated Marechal de Fervaques, who is the all-powerful niece of my lord, Bishop of, who can make one a Bishop of France. What I looked upon as an extremely distant possibility presents itself unexpectedly. This may lead me to the goal of all my hopes. Mathilde was at first alarmed by the sudden change in the expression of this powerful man, with whom she was alone in a secluded room. But come, she said to herself soon afterwards. Would it not have been more unfortunate if I had made no impression at all on the cold egoism of a priest who was already sated with power and enjoyment? Dazzled at the sight of this rapid and unexpected path of reaching the episcopate which now disclosed itself to him, and astonished as he was by Mathilde's genius, M. de Verrières ceased for a moment to be on his guard. Mademoiselle de la Mole saw him almost at her feet, tingling with ambition, and trembling nervously. Everything is cleared up, she thought. Madame de Fervaques' friend will find nothing impossible in this town. In spite of a sentiment of still painful jealousy, she had sufficient courage to explain that Julien was the intimate friend of the Marechal, and met my lord the Bishop of, nearly every day. If you were to draw by ballot 4 or 5 times in succession a list of 36 jurymen from out the principal inhabitants of this department, said the Grand Vicar, emphasizing his words, and with a hard, ambitious expression in his eyes, I should not feel inclined to congratulate myself, if I could not reckon on 8 or 10 friends who would be the most intelligent of the lot in each list. I can always manage in nearly every case to get more than a sufficient majority to secure a condemnation, so you see, mademoiselle, how easy it is for me to secure a conviction. The abbé stopped short as though astonished by the sound of his own words. He was admitting things which are never said to the profane. But he in his turn dumbfounded Mathilde when he informed her that the special feature in Julien's strange adventure which astonished and interested Besançon society, was that he had formerly inspired Madame de Rênal with a grand passion and reciprocated it for a long time. M. de Verrières had no difficulty in perceiving the extreme trouble which his story produced. I have my revenge, he thought. After all, it's a way of managing this decided young person. I was afraid that I should not succeed. Her distinguished and intractable appearance intensified in his eyes the charm of the rare beauty whom he now saw practically entreating him. He regained all his self-possession, and he did not hesitate to move the dagger about in her heart. I should not be at all surprised, he said to her lightly, if we were to learn that it was owing to jealousy that M. Sorel fired 2 pistol shots at the woman he once loved so much. Of course she must have consoled herself, and for some time she has been seeing extremely frequently a certain Abbé Marquenot of Dijon, a kind of Jansenist, and as immoral as all Jansenists are. M. de Verrières experienced the voluptuous pleasure of torturing at his leisure the heart of this beautiful girl whose weakness he had surprised. Why, he added, as he fixed his ardent eyes upon Mathilde, should M. Sorel have chosen the church, if it were not for the reason that his rival was celebrating Mass in it at that very moment? Everyone attributes an infinite amount of intelligence and an even greater amount of prudence to the fortunate man who is the object of your interest. What would have been simpler than to hide himself in the garden of M. de Rênal, which he knows so well? Once there he could put the woman of whom he was jealous to death with the practical certainty of being neither seen, caught, nor suspected. This apparently sound train of reasoning eventually made Mathilde lose all self-possession. Her haughty soul, steeped in all that arid prudence, which passes in high society for the true psychology of the human heart, was not of the type to be at all quick in appreciating that joy of scorning all prudence, which an ardent soul can find so keen. In the high classes of Paris society in which Mathilde had lived, it is only rarely that passion can divest itself of prudence, and people always make a point of throwing themselves out of windows from the 5th story. At last the Abbé de Verrières was sure of his power over her. He gave Mathilde to understand, and he was doubtless lying, that he could do what he liked with the public official who was entrusted with the conduct of Julien's prosecution. After the 36 jurymen for the sessions had been chosen by ballot, he would approach at least 30 jurymen directly and personally. If M. de Verrières had not thought Mathilde so pretty, he would not have spoken so clearly before the 5th or 6th interview. Chapter 69. The Intrigue. Castres 1676. A brother has just murdered his sister in the house next to mine. This gentleman had already been guilty of 1 murder. His father saved his life by causing 500 crowns to be distributed among the councillors. Locke, Journey in France. When she left the bishop's palace, Mathilde did not hesitate to dispatch a courier to Madame de Verrières. The fear of compromising herself did not stop her for a moment. She entreated her rival to obtain for M. de Verrières an autograph letter from the Bishop of. She went as far as to entreat her to come herself to Besançon with all speed. This was an heroic act on the part of a proud and jealous soul. Acting on Fouquet's advice, she had had the discretion to refrain from mentioning the steps she had taken for Julien. Her presence troubled him enough without that. A better man when face to face with death than he had ever been during his life, he had remorse not only towards M. de la Mole, but also towards Mathilde. Come, he said to himself, there are times when I feel absent-minded and even bored by her society. She is ruining herself on my account, and this is how I reward her. Am I really a scoundrel? This question would have bothered him but little in the days when he was ambitious. In those days he looked upon failure as the only disgrace. His moral discomfort and with Mathilde was proportionately emphasized by the fact that he inspired her at this time with the maddest and most extraordinary passion. She talked of nothing but the strange sacrifices that she was ready to make in order to save him. Exalted as she was by a sentiment on which she plumed herself, to the complete subordination of her pride, she would have liked not to have let a single minute of her life go by without filling it with some extraordinary act. The strangest projects, and ones involving her in the utmost danger, supplied the topics of her long interviews with Julien. The well-paid jailers allowed her to reign over the prison. Mathilde's ideas were not limited by the sacrifice of her reputation. She would have thought nothing of making her condition known to society at large. Throwing herself on her knees before the king's carriage as it galloped along, in order to ask for Julien's pardon, and thus attracting the attention of the prince, at the risk of being crushed 1,000 times over, was one of the least fantastic dreams in which this exalted and courageous imagination chose to indulge. She was certain of being admitted into the reserved portion of the Park of St. Cloud, through those friends of hers who were employed at the king's court. Julien thought himself somewhat unworthy of so much devotion. As a matter of fact, he was tired of heroism. A simple, naive, and almost timid tenderness was what would have appealed to him, while Mathilde's haughty soul, on the other hand, always required the idea of a public and an audience. In the midst of all her anguish and all her fears for the life of that lover whom she was unwilling to survive, she felt a secret need of astonishing the public by the extravagance of her love and the sublimity of her actions. Julien felt irritated at not finding himself touched by all this heroism. What would he have felt if he had known of all the mad ideas with which Mathilde overwhelmed the devoted but eminently logical and limited spirit of the good folk? He did not know what to find fault within Mathilde's devotion. For he, too, would have sacrificed all his fortune, and have exposed his life to the greatest risks in order to save Julien. He was dumbfounded by the quantity of gold which Mathilde flung away. During the first days Fouque, who had all the provincial's respect for money, was much impressed by the sums she spent in this way. He at last discovered that Mademoiselle de la Mole's projects frequently varied, and he was greatly relieved at finding a word with which to express his blame for a character whom he found so exhausting. She was changeable. There is only a step from this epithet to that of wrong-headed, the greatest term of opprobrium known to the provinces. It is singular, said Julien to himself, as Mathilde was going out of his prison one day, that I should be so insensible at being the object of so keen a passion. And 2 months ago I adored her. I have, of course, read that the approach of death makes one lose interest in everything, but it is awful to feel oneself ungrateful, and not to be able to change. Am I an egoist, then? He addressed the most humiliating reproaches to himself on this score. Ambition was dead in his heart, another passion had arisen from its ashes. He called it remorse at having assassinated Madame de Rênal. As a matter of fact, he loved her to the point of distraction. He experienced a singular happiness on these occasions when, being left absolutely alone, and without being afraid of being interrupted, he could surrender himself completely to the memory of the happy days which he had once passed at Verrières. Or at Vergy. The slightest incidents of these days, which had fleeted away only too rapidly, possessed an irresistible freshness and charm. He never gave a thought to his Paris successes, they bored him. These moods, which became intensified with every succeeding day, were partly guessed by the jealous Mathilde. She realized very clearly that she had to struggle against his love of solitude. Sometimes, with terror in her heart, she uttered Madame de Rênal's name. She saw Julien quiver. Henceforth her passion had neither bounds nor limit. If he dies, I will die after him, she said to herself in all good faith. What will the Paris salons say when they see a girl of my own rank carry her adoration for a lover who is condemned to death to such a pitch as this? For sentiments like these you must go back to the age of the heroes. It was loves of this kind which thrilled the hearts of the century of Charles IX. And Henri III. In the midst of her keenest transports, when she was clasping Julien's head against her heart, she would say to herself with horror, "What? Is this charming head doomed to fall?" Well, she added, inflamed by a not unhappy heroism, these lips of mine, which are now pressing against this pretty hair, will be icy cold less than 24 hours afterwards. Thoughts of the awful voluptuousness of such heroic moments gripped her in a compelling embrace. The idea of suicide, absorbing enough in itself, entered that haughty soul, to which, up to the present it had been so utterly alien, and soon reigned over it with an absolute dominion. No, the blood of my ancestors has not grown tepid in descending to me, said Mathilde proudly to herself. I have a favor to ask of you, said her lover to her one day. Put your child out to nurse at Verrières. Madame de Rênal will look after the nurse. Those words of yours are very harsh. And Mathilde paled. It is true, and I ask your pardon 1,000 times, exclaimed Julien, emerging from his reverie, and clasping her in his arms. After having dried his tears, he reverted to his original idea, but with greater tact. He had given a twist of melancholy philosophy to the conversation. He talked of that future of his which was so soon going to close. One must admit, dear one, that passions are an accident in life, but such accidents only occur in superior souls. My son's death would be in reality a happiness for your own proud family, and all the servants will realize as much. Neglect will be the lot of that child of shame and unhappiness. I hope that, at a time which I do not wish to fix, but which nevertheless I am courageous enough to imagine, you will obey my last advice, you will marry the Marquis de Croisenois. What? Dishonored? Dishonor cannot attach to a name such as yours. You will be a widow, and the widow of a madman, that is all. I will go further, my crime will confer no dishonor, since it had no money motive. Perhaps when the time comes for your marriage, some philosophic legislator will have so far prevailed on the prejudice of his contemporaries as to have secured the suppression of the death penalty. Then some friendly voice will say, by way of giving an instance, why, Madame de la Mole's first husband was a madman, but not a wicked man or a criminal. It was absurd to have his head cut off. So my memory will not be infamous in any way, at least, after a certain time. Your position in society, your fortune, and, if you will allow me to say so, your genius, will make M. de Croisenois, once he is your husband, play a part which he would have never managed to secure unaided. He only possesses birth and bravery, and those qualities alone, though they constituted an accomplished man in 1729, are an anachronism a century later on, and only give rise to unwarranted pretensions. You need other things if you are to place yourself at the head of the youth of France. You will take all the help of your firm and enterprising character to the political party which you will make your husband join. You may be able to be a successor to the Chevreuses and the Longuevilles of the Fronde, but then, dear one, the divine fire which animates you at present will have grown a little tepid. Allow me to tell you, he added, after many other preparatory phrases, that in 15 years' time you will look upon the love you once had for me as a madness, which though excusable, was a piece of madness all the same. He stopped suddenly and became meditative. He found himself again confronted with the idea which shocked Mathilde so much. In 15 years, Madame de Rênal will adore my son and you will have forgotten him. Chapter 70. Tranquility. It is because I was foolish then that I am wise today. O thou philosopher who sayest nothing except the actual instant! How short-sighted are thy views! Thine eye is not adapted to follow the subterranean work of the passions. M. Goethe. This conversation was interrupted by an interrogation followed by a conference with the advocate entrusted with the defense. These moments were the only absolutely unpleasant ones in a life made up of nonchalance and tender reveries. There is murder, and murder with premeditation, said Julien to the judge as he had done to the advocate. I am sorry, gentlemen, he added with a smile, that this reduces your functions to a very small compass. After all, said Julien to himself, when he had managed to rid himself of those two persons, I must really be brave, and apparently braver than those two men. They regard that duel with an unfortunate termination, which I can only seriously bother myself about on the actual day, as the greatest of evils and the arch-terror. The fact is that I have known a much greater unhappiness, continued Julien, as he went on philosophizing with himself. I suffered far more acutely during my first journey to Strasbourg. When I thought I was abandoned by Mathilde, and to think that I desired so passionately that same perfect intimacy which today leaves me so cold, as a matter of fact I am more happy alone than when that handsome girl shares my solitude. The advocate, who was a red-tape pedant, thought him mad, and believed, with the public, that it was jealousy which had led him to take up the pistol. He ventured one day to give Julien to understand that this contention, whether true or false, would be an excellent way of pleading. But the accused man became in a single minute a passionate and drastic individual. "As you value your life, monsieur," exclaimed Julien, quite beside himself, "mind you never put forward such an abominable lie." The cautious advocate was for a moment afraid of being assassinated. He was preparing his case because the decisive moment was drawing near. The only topic of conversation in Besançon, and all the department, was the cause célèbre. Julien did not know of this circumstance. He had requested his friends never to talk to him about that kind of thing. On this particular day, Fouque and Mathilde had tried to inform him of certain rumors which in their view were calculated to give hope. Julien had stopped them at the very first word. "Leave me my ideal life. Your pettifogging troubles and details of practical life all more or less jar on me and bring me down from my heaven. One dies as best one can, but I wish to choose my own way of thinking about death. What do I care for other people? My relations with other people will be sharply cut short. Be kind enough not to talk to me any more about those people. Seeing the judge and the advocate is more than enough." As a matter of fact, he said to himself, "It seems that I am fated to die dreaming. An obscure creature like myself, who is certain to be forgotten within a fortnight, would be very silly, one must admit, to go and play a part. It is nevertheless singular that I never knew so much about the art of enjoying life, as since I have seen its end so near me." He passed his last day in promenading upon the narrow terrace at the top of the turret, smoking some excellent cigars which Mathilde had fetched from Holland by a courier. He had no suspicion that his appearance was waited for each day by all the telescopes in the town. His thoughts were at Verrières. He never spoke to Fouque about Madame de Rênal, but his friend told him 2 or 3 times that she was rapidly recovering, and these words reverberated in his heart. While Julien's soul was nearly all the time wholly in the realm of ideas, Mathilde, who, as befits an aristocratic spirit, had occupied herself with concrete things, had managed to make the direct and intimate correspondence between Madame de Fervaques and M. de Frilair progress so far that the great word bishopric had been already pronounced. The venerable prelate, who was entrusted with the distribution of the benefices, added in a postscript to one of his niece's letters, "This poor Sorel is only a lunatic. I hope he will be restored to us." At the sight of these lines, M. de Frilair felt transported. He had no doubts about saving Julien. But for this Jacobin law which has ordered the formation of an unending panel of jurymen, and which has no other real object, except to deprive well-born people of all their influence. He said to Mathilde on the eve of the balloting for the 36 jurymen of the session, "I would have answered for the verdict. I certainly managed to get the cure N. acquitted." When the names were selected by ballot on the following day, M. de Frilair experienced a genuine pleasure in finding that they contained 5 members of the Besançon congregation and that amongst those who were strangers to the town were the names of M. Vailnaud, de Moirod, de Cholin. "I can answer for these 8 jurymen," he said to Mathilde. "The first 5 are mere machines, Vailnaud is my agent, Moirod owes me everything, de Cholin is an imbecile who is frightened of everything." The journal published the names of the jurymen throughout the department, and to her husband's unspeakable terror, Madame de Rênal wished to go to Besançon. All that M. de Rênal could prevail on her to promise was that she would not leave her bed so as to avoid the unpleasantness of being called to give evidence. "You do not understand my position," said the former mayor of Verrières. "I am now said to be disloyal and illiberal. No doubt that scoundrel Vailnaud and M. de Frilair will get the procureur general and the judges to do all they can to cause me unpleasantness." Madame de Rênal found no difficulty in yielding to her husband's orders. "If I appear at the assize court," she said to herself, "I should seem as if I were asking for vengeance." In spite of all the promises she had made to the director of her conscience and to her husband that she would be discreet, she had scarcely arrived at Besançon before she wrote with her own hand to each of the 36 jurymen. "I shall not appear on the day of the trial, monsieur, because my presence might be prejudicial to M. Sorel's case. I only desire one thing in the world, and that I desire passionately, for him to be saved. Have no doubt about it, the awful idea that I am the cause of an innocent man being led to his death would poison the rest of my life and would no doubt curtail it. How can you condemn him to death while I continue to live? No, there is no doubt about it, society has no right to take away a man's life, and above all, the life of a being like Julien Sorel. Everyone at Verrières knew that there were moments when he was quite distracted. This poor young man has some powerful enemies, but even among his enemies, and how many has he not got? Who is there who casts any doubt on his admirable talents and his deep knowledge? The man whom you are going to try, monsieur, is not an ordinary person. For a period of nearly 18 months we all knew him as a devout and well-behaved student. 2 or 3 times in the year he was seized by fits of melancholy that went to the point of distraction. The whole town of Verrières, all our neighbors at Vergy, where we live in the fine weather, my whole family, and monsieur the sub-prefect himself will render justice to his exemplary piety. He knows all the Holy Bible by heart. Would a blasphemer have spent years of study in learning the sacred book? My sons will have the honor of presenting you with this letter, they are children. Be good enough to question them, monsieur, they will give you all the details concerning this poor young man which are necessary to convince you of how barbarous it would be to condemn him. Far from revenging me, you would be putting me to death. What can his enemies argue against this? The wound, which was the result of one of those moments of madness, which my children themselves used to remark in their tutor, is so little dangerous that in less than 2 months it has allowed me to take the post from Verrières to Besançon. If I learn, monsieur, that you show the slightest hesitation in releasing so innocent a person from the barbarity of the law, I will leave my bed, where I am only kept by my husband's express orders, and I will go and throw myself at your feet. Bring in a verdict, monsieur, that the premeditation has not been made out, and you will not have an innocent man's blood on your head, etc. Chapter 71. The Trial. The country will remember this celebrated case for a long time. The interest in the accused amounted to an agitation. The reason was that his crime was astonishing, and yet not atrocious. Even if it had been, this young man was so handsome. His brilliant career, that came to an end so early in his life, intensified the pathos. Will they condemn him? The women asked of the men of their acquaintance, and they could be seen to grow pale as they waited for the answer. Sainte-Beuve. The day that Madame de Rênal and Mathilde feared so much arrived at last. Their terror was intensified by the strange appearance of the town, which had its emotional effect even upon Fouquet's sturdy soul. All the province had rushed to Besançon to see the trial of this romantic case. There had been no room left in the inns for some days. The president of the assizes, was besieged by requests for tickets. All the ladies in the town wanted to be present at the trial. Julien's portrait was hawked about the streets, etc., etc. Mathilde was keeping in reserve for this supreme moment a complete autograph letter from my lord, Bishop of. This prelate, who governed the Church of France and created its bishops, was good enough to ask for Julien's acquittal. On the eve of the trial, Mathilde took this letter to the all-powerful Grand Vicar. When she was going away in tears at the end of the interview, de Verrières at last emerged from his diplomatic reserve and almost shewed some emotion himself. I will be responsible for the jury's verdict, he said to her. Out of the 12 persons charged with the investigation of whether your friend's crime is made out, and above all, whether there was premeditation, I can count 6 friends who are devoted to my fortunes. And I have given them to understand that they have it in their power to promote me to the episcopate. Baron Rênal, whom I have made mayor of Verrières, can do just as he likes with 2 of his officials, MM. de Moirod, and de Cholin. As a matter of fact, fate has given us for this business 2 jurymen of extremely loose views. But, although ultra-liberals, they are faithful to my orders on great occasions, and I have requested them to vote like M. Rênal. I have learnt that a 6th juryman, a manufacturer, who is immensely rich, and a garrulous liberal into the bargain, has secret aspirations for a contract with the War Office, and doubtless he would not like to displease me. I have had him told that M. de Rênal knows my final injunctions. And who is this M. Rênal? Said Mathilde, anxiously. If you knew him, you could not doubt our success. He is an audacious speaker, coarse, impudent, with a natural gift for managing fools. 1814 saw him in low water, and I am going to make a prefect of him. He is capable of beating the other jurymen if they do not vote his way. Mathilde felt a little reassured. Another discussion awaited her in the evening. To avoid the prolongation of an unpleasant scene, the result of which, in his view, was absolutely certain, Julien had resolved not to make a speech. "My advocate will speak," he said to Mathilde. "I shall figure too long anyway as a laughingstock to all my enemies. These provincials have been shocked by the rapidity of my success, for which I have to thank you, and believe me, there is not one of them who does not desire my conviction. Though he would be quite ready to cry like an idiot when I am taken to my death. They desire to see you humiliated." "That is only too true," answered Mathilde, "but I do not think they are at all cruel. My presence at Besançon, and the sight of my sufferings have interested all the women, your handsome face will do the rest. If you say a few words to your judges, the whole audience will be on your side, etc., etc." At 9 o'clock on the following day, when Julien left his prison for the great hall of the Palais de Justice, the gendarmes had much difficulty in driving away the immense crowd that was packed in the courtyard. Julien had slept well. He was very calm, and experienced no other sentiment except a sense of philosophic pity towards that crowd of jealous creatures who were going to applaud his death sentence, though without cruelty. He was very surprised when, having been detained in the middle of the crowd more than a quarter of an hour, he was obliged to admit that his presence affected the public with a tender pity. He did not hear a single unpleasant remark. "These provincials are less evil than I thought," he said to himself. As he entered the courtroom, he was struck by the elegance of the architecture. It was real Gothic, with a number of pretty little columns hewn out of stone with the utmost care. He thought himself in England. But his attention was soon engrossed by 12 or 15 pretty women, who sat exactly opposite the prisoner's seat and filled the 3 balconies above the judges and the jury. As he turned round towards the public, he saw that the circular gallery that dominated the amphitheatre was filled with women. The majority were young and seemed very pretty, their eyes were shining and full of interest. The crowd was enormous throughout the rest of the room. People were knocking against the door, and the janitors could not obtain silence. When all the eyes that were looking for Julien observed where he was, and saw him occupying the slightly raised place which is reserved for the prisoner, he was greeted by a murmur of astonishment and tender interest. You would have taken him for under 20 on this day. He was dressed very simply, but with a perfect grace. His hair and his forehead were charming. Mathilde had insisted on officiating personally at his toilette. Julien's pallor was extreme. Scarcely was he seated in this place than he heard people say all over the room, "Great heavens! How young he is! But he's quite a child. He is much better than his portrait." "Prisoner," said the gendarme who was sitting on his right, "do you see those 6 ladies in that balcony?" The gendarme pointed out a little gallery that jutted out over the amphitheatre where the jury were placed. "That's Madame, the prefect's wife," continued the gendarme. "Next to her, Madame the Marquise de M. She likes you well, I have heard her speak to the judge of first instance. Next to her is Madame Derville." "Madame Derville!" exclaimed Julien, and a vivid blush spread over his forehead. "When she leaves here," he thought, "she will write to Madame de Rênal." He was ignorant of Madame de Rênal's arrival at Besançon. The witnesses were quickly heard. After the first words of the opening of the prosecution by the Advocate General, 2 of the ladies in the little balcony just opposite Julien burst into tears. Julien noticed that Madame Derville did not break down at all. He remarked, however, that she was very red. The Advocate General was indulging in melodrama in bad French over the barbarity of the crime that had been perpetrated. Julien noticed that Madame Derville's neighbors seemed to manifest a keen disapproval. Several jurors, who were apparently acquainted with the ladies, spoke to them and seemed to reassure them. So far as it goes, that is certainly a good omen, thought Julien. Up to the present, he had felt himself steeped in an unadulterated contempt for all the persons who were present at the trial. This sentiment of disgust was intensified by the stale eloquence of the Advocate General. But the coldness of Julien's soul gradually disappeared before the marks of interest of which he was evidently the object. He was satisfied with the sturdy demeanor of his advocate. "No phrases," he said to him in a whisper, as he was about to commence his speech. "All the bombast which our opponent has stolen from Bossuet and lavished upon you," said the advocate, "has done you good." As a matter of fact, he had scarcely spoken for 5 minutes before practically all the women had their handkerchiefs in their hands. The advocate was encouraged, and addressed some extremely strong remarks to the jury. Julien shuddered. He felt on the point of breaking into tears. "My God," he thought, "what would my enemies say?" He was on the point of succumbing to the emotion which was overcoming him, when, luckily for him, he surprised an insolent look from M. The Baron de Vailnaud. "That rogue's eyes are gleaming," he said to himself. "What a triumph for that base soul! If my crime had only produced this one result, it would be my duty to curse it. God knows what he will say about it to Madame de Rênal." This idea effaced all others. Shortly afterwards Julien was brought back to reality by the public's manifestation of applause. The advocate had just finished his speech. Julien remembered that it was good form to shake hands with him. The time had passed rapidly. They brought in refreshments for the advocate and the prisoner. It was only then that Julien was struck by the fact that none of the women had left the audience to go and get dinner. "Upon my word, I am dying of hunger," said the advocate. "And you?" "I, too," answered Julien. "See, there's Madame, the prefect's wife, who is also getting her dinner," said the advocate, as he pointed out the little balcony. "Keep up your courage. Everything is going all right." The court sat again. Midnight struck as the president was summing up. The president was obliged to pause in his remarks. Amid the silence and the anxiety of all present, the reverberation of the clock filled the hall. "So my last day is now beginning," thought Julien. He soon felt inflamed by the idea of his duty. Up to the present he had controlled his emotion and had kept his resolution not to speak. When the president of the assizes asked him if he had anything to add, he got up. He saw in front of him the eyes of Madame Derville, which seemed very brilliant in the artificial light. "Can she by any chance be crying?" he thought. "Gentlemen of the jury. I am induced to speak by my fear of that contempt which I thought, at the very moment of my death, I should be able to defy. Gentlemen, I have not the honor of belonging to your class. You behold in me a peasant who has rebelled against the meanness of his fortune. I do not ask you for any pardon," continued Julien, with a firmer note in his voice. "I am under no illusions. Death awaits me, it will be just. I have brought myself to make an attempt on the life of the woman who is most worthy of all reverence and all respect. Madame de Rênal was a mother to me. My crime was atrocious, and it was premeditated. Consequently, I have deserved death, gentlemen of the jury. But even if I were not so guilty, I see among you men who, without a thought for any pity that may be due to my youth, would like to use me as a means for punishing and discouraging forever that class of young men who, though born in an inferior class, and to some extent oppressed by poverty, have none the less been fortunate enough to obtain a good education, and bold enough to mix with what the pride of the rich calls society. That is my crime, gentlemen, and it will be punished with even more severity, inasmuch as, in fact, I am very far from being judged by my peers. I do not see on the jury benches any peasant who has made money, but only indignant bourgeois." Julien talked in this strain for 20 minutes. He said everything he had on his mind. The Advocate General, who aspired to the favors of the aristocracy, writhed in his seat. But in spite of the somewhat abstract turn which Julien had given to his speech, all the women burst out into tears. Even Madame Derville put her handkerchief to her eyes. Before finishing, Julien alluded again to the fact of his premeditation, to his repentance, and to the respect and unbounded filial admiration which, in happier days, he had entertained for Madame de Rênal. Madame Derville gave a cry and fainted. 1 o'clock was striking when the jury retired to their room. None of the women had left their places, several men had tears in their eyes. The conversations were at first very animated, but, as there was a delay in the verdict of the jury, their general fatigue gradually began to invest the gathering with an atmosphere of calm. It was a solemn moment, the lights grew less brilliant. Julien, who was very tired, heard people around him debating the question of whether this delay was a good or a bad omen. He was pleased to see that all the wishes were for him. The jury did not come back, and yet not a woman left the court. When 2 o'clock had struck, a great movement was heard. The little door of the jury room opened. The Baron de Vailnaud advanced with a slow and melodramatic step. He was followed by all the jurors. He coughed, and then declared on his soul and conscience that the jury's unanimous verdict was that Julien Sorel was guilty of murder, and of murder with premeditation. This verdict involved the death penalty, which was pronounced a moment afterwards. Julien looked at his watch, and remembered de Lavalette. It was 2:15. Today is Friday, he thought. Yes, but this day is lucky for the Vailnaud who has got me convicted. I am watched too well for Mathilde to manage to save me like Madame de Lavalette saved her husband. So in 3 days' time, at this very hour, I shall know what view to take about the great perhaps. At this moment he heard a cry and was called back to the things of this world. The women around him were sobbing. He saw that all faces were turned towards a little gallery built into the crowning of a Gothic pilaster. He knew later that Mathilde had concealed herself there. As the cry was not repeated, everybody began to look at Julien again, as the gendarmes were trying to get him through the crowd. Let us try not to give that villain Vailnaud any chance of laughing at me, thought Julien. With what a contrite sycophantic expression he pronounced the verdict which entails the death penalty, while that poor president of the assizes, although he has been a judge for years and years, had tears in his eyes as he sentenced me. What a joy the Vailnaud must find in revenging himself for our former rivalry for Madame de Rênal's favors. So I shall never see her again. The thing is finished. A last goodbye between us is impossible, I feel it. How happy I should have been to have told her all the horror I feel for my crime. Mere words. I consider myself justly convicted. Chapter 72. When Julien was taken back to prison he had been taken into a room intended for those who were condemned to death. Although a man who in the usual way would notice the most petty details, he had quite failed to observe that he had not been taken up to his turret. He was thinking of what he would say to Madame de Rênal if he had the happiness of seeing her before the final moment. He thought that she would break into what he was saying and was anxious to be able to express his absolute repentance with his very first words. How can I convince her that I love her alone after committing an action like that? For after all, it was either out of ambition, or out of love for Mathilde, that I wanted to kill her. As he went to bed, he came across sheets of a rough coarse material. Ah! I am in the condemned cell, he said to himself. That is right. Count Altamira used to tell me that Danton, on the eve of his death, would say in his loud voice, "It is singular but you cannot conjugate the verb guillotine in all its tenses. Of course you can say, I shall be guillotined. Thou shalt be guillotined, but you don't say, I have been guillotined." Why not, went on Julien, if there is another life? Upon my word, it will be all up with me if I find the God of the Christians there. He is a tyrant, and as such, he is full of ideas of vengeance. His Bible speaks of nothing but atrocious punishment. I never liked him, I could never get myself to believe that anyone really liked him. He has no pity, and he remembered several passages in the Bible, he will punish me atrociously. But supposing I find Fenelon's God, he will perhaps say to me, much forgiveness will be vouchsafed to thee, inasmuch as thou hast loved much. Have I loved much? Ah! I loved Madame de Rênal, but my conduct has been atrocious. In that, as in other cases, simple modest merit was abandoned for the sake of what was brilliant. But still, what fine prospects! Colonel of Hussars, if we had had a war, secretary of a legation during peace, then ambassador. For I should soon have picked up politics, and even if I had been an idiot, would the Marquis de la Mole's son-in-law have had any rivalry to fear? All my stupidities have been forgiven, or rather, counted as merits. A man of merit, then, and living in the grandest style at Vienna or London. Not exactly, monsieur. Guillotined in 3 days' time. Julien laughed heartily at this sally of his wit. As a matter of fact, man has two beings within him, he thought. Who the devil can have thought of such a sinister notion? Well, yes, my friend, guillotined in 3 days, he answered the interrupter. M. de Cholin will hire a window and share the expense with the Abbé Maslon. Well, which of those two worthy personages will rob the other over the price paid for hiring that window? The following passage from Rotrus Venceslas suddenly came back into his mind. Ladislas. Mon âme est tout prête. The king, father of Ladislas. L'échafaud l'est aussi, portez-vous votre tête. A good repartee, he thought, as he went to sleep. He was awakened in the morning by someone catching hold of him violently. What? Already, said Julien, opening his haggard eyes. He thought he was already in the executioner's hands. It was Mathilde. Luckily, she has not understood me. This reflection restored all his self-possession. He found Mathilde as changed as though she had gone through a 6 months' illness. She was really not recognizable. That infamous Verrières has betrayed me, she said to him, wringing her hands. Her fury prevented her from crying. Was I not fine when I made my speech yesterday? Answered Julien. I was improvising for the first time in my life. It is true that it is to be feared that it will also be the last. At this moment, Julien was playing on Mathilde's character with all the self-possession of a clever pianist, whose fingers are on the instrument. It is true, he added, that I lack the advantage of a distinguished birth, but Mathilde's great soul has lifted her lover up to her own level. Do you think that Boniface de la Mole would have cut a better figure before his judges? On this particular day, Mathilde was as unaffectedly tender as a poor girl living in a fifth story. But she failed to extract from him any simpler remark. He was paying her back without knowing it for all the torture she had frequently inflicted on him. The sources of the Nile are unknown, said Julien to himself. It has not been vouchsafed to the human eye to see the king of rivers as a simple brook. Similarly, no human eye shall see Julien weak. In the first place because he is not so. But I have a heart which it is easy to touch. The most commonplace words, if said in a genuine tone, can make my voice broken and even cause me to shed tears. How often have frigid characters not despised me for this weakness? They thought that I was asking a favor, that is what I cannot put up with. It is said that when at the foot of the scaffold, Danton was affected by the thought of his wife, but Danton had given strength to a nation of coxcombs and prevented the enemy from reaching Paris. I alone know what I should have been able to do. I represent to the others at the very outside, simply a perhaps. If Madame de Rênal had been here in my cell instead of Mathilde, should I have been able to have answered for myself? The extremity of my despair and my repentance would have been taken for a craven fear of death by the Valenods and all the patricians of the locality. They are so proud, are those feeble spirits, whom their pecuniary position puts above temptation. You see what it is to be born a carpenter's son, M. de Moirod and de Cholin doubtless said after having condemned me to death. A man can learn to be learned and clever, but the qualities of the heart cannot be learnt. Even in the case of this poor Mathilde, who is crying now, or rather, who cannot cry, he said to himself, as he looked at her red eyes. And he clasped her in his arms. The sight of a genuine grief made him forget the sequence of his logic. She has perhaps cried all the night, he said to himself, but how ashamed she will be of this memory on some future day. She will regard herself as having been led astray in her first youth by a plebeian's low view of life. Le Croisenois is weak enough to marry her, and upon my word, he will do well to do so. She will make him play a part. Du droit un esprit ferme et vaste en ses desseins. A sur l'esprit grossier de vulgaires humains. Ah! That's really humorous. Since I have been doomed to die, all the verses I ever knew in my life are coming back into my memory. It must be a sign of demoralization. Mathilde kept on repeating in a choked voice, he is there in the next room. At last he paid attention to what she was saying. Her voice is weak, he thought, but all the imperiousness of her character comes out in her intonation. She lowers her voice in order to avoid getting angry. And who is there, he said, gently. The advocate, to get you to sign your appeal. I shall not appeal. What? You will not appeal, she said, getting up, with her eyes sparkling with rage. And why, if you please? Because I feel at the present time that I have the courage to die without giving people occasion to laugh too much at my expense. And who will guarantee that I shall be in so sound a frame of mind in 2 months' time, after living for a long time in this damp cell? I foresee interviews with the priests, with my father. I can imagine nothing more unpleasant. Let's die. This unexpected opposition awakened all the haughtiness of Mathilde's character. She had not managed to see the Abbé de Verrières before the time when visitors were admitted to the cells in the Besançon prison. Her fury vented itself on Julien. She adored him, and nevertheless she exhibited for a good quarter of an hour in her invective against his, Julien's, character, and her regret at having ever loved him. The same haughty soul which had formerly overwhelmed him with such cutting insults in the library of the Hôtel de la Mole. In justice to the glory of your stock, heaven should have had you born a man, he said to her. But as for myself, he thought, I should be very foolish to go on living for 2 more months in this disgusting place, to serve as a butt for all the infamous humiliations which the patrician party can devise. And having the outburst of this mad woman for my only consolation. Well, the morning after tomorrow I shall fight a duel with a man known for his self-possession and his remarkable skill, his very remarkable skill, said the Mephistophelian part of him, he never makes a miss. Well, so be it, good. Mathilde continued to wax eloquent. No, not for a minute, he said to himself, I shall not appeal. Having made this resolution, he fell into meditation. The courier will bring the paper at 6 o'clock as usual, as he passes. At 8 o'clock, after M. de Rênal has finished reading it, Elisa will go on tiptoe and place it on her bed. Later on she will wake up, suddenly, as she reads it she will become troubled, her pretty hands will tremble. She will go on reading down to these words, at 5 minutes past 10 he had ceased to exist. She will shed hot tears, I know her. It will matter nothing that I tried to assassinate her, all will be forgotten, and the person whose life I wish to take will be the only one who will sincerely lament my death. Ah, that's a good paradox, he thought, and he thought about nothing except Madame de Rênal during the good quarter of an hour which the scene Mathilde was making still lasted. In spite of himself, and though he made frequent answers to what Mathilde was saying, he could not take his mind away from the thought of the bedroom at Verrières. He saw the Besançon Gazette on the counterpane of orange taffeta. He saw that white hand clutching at it convulsively. He saw Madame de Rênal cry. He followed the path of every tear over her charming face. Mademoiselle de la Mole, being unable to get anything out of Julien, asked the advocate to come in. Fortunately, he was an old captain of the Italian army of 1796, where he had been a comrade of Manuel. He opposed the condemned man's resolution as a matter of form. Wishing to treat him with respect, Julien explained all his reasons. Upon my word, I can understand a man taking the view you do, said M. Félix Vanneau, that was the advocate's name, to him at last. But you have 3 full days in which to appeal, and it is my duty to come back every day. If a volcano were to open under the prison between now and 2 months' time you would be saved. You might die of illness, he said, looking at Julien. Julien pressed his hand, I thank you, you are a good fellow. I will think it over. And when Mathilde eventually left with the advocate, he felt much more affection for the advocate than for her. There is no heading to this and the following chapters in the original. TRNSL. The speaker is a Jacobin. Chapter 73. When he was deep asleep an hour afterwards, he was woken up by feeling tears flow over his hand. Oh, it is Mathilde again, he thought, only half awake. She has come again, faithful to her tactics of attacking my resolution by her sentimentalism. Bored by the prospect of this new scene of hackneyed pathos, he did not open his eyes. The verses of Belfgur, as he ran away from his wife, came into his mind. He heard a strange sigh. He opened his eyes. It was Madame de Rênal. Ah, so I see you again before I die, or is it an illusion? He exclaimed as he threw himself at her feet. But, forgive me, madam, you must look upon me as a mere murderer, he said, immediately, as he recovered himself. Monsieur, I have come to entreat you to appeal, and know you do not want to. Her sobs choked her, she was unable to speak. Deign to forgive me. If you want me to forgive you, she said to him, getting up and throwing herself into his arms, appeal immediately against your death sentence. Julien covered her with kisses. Will you come and see me every day during those 2 months? I swear it, every day, unless my husband forbids me. I will sign it, exclaimed Julien. What? You really forgive me? Is it possible? He clasped her in his arms, he was mad. She gave a little cry. It is nothing, she said to him. You hurt me. Your shoulder, exclaimed Julien, bursting into tears. He drew back a little, and covered her hands with kisses of fire. Who could have prophesied this, dear, the last time I saw you in your room at Verrières? Who could have prophesied then that I should write that infamous letter to M. de la Mole? Know that I have always loved you, and that I have never loved anyone but you. Is it possible? Cried Madame de Rênal, who was delighted in her turn. She leant on Julien, who was on his knees, and they cried silently for a long time. Julien had never experienced moments like this at any period of his whole life. And how about that young Madame Michelet, said Madame de Rênal, a long time afterwards when they were able to speak. Or rather, that Mademoiselle de la Mole. For I am really beginning to believe in that strange romance. It is only superficially true, answered Julien. She is my wife, but she is not my mistress. After interrupting each other 100 times over, they managed with great difficulty to explain to each other what they did not know. The letter written to M. de la Mole had been drafted by the young priest who directed Madame de Rênal's conscience, and had been subsequently copied by her. What a horrible thing religion has made me do, she said to him. And even so I softened the most awful passages in the letter. Julien's ecstatic happiness proved the fullness of her forgiveness. He had never been so mad with love. And yet I regard myself as devout, Madame de Rênal went on to say to him in the ensuing conversation. I believe sincerely in God. I equally believe, and I even have full proof of it, that the crime which I am committing is an awful one, and yet the very minute I see you, even after you have fired 2 pistol shots at me, and at this point, in spite of her resistance. Julien covered her with kisses. Leave me alone, she continued, I want to argue with you, I am frightened lest I should forget. The very minute I see you all my duties disappear. I have nothing but love for you, dear, or rather, the word love is too weak. I feel for you what I ought only to feel for God, a mixture of respect, love, obedience. As a matter of fact, I don't know what you inspire me with. If you were to tell me to stab the jailer with a knife, the crime would be committed before I had given it a thought. Explain this very clearly to me before I leave you. I want to see down to the bottom of my heart. For we shall take leave of each other in 2 months. By the by, shall we take leave of each other, she said to him with a smile. I take back my words, exclaimed Julien, getting up, I shall not appeal for my death sentence, if you try, either by poison, knife, pistol, charcoal, or any other means whatsoever, to put an end to your life, or make any attempt upon it. Madame de Rênal's expression suddenly changed. The most lively tenderness was succeeded by a mood of deep meditation. "Supposing we were to die at once," she said to him. "Who knows what one will find in the other life," answered Julien, "perhaps torment, perhaps nothing at all. Cannot we pass 2 delicious months together? 2 months means a good many days. I shall never have been so happy." "You will never have been so happy." "Never," repeated Julien ecstatically, "and I am talking to you just as I should talk to myself. May God save me from exaggerating." "Words like that are a command," she said with a timid melancholy smile. "Well, you will swear by the love you have for me, to make no attempt either direct or indirect, upon your life. Remember," he added, "that you must live for my son, whom Mathilde will hand over to lackeys as soon as she is Marquise de Croisenois." "I swear," she answered coldly, "but I want to take away your notice of appeal, drawn and signed by yourself. I will go myself to the Procureur General. Be careful, you will compromise yourself. After having taken the step of coming to see you in your prison, I shall be a heroine of local scandal for Besançon, and the whole of Franche-Comté," she said very dejectedly. "I have crossed the bounds of austere modesty. I am a woman who has lost her honor. It is true that it is for your sake." Her tone was so sad that Julien embraced her with a happiness which was quite novel to him. It was no longer the intoxication of love, it was extreme gratitude. He had just realized for the first time the full extent of the sacrifice which she had made for him. Some charitable soul, no doubt informed de Rênal of the long visits which his wife paid to Julien's prison. For at the end of 3 days he sent her his carriage with the express order to return to Verrières immediately. This cruel separation had been a bad beginning for Julien's day. He was informed 2 or 3 hours later that a certain intriguing priest, who had, however, never managed to make any headway among the Jesuits of Besançon, had, since the morning, established himself in the street outside the prison gates. It was raining a great deal, and the man out there was pretending to play the martyr. Julien was in a weak mood, and this piece of stupidity annoyed him deeply. In the morning, he had already refused this priest's visit, but the man had taken it into his head to confess Julien. And to win a name for himself among the young women of Besançon by all the confidences which he would pretend to have received from him. He declared in a loud voice that he would pass the day and the night by the prison gates. "God has sent me to touch the heart of this apostate." And the lower classes, who are always curious to see a scene, began to make a crowd. "Yes, my brothers," he said to them, "I will pass the day here and the night, as well as all the days and all the nights which will follow. The Holy Ghost has spoken to me. I am commissioned from above. I am the man who must save the soul of young Sorel. Do you join in my prayers, etc." Julien had a horror of scandal, and of anything which could attract attention to him. He thought of seizing the opportunity of escaping from the world incognito. But he had some hope of seeing Madame de Rênal again, and he was desperately in love. The prison gates were situated in one of the most populous streets. His soul was tortured by the idea of this filthy priest attracting a crowd and creating a scandal, and doubtless he is repeating my name at every single minute. This moment was more painful than death. He called the turnkey who was devoted to him, and sent him 2 or 3 times at intervals of 1 hour to see if the priest was still by the prison gates. "Monsieur," said the turnkey to him on each occasion, "he is on both his knees in the mud. He is praying at the top of his voice, and saying litanies for your soul." The impudent fellow, thought Julien. At this moment he actually heard a dull buzz. It was the responses of the people to the litanies. His patience was strained to the utmost when he saw the turnkey himself move his lips while he repeated the Latin words. "They are beginning to say," added the turnkey, "that you must have a very hardened heart to refuse the help of this holy man." "Oh my country, how barbarous you still are," exclaimed Julien, beside himself with anger. And he continued his train of thought aloud, without giving a thought to the turnkey's presence. "The man wants an article in the paper about him, and that's a way in which he will certainly get it. Oh, you cursed provincials! At Paris I should not be subjected to all these annoyances. There they are more skilled in their charlatanism. Show in the holy priest, he said at last to the turnkey, and great streams of sweat flowed down his forehead. The turnkey made the sign of the cross and went out rejoicing. The holy priest turned out to be very ugly, he was even dirtier than he was ugly. The cold rain intensified the obscurity and dampness of the cell. The priest wanted to embrace Julien, and began to wax pathetic as he spoke to him. The basest hypocrisy was only too palpable. Julien had never been so angry in his whole life. A quarter of an hour after the priest had come in, Julien felt an absolute coward. Death appeared horrible to him for the first time. He began to think about the state of decomposition which his body would be in 2 days after the execution, etc., etc. He was on the point of betraying himself by some sign of weakness or throwing himself on the priest and strangling him with his chain, when it occurred to him to beg the holy man to go and say a good 40-franc mass for him on that very day. It was 12 o'clock, so the priest took himself off. Chapter 74. As soon as he had gone out, Julien wept desperately and for a long time. He gradually admitted to himself that if Madame de Rênal had been at Besançon he would have confessed his weakness to her. The moment when he was regretting the absence of this beloved woman he heard Mathilde's step. The worst evil of being in prison, he thought, is one's inability to close one's door. All Mathilde said only irritated him. She told him that M. de Vailnaud had had his nomination to the prefectship in his pocket on the day of his trial, and had consequently dared to defy M. de Verrières and give himself the pleasure of condemning him to death. Why did your friend take it into his head, M. de Verrières just said to me, to awaken and attack the petty vanity of that bourgeois aristocracy? Why talk about caste? He pointed out to them what they ought to do in their own political interest. The fools had not been giving it a thought and were quite ready to weep. That caste interest intervened and blinded their eyes to the horror of condemning a man to death. One must admit that M. Sorel is very inexperienced. If we do not succeed in saving him by a petition for a reprieve, his death will be a kind of suicide. Mathilde was careful not to tell Julien a matter concerning which she had now no longer any doubts. It was that the Abbé de Verrières, seeing that Julien was ruined, had thought that it would further his ambitious projects to try and become his successor. "Go and listen to a mass for me," he said to Mathilde, almost beside himself with vexation and impotent rage, "and leave me a moment in peace." Mathilde, who was already very jealous of Madame de Rênal's visits and who had just learned of her departure, realized the cause of Julien's bad temper and burst into tears. Her grief was real. Julien saw this and was only the more irritated. He had a crying need of solitude, and how was he to get it? Eventually Mathilde, after having tried to melt him by every possible argument, left him alone. But almost at the same moment, Fouque presented himself. "I need to be alone," he said, to this faithful friend, and as he saw him hesitate, "I am composing a memorial for my petition for pardon. One thing more, do me a favor, and never speak to me about death. If I have need of any especial services on that day, let me be the first to speak to you about it." When Julien had eventually procured solitude, he found himself more prostrate and more cowardly than he had been before. The little force which this enfeebled soul still possessed had all been spent in concealing his condition from Mademoiselle de la Mole. Towards the evening he found consolation in this idea. "If at the very moment this morning, when death seemed so ugly to me, I had been given notice of my execution, the public eye would have acted as a spur to glory, my demeanor would perhaps have had a certain stiffness about it. Like a nervous fop entering a salon. A few penetrating people, if there are any amongst these provincial, might have managed to divine my weakness. But no one would have seen it." And he felt relieved of part of his unhappiness. "I am a coward at this very moment," he sang to himself, "but no one will know it." An even more unpleasant episode awaited him on the following day. His father had been announcing that he would come and see him for some time past. The old white-haired carpenter appeared in Julien's cell before he woke up. Julien felt weak, he was anticipating the most unpleasant reproaches. His painful emotion was intensified by the fact that on this particular morning he felt a keen remorse for not loving his father. Chance placed us next to each other in the world, he said to himself, while the turnkey was putting the cell a little in order, and we have practically done each other all the harm we possibly could. He has come to administer the final blow at the moment of my death. As soon as they were without witnesses, the old man commenced his stern reproaches. Julien could not restrain his tears. What an unworthy weakness, he said to himself querulously. He will go about everywhere exaggerating my lack of courage. What a triumph for the Rênal, and for all the fatuous hypocrites who rule in Verrières. They are very great in France, they combine all the social advantages. But hitherto, I could at any rate say to myself, it is true they are in receipt of money, and that all the honours lavished on them, but I have a noble heart. But here is a witness whom everyone will believe, and who will testify to the whole of Verrières that I shewed weakness when confronted with death, and who will exaggerate it into the bargain. I shall be taken for a coward in an ordeal which comes home to all. Julien was nearly desperate. He did not know how to get rid of his father. He felt it absolutely beyond his strength to invent a ruse capable of deceiving so shrewd an old man. His mind rapidly reviewed all the alternatives. I have saved some money, he suddenly exclaimed. This inspiration produced a change in the expression of the old man and in Julien's own condition. How ought I to dispose of it? Continued Julien more quietly. The result had freed him from any feeling of inferiority. The old carpenter was burning not to let the money slip by him, but it seemed that Julien wanted to leave part of it to his brothers. He talked at length and with animation. Julien felt cynical. Well, the Lord has given me a message with regard to my will. I will give 1,000 francs to each of my brothers and the rest to you. Very good, said the old man. The rest is due to me, but since God has been gracious enough to touch your heart, your debts ought to be paid if you wish to die like a good Christian. There are, moreover, the expenses of your board and your education, which I advance to you, but which you are not thinking of. Such is paternal love, repeated Julien to himself, dejectedly, when he was at last alone. Soon the jailer appeared. Monsieur, I always bring my visitors a good bottle of champagne after near relations have come to see them. It is a little dear, 6 francs a bottle, but it rejoices the heart. Bring 3 glasses, said Julien to him, with a childish eagerness, and bring in 2 of the prisoners whom I have heard walking about in the corridor. The jailer brought 2 men into him who had once been condemned to the gallows, and had now been convicted of the same offence again, and were preparing to return to penal servitude. They were very cheerful scoundrels, and really very remarkable by reason of their subtlety, their courage, and their coolness. If you give me 20 francs, said one of them to Julien, I will tell you the story of my life in detail. It's rich. But you will lie, said Julien. Not me, he answered, my friend there, who is jealous of my 20 francs will give me away if I say anything untrue. His history was atrocious. It was evidence of a courageous heart which had only one passion, that of money. After their departure Julien was no longer the same man. All his anger with himself had disappeared. The awful grief which had been poisoned and rendered more acute by the weakness of which he had been a victim since Madame de Rênal's departure had turned to melancholy. If I had been less taken in by appearances, he said to himself, I would have had a better chance of seeing that the Paris salons are full of honest men like my father, or clever scoundrels like those felons. They are right. The men in the salons never get up in the morning with this poignant thought in their minds, how am I going to get my dinner? They boast about their honesty, and when they are summoned on the jury, they take pride in convicting the man who has stolen a silver dish because he felt starving. But if there is a court, and it's a question of losing or winning a portfolio, my worthy salon people will commit crimes exactly similar to those, which the need of getting a dinner inspired those 2 felons to perpetrate. There is no such thing as natural law, the expression is nothing more than a silly anachronism well worthy of the Advocate General who harried me the other day, and whose grandfather was enriched by one of the confiscations of Louis XIV. There is no such thing as right, except when there is a law to forbid a certain thing under pain of punishment. Before law existed, the only natural thing was the strength of the lion, or the need of a creature who was cold or hungry, to put it in one word, need. No, the people whom the world honors are merely villains who have had the good fortune not to have been caught red-handed. The prosecutor whom society put on my track was enriched by an infamous act. I have committed a murder, and I am justly condemned, but the Verrières who has condemned me, is by reason alone of that very deed, 100 times more harmful to society. Well, added Julien sadly but not angrily, in spite of his avarice, my father is worth more than all those men. He never loved me. The disgrace I bring upon him by an infamous death has proved the last straw. That fear of lacking money, that distorted view of the wickedness of mankind, which is called avarice, make him find a tremendous consolation in sense of security in a sum of 300 or 400 louis, which I have been able to leave him. Some Sunday, after dinner, he will shew his gold to all the envious men in Verrières. Which of you would not be delighted to have a son guillotined at a price like this, will be the message they will read in his eyes. This philosophy might be true, but it was of such a character as to make him wish for death. In this way 5 long days went by. He was polite and gentle to Mathilde, whom he saw was exasperated by the most violent jealousy. One evening Julien seriously thought of taking his own life. His soul was demoralized by the deep unhappiness in which Madame de Rênal's departure had thrown him. He could no longer find pleasure in anything, either in real life or in the sphere of the imagination. Lack of exercise began to affect his health, and to produce in him all the weakness and exaltation of a young German student. He began to lose that virile disdain which repels with a drastic oath certain undignified ideas which besiege the soul of the unhappy. I loved truth. Where is it? Hypocrisy everywhere, or at any rate charlatanism. Even in the most virtuous, even in the greatest, and his lips assumed an expression of disgust. No, man cannot trust man. Madame de, when she was making a collection for her poor orphans, used to tell me that such and such a prince had just given 10 louis, a sheer lie. But what am I talking about? Napoleon at St. Helena. Pure charlatanism, like the proclamation in favor of the King of Rome. Great God! If a man like that at a time when misfortune ought to summon him sternly to his duty will sink to charlatanism, what is one to expect from the rest of the human species? Where is truth? In religion. Yes, he added, with a bitter smile of utter contempt. In the mouth of the Maslins, the Verrières, the Castanides, perhaps in that true Christianity whose priests were not paid any more than were the apostles. But St. Paul was paid by the pleasure of commanding, speaking, getting himself talked about. Oh, if there were only a true religion! Fool that I am! I see a Gothic cathedral and venerable stained-glass windows, and my weak heart conjures up the priest to fit the scene. My soul would understand him, my soul has need of him. I only find a nincompoop with dirty hair. About as comforting as a Chevalier de Beauvoisis. But a true priest, a Massillon, a Fenelon. Massillon sacrificed Du Bois. Saint Simon's memoirs have spoilt the illusion of Fenelon, but he was a true priest anyway. In those days, tender souls could have a place in the world where they could meet together. We should not then have been isolated. That good priest would have talked to us of God. But what God? Not the one of the Bible, a cruel petty despot, full of vindictiveness, but the God of Voltaire, just, good, infinite. He was troubled by all the memories of that Bible which he knew by heart. But how on earth, when the deity is 3 people all at the same time, is one to believe in the great name of God, after the frightful way in which our priests have abused it? Living alone. What a torture! I am growing mad and unreasonable, said Julien to himself, striking his forehead. I am alone here in this cell, but I have not lived alone on earth. I had the powerful idea of duty. The duty which rightly or wrongly I laid down for myself, has been to me like the trunk of a solid tree which I could lean on during the storm. I stumbled, I was agitated. After all I was only a man, but I was not swept away. It must be the damp air of this cell which made me think of being alone. Why should I still play the hypocrite by cursing hypocrisy? It is neither death, nor the cell, nor the damp air, but Madame de Rênal's absence which prostrates me. If, in order to see her at Verrières, I had to live whole weeks at Verrières concealed in the cellars of her house, would I complain? The influence of my contemporaries wins the day, he said aloud, with a bitter laugh. Though I am talking to myself and within an ace of death, I still play the hypocrite. Oh, you 19th century! A hunter fires a gun shot in the forest, his quarry falls, he hastens forward to seize it. His foot knocks against a 2-foot anthill, knocks down the dwelling place of the ants, and scatters the ants and their eggs far and wide. The most philosophic among the ants will never be able to understand that black, gigantic and terrifying body, the hunter's boot, which suddenly invaded their home with incredible rapidity, preceded by a frightful noise, and accompanied by flashes of reddish fire. In the same way, death, life and eternity, are very simple things for anyone who has organs sufficiently vast to conceive them. An ephemeral fly is born at 9 o'clock in the morning in the long summer days, to die at 5 o'clock in the evening. How is it to understand the word night? Give it 5 more hours of existence, and it will see night, and understand its meaning. So, in my case, I shall die at the age of 23. Give me 5 more years of life in order to live with Madame de Rênal. He began to laugh like Mephistopheles. How foolish to debate these great problems. 1. I am as hypocritical as though there were someone there to listen to me. 2. I am forgetting to live and to love when I have so few days left to live. Alas, Madame de Rênal is absent, perhaps her husband will not let her come back to Besançon any more, to go on compromising her honor. That is what makes me lonely, and not the absence of a God who is just, good and omnipotent, devoid of malice, and in no wise greedy of vengeance. Oh, if he did exist! Alas, I should fall at his feet. I have deserved death, I should say to him, but O thou great God, good God, indulgent God, give me back her whom I love. By this time the night was far advanced. After an hour or 2 of peaceful sleep, Fouque arrived. Julien felt strongly resolute, like a man who sees to the bottom of his soul. Chapter 75. I cannot play such a trick on that poor Abbé Chasbernard, as to summon him, he said to Fouque, it would prevent him from dining for 3 whole days. But try and find some Jansenist who is a friend of M. Pirard. Fouque was impatiently waiting for this suggestion. Julien acquitted himself becomingly of all the duty a man owes to provincial opinion. Thanks to M. The Abbé de Verrières, and in spite of his bad choice of a confessor, Julien enjoyed in his cell the protection of the priestly congregation, with a little more diplomacy he might have managed to escape. But the bad air of the cell produced its effect, and his strength of mind diminished. But this only intensified his happiness at Madame de Rênal's return. My first duty is towards you, my dear, she said as she embraced him. I have run away from Verrières. Julien felt no petty vanity in his relations with her, and told her all his weaknesses. She was good and charming to him. In the evening she had scarcely left the prison before she made the priest, who had clung on to Julien like a veritable prey, go to her aunt's, as his only object was to win prestige among the young women who belonged to good Besançon society. Madame de Rênal easily prevailed upon him to go and perform a novena at the Abbey of Bray-le-Haut. No words can do justice to the madness and extravagance of Julien's love. By means of gold, and by using and abusing the influence of her aunt, who was devout, rich and well known, Madame de Rênal managed to see him twice a day. At this news, Mathilde's jealousy reached a pitch of positive madness. M. de Verrières had confessed to her that all his influence did not go so far as to admit of flouting the conventions by allowing her to see her sweetheart more than once every day. Mathilde had Madame de Rênal followed so as to know the smallest thing she did. M. de Verrières exhausted all the resources of an extremely clever intellect in order to prove to her that Julien was unworthy of her. Plunged though she was in all these torments, she only loved him the more, and made a horrible scene nearly every day. Julien wished, with all his might, to behave to the very end like an honorable man towards this poor young girl whom he had so strangely compromised, but the reckless love which he felt for Madame de Rênal swept him away at every single minute. When he could not manage to persuade Mathilde of the innocence of her rival's visits by all his thin excuses, he would say to himself, at any rate the end of the drama ought to be quite near. The very fact of not being able to lie better will be an excuse for me. Mademoiselle de la Mole learnt of the death of the Marquis de Croisenois. The rich M. de Thaler had indulged in some unpleasant remarks concerning Mathilde's disappearance. M. de Croisenois went and asked him to recant them. M. de Thaler showed him some anonymous letters which had been sent to him, and which were full of details so artfully put together that the poor Marquis could not help catching a glimpse of the truth. M. de Thaler indulged in some jests which were devoid of all taste. Maddened by anger and unhappiness, M. de Croisenois demanded such unqualified satisfaction, that the millionaire preferred to fight a duel. Stupidity triumphed, and one of the most lovable of men met with his death before he was 24. This death produced a strange and morbid impression on Julien's demoralized soul. Poor Croisenois, he said to Mathilde, really behaved very reasonably and very honorably towards us. He had ample ground for hating me and picking a quarrel with me, by reason of your indiscretion in your mother's salon. For the hatred which follows on contempt is usually frenzied. M. de Croisenois' death changed all Julien's ideas concerning Mathilde's future. He spent several days in proving to her that she ought to accept the hand of M. de Luz. He is a nervous man, not too much of a Jesuit, and will doubtless be a candidate, he said to her. He has a more sinister and persevering ambition than poor Croisenois, and as there has never been a dukedom in his family, he will be only too glad to marry Julien Sorel's widow. A widow, though, who scorns the grand passions, answered Mathilde coldly, for she has lived long enough to see her lover prefer to her after 6 months another woman who was the origin of all their unhappiness. You are unjust. Madame de Rênal's visits will furnish my advocate at Paris, who is endeavoring to procure my pardon, with the subject matter for some sensational phrases. He will depict the murderer honored by the attention of his victim. That may produce an impression, and perhaps some day or other, you will see me provide the plot of some melodrama or other, etc., etc. A furious and impotent jealousy, a prolonged and hopeless unhappiness, for even supposing Julien was saved, how was she to win back his heart? Coupled with her shame and anguish at loving this unfaithful lover more than ever had plunged Mademoiselle de la Mole into a gloomy silence, from which all the careful assiduity of M. de Verrières was as little able to draw her as the rugged frankness of Fouque. As for Julien, except in those moments which were taken up by Mathilde's presence, he lived on love with scarcely a thought for the future. In former days, Julien said to her, when I might have been so happy, during our walks in the wood of Verrières, a frenzied ambition swept my soul into the realms of imagination. Instead of pressing to my heart that charming arm which is so near my lips, the thoughts of my future took me away from you. I was engaged in countless combats which I should have to sustain in order to lay the foundations of a colossal fortune. No, I should have died without knowing what happiness was if you had not come to see me in this prison. 2 episodes ruffled this tranquil life. Julien's confessor, Jansenist though he was not proof against an intrigue of the Jesuits, and became their tool without knowing it. He came to tell him one day that unless he meant to fall into the awful sin of suicide, he ought to take every possible step to procure his pardon. Consequently, as the clergy have a great deal of influence with the Minister of Justice at Paris, an easy means presented itself, he ought to become converted with all publicity. With publicity, repeated Julien. Ha, ha. I have caught you at it, I have caught you as well, my father, playing a part like any missionary. Your youth, replied the Jansenist gravely, the interesting appearance which Providence has given you, the still unsolved mystery of the motive for your crime, the heroic steps which Mademoiselle de la Mole has so freely taken on your behalf. Everything, up to the surprising affection which your victim manifests towards you, has contributed to make you the hero of the young women of Besançon. They have forgotten everything, even politics, on your account. Your conversion will reverberate in their hearts and will leave behind it a deep impression. You can be of considerable use to religion, and I was about to hesitate for the trivial reason that in a similar circumstance the Jesuits would follow a similar course. But if I did, even in the one case which has escaped their greedy clutches they would still be exercising their mischief. The tears which your conversation will cause to be shed will annul the poisonous effect of 10 editions of Voltaire's works. And what will be left for me, answered Julien, coldly, if I despise myself? I have been ambitious, I do not mean to blame myself in any way. Further, I have acted in accordance with the code of the age. Now I am living from day to day. But I should make myself very unhappy if I were to yield to what the locality would regard as a piece of cowardice. Madame de Rênal was responsible for the other episode which affected Julien in quite another way. Some intriguing woman friend or other had managed to persuade this naive and timid soul that it was her duty to leave for St. Cloud, and go and throw herself at the feet of King Charles X. She had made the sacrifice of separating from Julien, and after a strain as great as that, she no longer thought anything of the unpleasantness of making an exhibition of herself, though in former times she would have thought that worse than death. I will go to the king. I will confess freely that you are my lover. The life of a man, and of a man like Julien, too, ought to prevail over every consideration. I will tell him that it was because of jealousy that you made an attempt upon my life. There are numerous instances of poor young people who have been saved in such a case by the clemency of the jury or of the king. I will leave off seeing you. I will shut myself up in my prison, exclaimed Julien, and you can be quite certain that if you do not promise me to take no step which will make a public exhibition of us both, I will kill myself in despair the day afterwards. This idea of going to Paris is not your own. Tell me the name of the intriguing woman who suggested it to you. Let us be happy during the small number of days of this short life. Let us hide our existence, my crime was only too self-evident. Mademoiselle de la Mole enjoys all possible influence at Paris. Take it from me that she has done all that is humanly possible. Here in the provinces I have all the men of wealth and prestige against me. Your conduct will still further aggravate those rich and essentially moderate people to whom life comes so easy. Let us not give the Maslins, the Vailnauds, and the 1,000 other people who are worth more than they, anything to laugh about. Julien came to find the bad air of the cell unbearable. Fortunately, nature was rejoicing in a fine sunshine on the day when they announced to him that he would have to die, and he was in a courageous vein. He found walking in the open air as delicious a sensation as the navigator, who has been at sea for a long time, finds walking on the ground. Come on, everything is going all right, he said to himself. I am not lacking in courage. His head had never looked so poetical as at that moment when it was on the point of falling. The sweet minutes which he had formerly spent in the woods of Verrières crowded back upon his mind with extreme force. Everything went off simply, decorously, and without any affectation on his part. 2 days before he had said to Fouque, I cannot guarantee not to show some emotion. This dense, squalid cell gives me fits of fever in which I do not recognize myself, but fear, no. I shall not be seen to flinch. He had made his arrangements in advance for Fouque to take Mathilde and Madame de Rênal away on the morning of his last day. Drive them away in the same carriage, he had said. Do you see that the post-horses do not leave off galloping? They will either fall into each other's arms, or manifest towards each other a mortal hatred. In either case the poor women will have something to distract them a little from their awful grief. Julien had made Madame de Rênal swear that she would live to look after Mathilde's son. Who knows? Perhaps we have still some sensations after our death, he had said one day to Fouque. I should like to rest, for rest is the right word, in that little grotto in the great mountain which dominates Verrières. Many a time, as I have told you, I have spent the night alone in that grotto, and as my gaze would plunge far and wide over the richest provinces of France, ambition would inflame my heart. In those days it was my passion. Anyway, I hold that grotto dear, and one cannot dispute that its situation might well arouse the desires of the philosopher's soul. Well, you know. Those good priests of Besançon will make money out of everything. If you know how to manage it, they will sell you my mortal remains. Fouque succeeded in this melancholy business. He was passing the night alone in his room by his friend's body when, to his great surprise, he saw Mathilde come in. A few hours before he had left her 10 leagues from Besançon. Her face and eyes looked distraught. "I want to see him," she said. Fouque had not the courage either to speak or get up. He pointed with his finger to a big blue cloak on the floor. There was wrapped in it all that remained of Julien. She threw herself on her knees. The memory of Boniface de la Mole, and of Marguerite of Navarre gave her, no doubt, a superhuman courage. Her trembling hands undid the cloak. Fouque turned away his eyes. He heard Mathilde walking feverishly about the room. She lit several candles. When Fouque could bring himself to look at her, she had placed Julien's head on a little marble table in front of her, and was kissing it on the forehead. Mathilde followed her lover to the tomb which he had chosen. A great number of priests convoyed the bier, and, alone in her draped carriage, without anyone knowing it, she carried on her knees the head of the man whom she had loved so much. When they arrived in this way at the most elevated peak of the high mountains of the Jura, 20 priests celebrated the service of the dead in the middle of the night in this little grotto, which was magnificently illuminated by a countless number of wax candles. Attracted by this strange and singular ceremony, all the inhabitants of the little mountain villages which the funeral had passed through, followed it. Mathilde appeared in their midst in long mourning garments, and had several thousands of 5-franc pieces thrown to them at the end of the service. When she was left alone with Fouque, she insisted on burying her lover's head with her own hands. Fouque nearly went mad with grief. Mathilde took care that this wild grotto should be decorated with marble monuments that had been sculpted in Italy at great expense. Madame de Rênal kept her promise. She did not try to make any attempt upon her life, but she died embracing her children, 3 days after Julien. The end. The inconvenience of the reign of public opinion is that though, of course, it secures liberty, it meddles with what it has nothing to do with, private life, for example. Hence the gloominess of America and England. In order to avoid infringing on private life, the author has invented a little town, Verrières, and when he had need of a bishop, a jury, an assize court, he placed all this in Besançon, where he has never been. A small town. A mayor. The poor fund. A father and a son. A negotiation. Ennui. The elective affinities. Little episodes. An evening in the country. A great heart and a small fortune. An evening. A journey. The open work stockings. The English scissors. The cock's song. The day after. The first deputy. A king at Verrières. Thinking produces suffering. Anonymous letters. Dialogue with a master. Manners of procedure in 1830. Sorrows of an official. A capital. The seminary. The world. Or what the rich lack. First experience of life. A procession. The first promotion. An ambitious man. The pleasures of the country. Entry into society. The first steps. The Hôtel de la Mole. Sensibility and a great pious lady. Pronunciation. An attack of gout. What is the decoration which confers distinction? The ball. Queen Marguerite. A young girl's dominion. Is he a Danton? A plot. A young girl's thoughts. Is it a plot?